Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech's Expert Workday Time Tracking Training. Master managing and optimizing time tracking across your organization with our real-world knowledge. First, we cover configuring time tracking to match your unique policies and processes. Then, learn to build custom reports to analyze time entries and identify opportunities. We also dive into creating additional time blocks like lunch and breaks to automatically account for non-work periods. Additionally, discover how to use time tracking for accurate job and project costing. Finally, our hands-on exercises will equip you to set up complex time tracking rules, integrate with payroll, and roll out organization-wide changes smoothly. ZaranTech's Workday Time Tracking Training delivers the practical skills and knowledge needed to maximize Workday's time management capabilities. Unlock optimized payroll processes, valuable analytics, and organization-wide consistency with the leaders in enterprise system training. Let's dive in.
Within the training, what we have is, very specific targeted approach on the time tracking side, right? So we'll initially, at least in the session, we'll talk about a lot of basics and everything, but we can talk more once the intro part is over. So, all right. So Workday time tracking, I would say within all the modules is one of the key modules. Big reason being, this module is kind of very much interconnected to payroll side of things. A lot of companies use, Workday time tracking because of multiple aspects. The key aspects would be, how do you manage the employee time, which is very much known. Obviously it is very straightforward that time tracking would be used for, managing employee time. But within the time tracking side of things, there are other aspects as well, which are, assigning different schedules, tracking time, managing absences, and payroll side of things. So let's jump on to the slides and then we can talk more about it, because you should probably understand how exactly it works from a time tracking perspective. But before that, there are certain disclaimers and certain policies which we wanted to cover as well. These slides, examples, and the content is very much for information only. Obviously, this is obviously copyrighted by ZaranTech. These are very specific time tracking modules. Obviously you should, on the legal side of things, obviously it should not be transmitted in any means. And there are certain images obviously which are open source, or certain images which are copyrighted as well. So just wanted to share that disclaimer as well to you. All right, now before we talk about overall key things for, I think first session which Pushpa and I wanted to cover is more on the the introduction part of things. We want to take a lot of time to give you more understanding of the module. Reason being, from your experience, what I understand is you have certain amount of knowledge in terms of interaction part of things, but obviously within the module there could be certain areas which are very much specific. So we'll talk about that, not just limited to the slides. We'll talk in general the industry experience part of things as well to you. Okay, and in terms of introduction, we will talk about multiple aspects, that what are the benefits and what are the key areas are there within time tracking, especially on the Workday side of things, that how exactly it talks to different modules. Then we will talk a little bit about the next three items, which are more on the hands-on side, but we'll tell how to approach it. What should you be thinking if someone tells you that you have to set up time tracking, or you have to change certain time code groups, or you have to make sure the time entry setup is being corrected. So I would be talking about each and everything in detail from two aspects as well. One is obviously, vanilla config, very straightforward. How do you build things? And second one would be more on the correction side of things as well. So in the upcoming sessions, we'll talk more about that. But the session would be more on the intro and, the basic side of things. All right. Hope you can see the next slide as well. And if you have any questions in between, Sirisha, you can jump in between. All right. Awesome. Yeah. Workday time tracking. Obviously, I think if you compare it with SAP, if you compare with a lot of, industry applications, I think one of the key things which Workday time tracking is very strong in is, how it is very much focused towards end user, the UI part of things. Once we deep dive into things, you'll understand it is very much focused towards the ease of access, be it from the employee side of things, that how employee logs in, what all key features are there, the ease of doing access, those kind of areas. So from that perspective, it is very much, I would say consumer driven or the end user driven. So if you think of multiple participants within HR technology system, right, there would be obviously end users who are actually logging the time, right? People working in shifts, people working in factories and everything, right? So to make things intuitive, I think Workday time tracking is one of the key things. It is very simple UI, which is very easy to use. One of the key factors is that. Additionally, I think from Workday time tracking, the good part is, how do we link the global policies? So a lot of modules have certain limitations to have, the overall setup being done for a country from start to end, right? It requires more of an effort. So let me give you an example for that. Let's say, I'm sure within the SAP side of things, right, there could be, let's say you are implementing it for one country, let's say India, right? And there are certain, your company expands to China as well, right? And you have India and China. So a lot of components would be very much specific to India and China, right? Sometimes for SAP or be it Oracle systems or success factors, right, the effort required is a lot in terms of doing things. A lot of setup or basic set of things are replicated, but in Workday time tracking, I would say a lot of things can be used globally. So one of the key factors which is easy to deploy is, you can deploy Workday time tracking comparatively faster, right? So that is one of the things. Yeah, because if you compare with typical SAP cycles, right, I'm sure you must have seen, it requires a certain amount of changes in SPRO, then changing in the table side of things, changing a lot on the UI sometimes as well. On the ABAP side of things as well, you have to have some logics there, and then finally that information is used by SAP payroll or sent outside to a different vendor. But in case of Workday, I think the key advantage which you will surely see is, it's more faster in terms of customization, more faster in terms of integration, and more faster or more connected to multiple modules, right? You don't have to customize a lot of things between these modules. There are a lot of connections already built in as well. And let's talk about that before I move to the second topic, second pointer, right? Imagine an end user, right, who uses company's payroll. Obviously he or she gets paid for that, and the person is using absence as well, the person is using time tracking as well, everything from all module perspective, right? So how one module talks to another is very different or very interconnected within Workday. For example, let's take a scenario that employee is taking a holiday, right? Employee is a time tracking user. Employee has to log in and log out, right? The person belongs to the users who have to log in and log out, right? Then for them, how exactly these modules are connected, that matters a lot. So let's say the person's work schedule, right? The person is required to work from Monday to Friday, right? And let's say on a Friday, the person is saying, okay, the person is applying a sick leave, right? What is the impact on the time tracking side of things? How exactly he or she will be paid, right? That can be set at one time, and that will follow from that perspective. It won't be like that, absence has to send information separately to payroll. You can build things to, either be driven from time tracking side of things as well. So let me give you one more example of that. A person can technically apply their time offs or absence from the time tracking side of things, so that everything related to their presence and absence is sent from time tracking. Hope it is understandable, right, Sirisha? You understood this one, right? So on the app, in the SAP side of things, right, you have certain areas of applying an absence, right, and certain screen to apply your time, basically login and log out times. You can technically build Workday time tracking to either receive the absence information directly or indirectly, and you can drive a lot of things either from Workday time tracking as well. So person's absence information can be driven from time tracking side of things or from the absence module as well. So there are multiple ways of doing that. We'll talk more about it once we talk about in future modules. Okay. All right.
So how about the landscape? Like, once you do customization, like similar to SAP, like we have like multiple landscapes for moving changes.
Sure. So let me talk about more on the intro side of Workday as well. I think that would be important for you. Reason being, so within SAP, right? You have a usually a gold system, right? Which is kind of the key config system. There is a production system. There is a quality system, and there are certain dev systems as well, right? From there, you move your transport of the configuration from one tenant to another, right? On the SAP side of things, right? You use HTMS and underscore import and these kind of activities which are falling under SAP basis. You perform a change and you move it between these areas, right?
Right.
But within Workday, so I'm deviating from the topic, but this is important for you. We can take more time on the foundation side of things. Within Workday, you have different instances, right? So SAP is different from Workday. Reason being, Workday is a SaaS application where everything, you just need a browser with a link, with a login ID and password, and you can access. It is as good as Facebook or Instagram or any other website, right? As good as anything which can be run on an internet, right? That's it. So all the configuration side of things as well. So within SAP, you are using SAP application and using, SPRO, going to the going to the configuration, reaching out, going through that application, SAP application GUI, and then changing things. Within Workday, everything, whatever you do, happens on the browser only. You would be able to access the configuration changes on the browser. You would be able to work as an end user on the browser. You'd be able to do a lot of things, so everything is related to just the browser screen in terms of the functional part of things, Sirisha. If we talk about integrations as well, to a majority of the extent falls under the browser, but there are certain integrations like studio integrations where you require a certain installation on top of the browser as well. So you have any questions on that? I'll explain more about it, but before that I want to know if you have any questions.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Awesome. So there is in Workday, there is a production instance, which is the live system, right? Then there is something called a sandbox, which is just a copy of production, which refreshes with the production information on a weekly basis, right? And there is a sandbox preview as well, which is more of, so these are different instances or the copies of the system, right? So sandbox preview again is very much specific to Workday releases. So Workday as a product provide 2 different releases every year, right? With the new features and everything. So that falls under sandbox preview tenant. So tenant is nothing but just a copy, something like a quality, right? So it's just a copy of the original system. Okay. And then there are different implementation tenants, and implementation tenants are nothing but your test environments where you develop the work and you move, you test it out, right? Within the Workday instances, right? Usually, as someone who is doing the configuration, everything is intact. All the modules are in the same area. It's nothing like that. That this instance is just for Workday absence, or this instance is just for Workday time tracking. No, everything would be interconnected. And as soon as you change things, you can move from one tenant to another, not using transport, but using certain areas, certain capabilities, which are object transporters and solutions and all those things. So we can talk more about that. How do we migrate? But but very high level, I think this was the key thing which I wanted to convey as well. So just imagine Workday being a browser system, having multiple instances, having different copies of it. But obviously anything moving to production, technically from a path perspective, should go via sandbox system. It should ideally go via quality, usually in SAP side of things. Same ways we are expecting that if you follow the standard approach, it will go through the sandbox. Okay. And sandbox is something which is very close to the production data, right? In the real world of things, let's say you are facing some issue, some user is unable to access something, and obviously in production data you don't have every access. So what is the closest system where you can check and troubleshoot, which is sandbox, right? It is refreshed on a weekly basis, and you can try out different things. So sandbox is very critical in terms of your Workday journey as well, Sirisha. So you have to make note of that how important sandbox is, Right. All right. Now moving ahead. So within I would say time tracking, right? Time tracking is very much interconnected to certain specific modules, which are like really, really close. You cannot think of time tracking without that, right? And the first one is Workday HCM. I think Workday HCM, again, it is simple as PA and OM on SAP. All the basic job profile data, all the basic eligibility information, all the basic organization information, cost centers, job profiles, anything on the basic level of things, company code, you know everything end to end falls under HCM, right? So HCM would be the core setup. So without HCM you cannot implement time tracking. Number one, HCM is the number one module which has to be implemented. So HCM would have all the HCM is primarily on the human capital management, about employee profile, employee address, employee details about different transactions and everything, like person applying any hiring transaction, termination transaction, any change of transaction, anything related to usual HR stuff. It falls under HCM. So HCM is the key basic module which is anyways required for all the modules. It is the mother of all modules actually. So firstly, HCM should be there, and within HCM and time tracking, right, it would be more on interconnection, how exactly HCM and time tracking talk, right? So HCM as a module is, just think of it providing a lot of information about employee type, right? Me as an employee, as versus Pushpa versus you, right? We belong to different locations, different entities, different areas. Our employee type can vary, right? You can be full-time, I can be part-time, it can vary depending on depending on the job profiles as well. You can be someone managing an operations team. I can be someone who doesn't require using time tracking. So all that information comes from HCM, right? The core information about an employee comes from HCM. The logic is built on the time tracking side, right? For example, if someone is eligible for time tracking, I know I'm going deep on technicals, but this is important for you to understand. I can skip these parts and directly jump on tenant, but I think this is really important for you to understand, Sirisha.
Yes, sure.
How exactly it module works, right? For time tracking to have a good configuration or information, you can have inputs from HCM, right? It drives a lot of things, and from HCM side of things, in terms of eligibilities, you can think of time tracking as a module where it is more of a receiver of information, right? So imagine time tracking on one side of a room, and HCM sending a lot of information to that, to drive the eligibilities, to drive a lot of things. Okay. Now talking to payroll, because you were interested in that part of things, right? How payroll works specifically, right? With time tracking. So obviously payroll, from your journey of SAP as well, Sirisha, let me ask a question. How exactly, what would be the flow for an employee? Because I want it to be a dialogue so that I understand that how much you are grasping as well. Accordingly, I can tone down my, pace and, complexity as well. So let's talk about Workday payroll or SAP payroll, for example. How exactly would a person get paid, right? Let's talk about that. Can you probably share your input, thought process between SAP modules? How would the information would be flowing?
So in general, certain like HR data needs to be needed for processing payroll, like employee details, and then time data. So in few instances, time is already evaluated out of the system. So in that scenarios, the time integration need to be done with an external system. In some instances, we just get the raw data like absences and attendances, and the time needs to be evaluated in the system. So once we have the time information, then like all the basic earnings deductions or employee salary, those kind of components need to be set up. So then once the payroll is triggered, so obviously like all your gross net calculations done.
Okay.
Along with benefits and garnishment details.
Awesome. In simple terms, totally agree with that. In simple terms, within Workday, right?
Right.
Let's look at someone, let's look at employee journey, right? Let's say I'm joining your team, I'm joining your location, let's say, or I'm joining from, any other location as well. Let's say I'm an employee based out in, China. Okay. So I join in the company, the first module where I'll be interacting indirectly or directly would be the HCM, where it will talk about my home location, it will talk about my office location, it will talk about my job profiles, it will talk about my address, it will talk about my emergency contacts, it will talk about my overall manager name, it will talk about my unit name, it will talk about my co-workers, it will talk about my compensation, indirectly, right? It will talk about my job profile as well. Now, as an employee, as joining the China office, right? I am a time tracking employee. Okay. I need to log in and log out to drive my eligibility to be eligible for that. The information would be flowing from HCM, right? My employee type is really important. My location would be really important, and my job profile would be important. It won't be like that, every China employee in that location would be logging time. There would be certain managers, certain directors, certain people who are not even logging, right? Obviously, they don't need to because of their job profiles. So time tracking is one. Now, I being an employee is, getting certain paid time offs or absences and certain unpaid ones as well. Let's say I get, for first year, I don't get anything from the company, right? Only after first year, I'll get something. And let's say as an employee, I need to take an urgent emergency, absence. For 2 days, I won't be available for next week, let's say, right? So that also a key factor. Okay. So there are two parts of it now. Number one, time tracking. So let's say for the first week, I'm working from Monday to Friday, logging hours. And next week, I am, taking 2 days off, and next 3 days I'm working, right? Got it? And let's say it is the end of the month, I'm getting paid. China being a monthly one, let's say I'm getting paid. Now, for Workday payroll to receive information, there would be at least two factors here. Number one, on the absence, that I'm taking 2 days extra, which ideally I should have, worked on, but I was unable to. Then those 2 days salary would be reduced, prorated. Ideally, I should be paid for 10 days, considering, 10 working days in 2 weeks. But I'll be paid only for how many days?
8 days.
Awesome. Now, in 8 days, there would be certain times where, I'm required to work for 8 hours. Within 8 hours, let's say on my first day, I was very excited as an employee, and I worked for 12 hours. Right? Okay. Then you should have a logic, then as a time tracking configuration, if the employee works extra, how they will be paid? Will they be paid, certain dollars to it, or they are just expected to work for 8 hours, or there would be certain rules to it, all those things. All those things are handled within time tracking. If you are paid less as well, for example, if the employee is taking a half day, or employees working just for 6 hours, how exactly it will be paid? How about the employee meal breaks in between? How exactly employee would be paid? All that logic, all that information in the background is configured in time tracking module. Understood?
Right. Again, like usually, like it depends upon the employee, like whether it's an exempt or non-exempt, right? So based on the employee, and also depends upon the work location. If it's a California, like it's a different type of time calculation.
Exactly. California state law will come into the picture where certain meal breaks would be required. Let's say Germany has certain rules to it. Female employees need to take this much break. Certain employees need to take this much break as well. So all these things are kind of driven, but you should not look at exempt and non-exempt. That is very much US specific. That is true, and obviously that is a factor. But it could be as simple as someone working in China office of this location having this job profile are eligible for time tracking. So it is very much customizable. It can be driven based on as simple as someone working from this location altogether, or someone falling under this job profile, right? So all these things can be it is very, I would say, flexible in terms of driving that, right? Now finally, this employee getting paid for 10 days, coming to our example, right? So there are two contributing factors to it. Number one, obviously the absence part of things. Number two is time tracking. Number three, let's talk about number three now. Not about, you don't have to look at the slides. Number three would be, let's say the employee was, joining on a holiday, right? So for holiday, employee will be paid or not, right? That is also a consideration. Holiday, which is Workday, holidays and calendars, right? Depending on the location, it is also connected to time tracking. So now, three things are surely connected to time tracking. One is HCM, one is absence, one is obviously payroll, and obviously one of the components which is there connected to all this is Workday calendars, holidays, public holidays, the overall calendar which you put in, right? Got it. Okay, perfect. Now there is something called period schedules as well, which we'll talk more about in the system. But there is something called period schedule and work schedule. Just imagine this as someone like a rotation system. As an employee, if you are expected to work Monday to Friday 9 to 5, right, that is logged in that work schedule. And if there is some pattern to it, every third Friday you'll be working for 1 hour late or on the night shift, all those things are logged in that as well. So if you see, Sirisha, everything is interconnected. The work pattern of the employee is interconnected, the holidays are interconnected, absence is interconnected, payroll is interconnected, and obviously HCM, right? You understood the work schedule part of things as well, right? Which we'll talk more, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Because an employee, if let's say the employee schedule tells the employee to work at 9 to 6, right? And there is a change to it, every last week of the month, the employee has to work on a night shift, let's say. So depending on that, every rule will be driven as well.
Right. All your schedule, your day offs, your holidays, everything will be assigned to the work schedule.
Correct. And as we talk more about it, I'll probably give you one thing to think about it. Someone working on a night schedule, right? And obviously there would be midnight, there would be date change. So there are additional complexities added on top of that. So you have to think about that as well.
Okay.
As we talk more about the config in future, it would be more when, we'll talk more about it and we'll do hands-on. We can talk more about that. But in simple terms, Workday projects is also one of the modules which is primarily driven, more for, project side of things, where employee log their hours based on certain activity. Let's say there are a team of consultants in the team and they need to log hours based on certain activities. So they use Workday projects. But Workday projects is nothing but very much closely connected to time tracking. It has additional features as well, which are more towards budgeting and logging the overall estimate of employees and how much is the billing and everything. But you don't have to worry too much about it. First we'll cover the objective of this training is more towards time tracking, but as you learn time tracking, it would be very easy to understand the interconnection part of things as well.
So Workday projects is something similar to employee self-service?
No. So Workday projects, if I tell you in simple terms, Workday projects is a capability where you can drive a project within Workday. For example, you can log hours, how this hour which is logged is linked to certain activity, those kind of things. As a manager, imagine you are driving a project. There are 20 employees who are working for a certain project, right? For each and every type of activity, they can log their hours in a day. So it is an enhancement on top of time tracking. Obviously, it would be an ESS capability, but it would be an MSS capability as well. So every capability has two parts of it, obviously, which is employees self, right? Employee self-service and manager self-service, but there would be admin part of things as well. So Workday projects is more towards, even though employees can log data and log out, information based on certain activities, but this would be more on, how the admins look at the data and how admins, kind of drive, certain decisions on top of that. Right. And we can talk more. Workday projects in simple terms is just a way of capturing time in a more meaningful way, in a more, I would say, organized way and very direct way. Let me give you an example for that. Time tracking, you are just entering hour from 9 to 6. You don't have to worry that what all activity you did, right? You're just logging in an employee of, organization. Workday projects would have certain additional pointers to it where you have to log in hours based on certain activity, and that would be used for further reporting and tracking purposes. Okay, Sirisha, you understood this one?
Sorry, yes, Raj.
Sure. All right. Yeah. So like I said, right, it is more of an end-to-end experience, and this capability of time tracking, right? I'm sure you are aware that time tracking being a module can be used on obviously web browser. You can log in on the web browser as well. You can use your mobile phones as well to log your hours, if the mobile time tracking is enabled. And finally, a time clock, where, in your office gates, there will be swipe in, swipe out, and, it is indirectly logging the information and sending it to Workday. The last one from time tracking side of things imagine, so first one and the second one is clear, right? Web and mobile, it is obviously Workday. It would be directly receiving the information, right? On the third one, which is physical clock, right? Which is swipe in and swipe out in offices, right? Certain Kaba clocks are there, certain different type of clocks are there. But those are kind of, I would say in simple terms, storing that information and sending it to Workday system using a certain integration, which are time clock integrations, which are, basically all the information of swipe in and swipe out is given as input to Workday, and then the processing of that data happens. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yes.
Hope this, the basic overview is clear to you, Sirisha, right? Pushpa, anything to add on top of that? Just wanted your thoughts as well, so that it would be useful for Sirisha.
It's a great explanation. So the basic is, it is very important to understand the basic. You have covered well on the Workday time tracking side. So Workday, how it works is Workday has a single user experience and single global platform. And there is a single source of truth where we are managing the employee data, we are collecting the employee data, and then the employee's schedule will be assigned automatically. Let's say the employee is working on any particular shift, like morning shift or evening shift or afternoon shift. So depending on the employee working schedule, so it will be auto scheduled in Workday, and also it track the time. So the employee will have the capability to go log in, like check in and check out. So the employee will have a very single user experience for the tracking of the data, like check in and check out time for the hourly employees. And also it manages the absence. Let's say if any employee has taken any paid time off, or employee has taken any sick time off. Okay, so the time tracking tool, it also tracks the absence for any employee. Okay, let's say in a week, the employee schedule is, let's say, 8 hours in a particular shift time. Okay, and when the employee is taking any absence, so for that day, the employee will be getting paid, but the system will notice that, okay, the employee has taken the time off on a particular day. Okay, so it is also very easy in Workday to track the data, and they manage the absence, the schedule will be assigned, and then the final data will be sending over to the payroll for the processing. Okay, so why we are tracking the time? So ultimately, when we are tracking the employee working hours, so there is impact on the payroll. So employee will get paid accordingly based on the number of working hours. Let's say if employee is working on a overtime, or if employee is working on any of the premium shift hours, right? So for that, the data will be collected and then will be sending it over to the payroll, whether it is a Workday payroll or it is a third-party payroll. So there will be different system will be connected. So if it is a Workday payroll, within Workday, this data will, from the absence, the data will move over to the payroll. But consider we are not using Workday payroll, and there is a third-party payroll, like we have the ADP or ENY or any other payroll vendor, right? So the Workday will be connected via our integrations, and from Workday, this data will be sending over via integrations to the outside of the payroll, which is our ADP system or any other vendor the organization is using for. So this is how is the Workday concept, like Workday time tracking concept is the Workday time tracking is managed from end to end entire system in a single platform where it is easy to collect the data and process the time tracking, time hours, the schedule hours, and then process it to payroll for further processing. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Pushpa. I think, Sirisha, are you aware of integration as such? What exactly Workday integrations mean versus typical tech work? Are you aware of Workday integrations, how exactly it works?
I mean, I have little idea, but no. I mean, I just have little overall idea. That's it.
Yeah. I think for time tracking understanding, that would be basic. I believe we can talk, I can probably talk about it as well, so that, you can understand. And thanks, Pushpa, for bringing that up as well. It won't be a case where, you are always using Workday payroll as well, right? You might have to send information as well.
Right.
So
Right.
we can talk about that specific scenario as well, so that you understand more from that perspective. There would be certain connections which are very unique in a way. But right now, since we are going for the first session, how exactly are you liking the pace, or do you want me to keep it slower or a bit faster, or you like more examples? How exactly it is for you till now in terms of understanding the basics?
I think the pace is good, Raj. Let's go like this. So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to like relate my understanding with the overall time and payroll process. So yeah, I mean, I think we're good going in good space, and we covered like most of the high level aspects.
Sure. The reason why I'm asking this is because we could have probably approached this slide in a very different fashion, where we are not talking a lot about it, but I think considering your experience, since you know HCM, right, and then since you have not worked on any other module as such, right, so that's where I'm trying to give you a more holistic picture, because no module in this ecosystem would work separately, that you can tell, okay, I work in time tracking without HCM basic knowledge, without the overall basic knowledge, it would be next to impossible to work on that as well. So that's where I'm focusing more on foundation part of things as well. So probably first to class, especially first class as well as class, what we will do is talk more about the basics, because the system configuration is one part, but understanding how exactly it works is another part as well, right? So it should not be the case, to give you an example, that someone is changing a configuration but not understanding the impact of it, right? Because impact can be huge end to end. So that is also a consideration. In terms of one of the key things which I will talk more about is on the touch point side of things as well, right? And how exactly it talks to different modules. So Sirisha, one of the pointers which we were talking, right, was more about integrations, right? Which Pushpa as well mentioned, that there could be certain scenarios where we are not using Workday payroll as a module, right? Or Workday benefits as a module, or you are not utilizing Workday capability completely. And I'm sure in your previous experience as well, SAP being a strong module, obviously SAP is very robust on the payroll side of things as well, but not everyone uses every module of the same HCM suite. There are companies which will prefer having HCM of SAP, time tracking of Kronos, payroll of a certain vendor, right? So I'm sure you must have heard about Kronos as well, which are into time tracking. They are specialized into time tracking solutions, right? So these systems should be interconnected, right? That is one of the key things which you should think, that how these systems talk to each other, right? For example, your company might be using Workday, but you'd be paid out by, let's say, certain vendor, right? So how this information is going from Workday to that one vendor, that's where I think the whole integrations piece comes into the picture, right? And Workday being an HCM system, you'd have a certain other systems as well where you might need to send information, right? For example, your company might be using a reporting tool, or your company might be using certain tools where you need information coming in from Workday, right? Some reports should be there from a legal standpoint. You were talking about California, right, Sirisha? So for California state, let's say there is some rule that on a every quarter basis, the organization has to provide the list of employees working, more than 45 hours per week, right? So there should be certain output file which is going from Workday system to a specific system where it is being received. By output, I mean it can be an Excel file, it can be an automated generated file, it can be a scheduled run as well. So there are a lot of parts of it, right? There could be certain batch jobs as well, which I'm using Workday. I'm using SAP terms for you so that it is easier to understand. So there could be certain batch jobs as well, which are running on a quarterly basis, on a monthly basis to send this information. Right. So I hope you are understanding, right? If you have any questions, feel free to interrupt.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So all these functional modules as such, if you see HCM, Workday Payroll, absence management, projects, compensation, absence, recruiting, all these different modules talk to each other. But in terms of talking, if we are using Workday time tracking only, right? If you are using just Workday time tracking, these modules talk to each other using standard logic. You don't have to worry too much. You don't have to do anything extra as such to convey information, right? But if you see, you have a certain system which is outside the Workday scope of things, right? You need to send that information. That's where Workday integrations come into the picture. Workday integrations are nothing but, certain lines of codes where you are extracting the information from Workday system and sending it outside, number one, or you are receiving the information from a certain system. For example, let's say you are using time clocks, right? You are not using, employees are not logging their hours on Workday system or on their mobile devices. They are using a certain clock. They are going to office. Imagine a production company, you are building cars and, employees, workers join at 9 a.m. and leave at 9 p.m. It's a 12-hour shift for them, production shift. They don't use systems, they don't use mobiles, they don't have those configurations, and the company wants their physical presence to that factory, right? That organization. That's where a physical time clock will receive the information. And in terms of receiving, as soon as the information is received, there would be a certain logic to it where this information is sent to Workday system, right? In terms of Workday system, what connection do you need? You would need an integration. So anything outside the system, you need to connect, you would need an integration, both as an input and output, right? Imagine, in simple terms, imagine this being a water filter. Imagine Workday being a water filter. There would be an inlet pipe, usually the raw water, tap water, and there would be an output file, which output water, which is a filtered water, right? So these two connections, which are typically the pipes and all this plumbics and all, right, in terms of receiving the water as well as, releasing the water, right? Those are integrations, both input and output, right? So these two systems connect to each other. It is very simple for you to understand, hopefully. And all the mechanism within water filter, all these machines and, the purification system, all the logic, that is Workday system. That is Workday Time Tracking, Workday HCM, Workday Absence Management, Workday Payroll, anything, So in simple terms, that is the easiest way of understanding how integrations work into the picture, right? Awesome. Hope it is important. It is clear to you. Reason being, within time tracking, right? Like Pushpa as well mentioned, right? There would be certain scenarios where you are not using Workday Payroll, or you are sending out information outside for processing, right? Then that outside logic is done using the integrations only. That outside logic is just the filtered water, right? Which we are sending out. To send out that filter water, we need a tap, right, from the filter. So that tap and that outlet is Workday integrations. Receiving this Workday and processing this Workday time tracking information and sending out in the format which is accepted by the, vendor or the third party system, right? Awesome. Let's move on, and I'll probably give, this one, probably Pushpa can deep dive into it, first, and I can add on top of that. So Pushpa, over to you. You can talk about, the overall self-service time entry, the different reasons of, how exactly Workday consumer-driven user experience works. So Pushpa, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Raj. Yeah. So let's now discuss more about like how it is, how Workday time tracking, how it improves the productivity for any organization, and how is the user experience. That is which is main, which is we have there are a lot of HR applications, but how Workday is like one of the good user experience application that will track the time. And it is a seamless time tracking system, like from the end to end. Like when you consider about, we are collecting the employee data and then we are processing it and then we are automating to the payment. Directly the hours will be calculated and then it will process to the payroll. Okay. So it is important, very much important to understand how the Workday, how the time tracking, what are the options to enter time in Workday. So first, let's talk about the self-service time entry. So when we say the self-service time entry, so there are multiple ways to enter time in Workday. One of the options is the user will go to the Workday tenant. So in Workday, for every system we call as, like you say that SAP production, right? So here in Workday, we call it as a tenant. Okay, like we call as a Workday production tenant, then Workday sandbox tenant, or if there are, let's say, multiple development tenant or UAT tenant. So what we call a system as a individual tenant in Workday. So the employee can they can log into the Workday tenant, and based on the employee security, right? So consider that we are in a global organization, okay, and we have employee from different country like US, India, and different geographic locations, right? So the employee will log into the Workday browser, and employee will based on the employee security. So the time tracking is a concept, right? It also has, like, every country has their own way of time tracking, and it has their own legal laws and regulations, right? When you say that US, sometimes like you are talking about the California hourly employees, right? The exempt, non-exempt employee. Okay, so that is very specific to the California as a state where we are legally the system. We have to build a system in such a way that we are legally tracking time based on the US California labor laws. Okay, so so that is one option, is the log into the system and then as a web browser, and then when the employee will be logging into the that will be option called the time, right? So when the employee is going to the record the time, so if the employee is located in US and California, so based on the calendar, there will be one calendar view is going to be pop up, like where it is totally configured based on the employee, where the employee is located. Okay, so they consider the employee is working in California and belong to US. So immediately the tenant in the system, the all these the rules, the calculation, if the time sheet will appear based on the system that we have set up for that particular country. Okay, so the employee will log into the web browser, and then employee will have a view called the calendar view, where the employee is going to enter the time. Like, it is more similar to SAP system, right? In SAP, we have CATS, the cross application time sheet, where the employee can go and record the time. Or there are any third party system, right, where we are collecting the time data from a different system, and then that will be collected and then entered into the Workday. So similarly, here it is like in SAP, here in Workday also there are different ways to log in the time. Okay, and also there are options to log into the employee can record the time using the mobile device. So when the employee is logging into a mobile device, again the UI is going to be little bit different than our Workday web browser, but entire application, the functionality, everything is going to be remain same. Okay, we can cover it more when we deep dive into the chapter, again more detail, like when we log into the tenant. But for you right now, for you to understand, so employee can log in to the web browser as well as the employee can log in using the mobile devices. Okay, and time can also be entered against the project. Let's say the employee is assigned to multiple projects, right? The employee based on the allocation. Let's say employee has assigned to project 1 50%, and another project as project 2 as 50%. Okay. So in Workday, we can have options to track time based on the project the employee is assigned for. Okay, and based on the task also, let's say if employee is attending any particular conference, then employee has the ability to record the time based on the conference, or if they are going for utilizing that time for any of the team event. Also, there is, like, based on the different tasks wise, the employee or the Workday have the option to record their time based on the task. Okay, and it is very easy to access in a calendar view. So when we say the time entry, right, the time tracking, so the employee, whenever the employee is going to record any time, So immediately system will pop up a calendar view. It is based on a month, daily or a weekly view. Okay. So in a week, again, in the system, there are different, like what could be your start of the week, how you want to configure in the system. Based on that, your calendar will be appear, pop up, and for each day, you can see how many hours the employee has logged in for, and for which activity or for which the employee is assigned to, or which project the employee is assigned to. Okay. And also the employee has the ability to update, let's say if employee has working on any different kind of event, also they have the ability to write down, there will be a comment that employee is still, while logging in the time, employee can also update the comment that, okay, for so and so activity, like for a ad hoc request, right? So for so and so activity, I was working for 3 to 4 hours during this time. Let's say the employee has the ability to record the comments also. Okay. And so this is all about the self-service time entry. Okay. Then how about the mobile and web time clock? Okay. So when the employee will be logging in the time using the mobile device, right? So there are multiple ways the employee can check in and check out, or directly the employee have the ability to enter the number of hours worked in the system. Okay. So when we say the web time clock, check in and check out, right? So there will be an option called web clock. So when the employee is checking in, so it will automatically capture the geographical location the employee is located in. Let's say when the employee is in US, and then based on the system time, the employee check-in time, the system will capture the employee check-in time. Okay. And similarly, like let's say employee is going for taking any break in between, or if employee is going for any meal break, then also this system will capture this is the time that check out for a meal break, and then the system will capture the time based on the different location based on the user is located. Okay. And also the worker include automatic date and timestamp, right, which I was talking about. The system will automatically capture the date and timestamp based on the system time zone, how it has been set up. And so these are the mobile and web time clock. And let's talk about the efficient approvals, right? Like whenever the employee is submitting any time, of course, it will go for the manager for the approval. And it is depending on the organization how they wanted to keep the approval process. Let's say it should go to the manager's manager, or it should go to the HR business partner or regional HR based on the particular projects. Then the approval system can be built in Workday in such a way that it will route for multiple level of approval too. Okay. So manager can initiate a mass approval. Let's say 20 or 30 reportees and who have submitted the time, right? So, and it is very difficult for a manager to, so when the employees submit the time, right, it comes to the manager Workday inbox. So there is a concept called in Workday, every employee will have a dedicated notification, alerts, and the inbox item. Okay. So whenever the employee receives any kind of action to be performed, right? Let's say manager, when the employee submit, then the manager will get a action related item, right? Whether to approve or to reject or to send back or deny. So these kind of items are called as a action related item. So it will come and sit in the Workday inbox. Okay. And manager will have the ability to view that go each by one employee. So whenever let's say there are 20 reportees, so immediately the manager will receive a Workday inbox item. So which talks about more about that. Okay, say let's say the employee submitted for a week. So for a particular week, at each and every day, the employee has entered how many hours of time, how many hours has been entered for which activity and for which work. if the employee has entered any time off, okay, this is my report is, and here the employee has entered the time off. So out of, let's say, for a weekly time sick, after 5 days, the employee has worked for 3 days, and 2 days the employee has taken the time off. So the employee will have, the manager will have the visibility for a detailed visibility of what has been submitted by the employee. So the manager can go and then view to the each request and then approve one by one request. Or if manager has any concern, let's say, no, I think the employee has not entered proper hours, then the employee has, the manager can send back for correction, or manager can deny the request also. So this is like how the approval process the manager can do, like for each single activity that the manager has received from an employee. Okay. And also, if there are more reportees, then it is very tedious job, right? The manager has to go one by one, click on one by one the inbox item, and then approve the request. So there is also something called the mass approvals, where the manager will perform certain tasks to access the mass approval, and where the managers can see, okay, here is these many reportees. For this is the time period, let's say for 1st of March to the 15th of March, the employee has entered these many employees. This is the employee cost center, and these are the projects that employee has been, my report this has been entered, and this is the volume. So directly the manager can, easy way for the manager to mass approve all the entries, okay, which is a seamless process for a manager. So the Workday also support the mass approval in Workday. And also there are, the exception approval. Let's say, like in payroll, right, we have the pay periods. So period started, period ended, and to log the payroll, let's say we have a particular payroll, period started, period ended, and we log the pay period. This is the day that we are going to log for a particular period. Okay, so that none of the employees can make any changes to their data for that particular period. Okay, and then the payment will be processed. So similarly, here also there is a concept for the time block period. Okay, so when the employee, there is a particular period is defined, let's say if it is a monthly or bi-weekly pay period. So if the system, based on the system configurations, after the time lock-in period, the employee cannot go and make any changes to the time entry. Okay, within that period, when the time period is open, the employee can go ahead and then make any changes, how many times they can go ahead and then submit the time. But once it is logged, then system will not allow to enter any time. But let's say in case of any exception, let's say, okay, the employee has forgot to enter and submit any time, forgot to enter and submit any time, then the employee has gone ahead with the manager approval, like manually, no, here due to some reason that I have not entered. Then there is also an exception that during that period, for that employee, the time lock-in period can be changed, and then also the employee can go and enter the time which is outside of the time lock-in period, and then it will go, once the employee submit, it goes for the approval, right? Mm-hmm. So this is how Workday, the self-service time entry, and the employee can enter the mobile and web time clock, and how it is, how the approval system happens in time tracking. Yeah, you wanted
awesome.
to?
Yes, that's great actually. So do you have any questions? I wanted to add on a couple of pointers, but before that, I think it was very detailed explained. Do you have any questions in terms of, self-service time entry, how exactly mobile and clock, web time clock work, and, what about the approvals and, the thing about, retro approvals, exceptions and all that? Do you have any questions?
So it says like they can enter on the mobile also, sir. So setting up for mobile, is there any special needs need to be done for mobile?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So that's a good question actually. So for mobile, obviously you have to enable certain things, but everything, the logic which you created on the web version, right, will work on the mobile.
Okay.
There are additional capabilities as well which can be added, but obviously those would be specific to mobile. But from the experience of it, a lot of clients prefer it, and a lot of clients do not prefer it. The clients which prefer all this would be clients where people are in sales, right? They don't have to go into office and they're just logging their hours on mobile, right? But usually, if you see majority of the clients, majority of the people, majority of the users, they prefer using web version or the clock version, right? Because either they have to come to office to swipe information, to swipe their cards and work, or they are coming to factory to work, or they are using their web versions, right? So if you see the current model of how the world it is being hybrid, right? So usually a lot of people kind of prefer using the mobile versions as well, but like I said, it requires certain additional changes as well. You have to enable it as well, but not so much effort in comparison to what you will feel in SAP, right? You might get your Fury application created, or you have different type of mobile apps for different versions. It is all intuitive. It is all reactive in nature, that depending on the screen, even if you open an iPad or a mobile or iPhone or an Android phone, everything would work pretty fine. So very limited effort is required, but from a tech side, certain aspects are there. Nothing fancy. It is more of an enabling it. If I answer in single word, we just have to enable it.
Okay. And also, is there any specific configuration that needs to be done at the timesheet level? Because like in SAP, we have a functionality like CATS. So do we have any like kind of setup that needs to be done at configuring the timesheets?
No. So I get the question actually. So usually on the CATS configuration side, right, you usually cross application timesheets, right? Basically ensuring that the end-to-end happen from a mobile perspective. No, everything whatever you configure for the web version would work for the mobile version. Okay. Exceptions are there, which we'll talk more, but in general you don't have to do anything extra. You just have to enable certain things and then they would work plug and play. You don't have to worry too much. So that's where, if you compare from SAP, it is very fast in that, right?
So in general, like clients, they have like specific requirements that the employee cannot go back like more than 6 months. So the timesheet should not like let the employee to go back after a certain like for period like to modify this timesheet. So those kind of things we can configure here, right?
Exactly. So like Pushpa mentioned, right? In terms of that, if I talk about that, just a second. Yeah, in terms of that, it depends on the pay period actually. So okay. Let's look at pay periods, right? Different pay periods are there where people work from, let's talk about an employee who is getting paid monthly, right? You are paid for the Feb month already. If you are changing something, you are not allowed to change. So a lot of eligibility is driven using that. You don't have to do anything extra. It would be, immediately only, by default, it works on the pay period, but you can put additional validations as well. Usually, if you are paid for the previous month, you cannot change the data. That is how by default it works.
Okay. How about like if the employee can go back until 6 months?
No, you cannot. Technically, you cannot unless you want an exception. But in general, no.
Okay. I'm good. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, perfect. I think this is pretty much it. In terms of basics, I think we have covered a lot of things. Like I said, right, I think that session we'll talk more about all these basics first. I know there are a couple of things which I want to cover on actionable reporting and the calculation part, and this slide, which is really important. Why I'm giving more time to the basics is, because we have to look at, your understanding of multiple modules talking to each other. So I think in terms of covering the basics, I think we covered a lot. In terms of, pay periods, there are a couple of discussions pending, which I will take, where, we can talk about all these exceptions, all these things from an admin perspective. And, from a reporting standpoint, for example, like you said, right, how the 6 months, if someone is going to enter, sometime back in time, right, how do we handle that and those type of scenarios? Because configuration, as soon as we deep dive into configuration, you have to look at the use cases as well, right? So you'll find while as much as you start working on it, and in the upcoming sessions, you will realize a lot of things which you had to do in SAP, extra, or create a configuration of things. You don't have to do a lot of things here. It's already provided. There are certain features which are just by default assumed. For example, if you are paid in the previous month, ideally you cannot edit the information. You are paid for that time already. So those kind of things, we'll talk more about it. But hope the session was good for you.
With some more basic Workday time tracking, like how it has been done, and then we'll proceed. Okay.
Greetings, everyone. I'm excited to give an overview of the Workday Time Tracking training from ZaranTech. In this comprehensive course, we will explore the key concepts and components of Workday's time tracking functionality and how it can be leveraged to efficiently track employee time and attendance. Whether you're new to Workday or an experienced user looking to maximize time tracking, this training has something for valuable insights. We'll start with the fundamentals, understanding where time tracking fits into the Workday system, how to configure time tracking to meet your organization's needs, and the capabilities of the time tracking tools. ZaranTech has trained thousands of HR professionals on how to successfully roll out and adopt Workday modules like time tracking. Our hands-on approach and real-world customer examples will empower you to meet any time tracking challenge with confidence. Don't miss this opportunity to become a certified Workday time tracking expert. Visit the link below for full details on ZaranTech's Workday Time Tracking training program. Secure your future by unlocking the full potential of Workday's robust time management capabilities.
Simple terms, I think we discussed as well, but in very simple terms, you should consider Workday time tracking and Workday projects as a same kind of module. But in Workday projects, we do tracking of project specific tasks, project specific resource planning. Depending on different type of activities, person's time is allocated. Like Pushpa was saying, right? In terms of giving you an example, that one person can work in multiple projects and multiple tasks in that project. For example, let's take an example of 10 employees working in a production facility, right? There would be 3 people who are, looking to design a car for their organization. Let's take an example of any organization where they are building a car. There would be few people who are on the research and development. There would be few people on the procurement side. There would be few people who are actually producing it, and there would be few people kind of distributing across very simple sales channel. And end to end, every organization would have multiple people working on multiple activities and multiple applications and multiple tasks. So in these type of areas where you have to track your time based on certain activities, certain initiatives, that's where, while logging the time, you are kind of looking at Workday projects being used, right? So let me give you one more example so that it is clearer for you as well. Take an example of Volvo as an organization, right? Volvo is building trucks and cars and a lot of automobile equipments, right? So there would be a certain set of people who are just coming to the factory, to the organization, just building that the trucks and supervising everything and going back. But there would be certain people who are tagged to a specific project for Volvo, right? They might be looking at electric buses. They might be looking at new designs of different type of cars and everything, right? So if we are looking to tag and manage that specific activity, right, in terms of the costing, at the end the time is linked to payroll, right? So that's where, in terms of project tracking, in terms of project resource planning, all these activities come into the picture. So Workday projects and Workday time tracking in a way is very similar and very close to each other, right? For every project, it would be more of a budgeting kind of an input to be used across. So we talked about all these modules in terms of how it is closely linked to each other. And then we talked a lot about, different type of ways in which the time is being logged into the system, right? So obviously self-service time entry would be using, as an employee, you are logging hours. using the calendar views and using different dates and as per your period schedules. You can use obviously mobile devices, which would be directly linked to Workday system as well. We can also log time using different logs and swipe in, swipe out. One of the discussion points which we had was how Workday Mobile, you don't have to do anything extra in terms of setup. There would be certain minor checklists that you need to perform, but apart from that, no additional system level initiative or configuration is required for you. So it is very seamless in that way that all the rules would be kind of similar to that of Workday screen, which you configure in general. Any questions before I move ahead, Sirisha?
When employees using Workday project, like for running its time, does that like automatically integrated with Workday time tracking?
Okay, so Workday projects is technically a separate module as that of Workday time tracking. Okay, so consider Workday projects as HCM core, consider Workday projects as absence management. So it is very much different from time tracking, but like you said, right, if you enable Workday projects, in terms of integration, you can vary in terms of connection between these two. It would not require you to do an additional setup. Just a minor setup would be required on the project side of things. So let's take an example that you have Workday time tracking already being used in your organization, right? And they are planning to use Workday projects. On the Workday project side, there will be minor level of enhancements to link Workday time tracking. So no extra effort as such, but very minor checklist kind of activities are need to be performed. In terms of configuration, you don't have to do anything extra. Simple as that. It is just the linkage between the two, initiating certain switches, initiating certain configuration changes, and we'll talk more about it, right, once we talk that how exactly it can be done, right? In simple terms, there would be certain minor changes on the talking SAP language, but it won't be applicable here. Certain changes on the SPRO side, which will link these two modules together. Got it? Awesome. Finally, so we talked about self-service, capability, mobile, as well as web time clocks, right? One of the key things which I wanted to discuss more, was in terms of approvals, right? So within Workday, think about a scenario where you are applying time as an employee, right? You have a screen, you are working from 9 to 6, right? Your shift is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Then how do you look at different validations in the system, right? So within the time tracking scheme of things, right, you can put certain validations or restrictions at the time of time entry, at the time of time approval, and after the time approval as well. You can probably use certain calculations to make certain changes. Let me explain it using an example. Okay, you as an example, sample employee is working from 9 to 6. Okay, and you are trying to enter hours, let's say more than 12 hours for the day. As per the system, if you are applying more than 12 hours for the day, system might allow you or not allow you, or based on certain time conditions, the overall logic might change. For example, if you are applying more than 20 hours in a day, hypothetically, right? You are applying time from 8 a.m. to midnight, right? Let's say 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. or 6 a.m. to, just random numbers, which are technically not feasible. You're applying time for 22 hours in a day. At the time entry level, whenever the employee is entering the time, at that level, there could be validations created, right, to restrict the person. For example, you are entering time, let's say for 21 hours, 23 hours, whatever, or you are applying time in a unit which is not being captured. For example, bare minimum you need to apply in a single unit minimum 15 units or 30 units of time, 30 minutes or 15 minutes. Let's say you are entering time for just 1 minute, right? System would restrict that. So all these validations can be set up at the time entry. Okay, and at the time of entry, there would be certain validations. Additionally, at the time of approval for the manager as well, there would be certain, configuration capabilities which are helpful for the manager. For example, let's say we as a manager, right, are looking at certain 10-15 employees and we are trying to approve their requests. There could be certain deviations to it, that for example, one employee has requested a lot of time for the week, right? then we can see how exactly it works, right? There could be certain validation triggering to the manager. Okay, this employee is overworking, or there is a lot of extra time, or there is a lot of meal break, or there is a lot of gaps in the time, right? So all these capabilities can be handled, and at the time of approval as well, it can be configured as an alert to the manager. For a mobile manager can receive an alert or information that okay, there are certain deviations to the time. Understood? So these capabilities can be configured. We'll talk more about from a system perspective, but just for understanding, there are capabilities which can be used in multiple areas at the time of time entry as well, at the time of time approval as well. Got it? Any questions, Sirisha, before we move on to the new topics? Okay. Anything to add here before we move ahead?
Yes, Raj, we have covered it's a good recap. Like whatever we have discussed, we can go ahead with the new topic.
Awesome. In terms of couple of new topics, or a couple of key foundation areas, I think one of the key things which, as Workday configuration, right? One of the key things for you, Sirisha, especially to understand is Workday time tracking, Workday absence, Workday payroll. A lot of modules have real-time calculations, number one. And by real-time, I'll talk about that in more detail. Additionally, there are a lot of by default provided reports to you. So there are two parts of things which are very easy or very intuitive in comparison to traditional SAP or Oracle systems, right? One is by default, there are a lot of reporting capabilities provided by Workday, which can be used by employees, employee as self reports, manager reports, admin reports. Those reports are there, which are called Workday delivered reports. Okay. And by those reports, you can get as latest or as immediate data as possible. Additionally, in terms of using that, you can look at as old and as complicated data as well using multiple capabilities. So you can have Workday delivered reports, which are provided by Workday directly. So as soon as you enable time tracking, these reports would be available for you, for the manager, for the employee, for the admins. And additionally, you can create custom reports as well, which would be, edited reports very much specific to your needs, right? Very much specific to your organization needs and your capabilities and all that. The good part about these reports is, remember we talked about Workday integrations, right? Let's say we are not using Workday payroll and we want to send the information of, the employees who are working for the week or for the month, how many hours they worked. And if there is some deviation, accordingly, they will be paid. So they'll be paid based on multiple factors. Number one, obviously, how much is their job profile and how much is their salary. But additionally, they'll be paid based on two other key factors. Number one, how many leaves or time offs or absences they have taken. And number two, how many hours they have logged in for if they are hourly employees, right? So these two factors are important. And if you are not using Workday payroll, then these reports can be pretty useful because you can utilize these reports, customize these reports to work in a very different fashion. For example, for a lot of countries where there is a monthly payroll, you can run these reports on a monthly basis and send the information. So Workday integration would be able to pick these reports, pick this information and share it with your payroll vendor if you are not using Workday payroll. And if you are using Workday payroll, then it is seamless. It is directly linked to each other. And we'll talk more about it, how exactly Workday payroll is linked to Workday time tracking. Okay. There is a minor configuration effort required, but in terms of linkage, that's it. It is as seamless as possible. Okay. So in terms of reporting, if we see multiple areas, obviously end-to-end insight on the HR side of things, payroll side of things, time tracking purposes. For example, from a time tracking process purpose, let's say you want to check how many employees are working for, let's say, more than 12 hours on a continuous basis. Their shift is more than nine hours only, but in general, they are logging in late and logging out late. So more on the audit reports and all those things that can be created very easily. So in terms of reporting, very straightforward capability is also there. Additionally, there are good reports which are very much linked to the dollar side of things as well. You can create a report which is linked to payroll, which is linked to absence, which is linked to HR system as well. So all these reports can be linked to each other. So a single report might have information from multiple areas. A single report might have the information about how much they are paid per hour and how many hours they have logged in as well. So very detailed and robust reports can be created. And this is not just with Workday time tracking. Within all Workday modules, you will see the reporting capability is very strong, and reports can be made very easily in terms of using as needed. So one of the key things from reporting standpoint is how do you look at which kind of data source you are taking, which kind of module you are looking at and what kind of information you are looking at it, right? So that is a key factor, and we'll talk more about it as we look at the tenant as well, that how exactly the reporting comes into the picture. Okay, now one of the other key aspects is real-time calculation. By real-time calculation, Workday tells you that whatever you are entering, obviously as a functional consultant, as a Workday person, you have configured certain logic, certain calculations to map those hours to a certain dollar amount or to a certain type, right? For example, again giving you scenario where someone is working from 9 to 6. If they're working total 9 to 6, they are paid as per their dollar salary, but if they are going beyond that, if they're working after their shift, then for each minute, for each and every 15-minute block, 30-minute block, how much they are paid, right? So if someone is doing an overtime, how much money they will be paid. If someone is working on a holiday, will they get paid on a double rate basis or not, right? So all these calculations can be looked on the Workday time tracking side of things. You will configure that if the person is, if the total hours for the day is more than 9 hours, then whatever is the hours left, those hours will be tagged to a certain different type of time. Correct? Mm-hmm. All that happens real time. As soon as you enter, immediately it is on the background, everything is calculated from the system. So you don't have to perform any action as such. In the background, system is taking care of it. So as soon as you submit your time, all the validations will kick in, and if you are entering something which system won't allow, it will immediately trigger that. You don't have to run a process as such to calculate these hours. A lot of systems have certain processes, right? For example, on the SAP side of things, if you see, for payroll processing, you are running certain reports to process the payroll, right? I'm sure you must have seen that. So, but on the time tracking side of things, everything is real time. You don't have to run a separate report. Whatever you enter, based on the logic, whatever you have entered and whatever you have configured, based on all that, it will calculate those hours. That's it. And it would be immediately available for the reporting purposes as well. But for you as an admin or as a person, it totally depends on you that when do you want to share this information with payroll. In general, if Workday payroll is being used, the information is being sent directly. But obviously for payroll, there would be certain cutoff dates. By that, all the changes would be absorbed. If after that anything happens, then obviously it won't be taken care of, and that would be falling under exception. But if you're using a Workday, if you're not using a Workday payroll module and you're using external one, then you have the capability to run that Workday time tracking file on a specific date to be sent out, right? So all these capabilities are there. One of the key capabilities as well from a real-time calculation perspective is all the retro transactions, right? How do you take care of those? For example, you have joined as an employee in the month of, and you are paid on, end of the month, you're paid, and currently it's March, and you realized, okay, on the Feb month, you missed out on one day. You worked on that day, but your ID badge or you were unable to log time. So how do we allow that? Will that fall under exception? Will that fall under certain changes? And all these changes, how the system will recognize and take it forward for payroll processing. Because the reason why you are logging those hours is exactly to get paid for those hours, right? So how exactly the information is being flown, that also is really important. And in terms of actionable reporting as well as real-time calculation, these two work in very close connection to each other, and this information is sent across depending on the logic which you create. So if you create that, okay, no retro transactions will be handled, you cannot enter older hours. If the payroll processing is being done, you cannot change that by default. That is the rule of your organization, right? Then that would be followed. Some organizations, what they do is, I'm sure you must have seen this. If someone worked in the previous pay cycle and this time they want to claim those hours, some people say that, okay, next week take 1 day holiday, don't log hours, but we will take care of it. So there are certain exceptions or the way of handling as well from each organization, but we can talk more about it. But in general, from Workday standpoint, in terms of kind of summarizing this slide for you, Workday capabilities, especially with time tracking, revolves around the calculations, how exactly those hours are taken care of, how exactly these hours are picked up as well by the system. The good part about Workday time tracking and Workday absence is, there is a calculation engine behind. And by calculation engine, it is nothing but, the lines of code which is being written. And those lines of code run based on your configuration. So automatically, as soon as on the web browser you enter your hours, your configuration will kick in the place, but those calculations will be driven by the actual Workday coding things, right? So your configuration will kick in as immediate as possible as soon as you click on enter on that screen, right? So it won't be like that you are processing it later and there are exceptions coming in. Whatever validation, whatever process, whatever rules you have built in, all those are handled there only at the time of entry. If there are rules created at the time of approval, then obviously they'll kick in at the time of approval only. For example, for a manager to alert the manager that, certain employees have requested a lot of time or certain employees have requested very less time, all these information can be created as an alert for the manager at the time of approval, right? These all capabilities are there. Multiple capabilities are there from a manager perspective as well, and we'll talk more about it in the upcoming sessions as well. But from a reporting standpoint and calculation standpoint, in terms of this slide, Sarisha, do you have any questions or anything which you want to understand more? Hope you understood. Any doubt or anything which you want to probably learn more or understand more on this one?
Whatever written in the pattern, like for example, if any hours work on a holiday is considered like as a overtime. Mm-hmm. So those calculations, if I'm relating back to SAP, so we run a time evaluation job on a periodic basis. So here, does that calculation trigger right away, or like again our job needs to be run to calculation?
Yes, all the calculations will run right away. You don't have to worry. Exactly. That's the key point. All the calculations which are there, you don't have to trigger them separately. As soon as you click on, enter, submit time, everything will be handled immediately. You don't have to worry too much about it, that, you have to run a separate report or certain activity. No, all those hours will be, directly mapped to the right blocks, right? So that is the difference between SAP and Workday system as such.
And how about like the hours entered will turn into a overtime code or a straight time code, right? So those conversions, if we have an integration with Workday Payroll, does it like happen right away?
Exactly. So for example, you have entered 9 hours, right? Mm-hmm. And those 9, let's say 10 hours, right? 9 hours is your shift and 1 hour is the extra overtime for the day. 9 hours, let's say, are tagged under a code of A. A mean usual, whatever is the paid one. And whatever is extra is tagged to E, which is 1 hour. So that tagging happens automatically. And that linkage from Workday time tracking to Workday payroll is done using time calculation tags, which I'll talk about it later. But that happens automatically. You don't have to do something extra for the payroll to pick it up. You just have to perform the right calculations, and all that information happens real time, all the processing. Okay. All right. Let's move on with the next slide. Yes. I think this is an important one where, I'll talk more about, how do we look at certain capabilities which are very close to each other and, which are, I would say, from a usual day-to-day perspective, right? How exactly these kind of capabilities help in managing Workday time tracking as an admin, as a manager and all that, right? So let's talk about one by one in terms of all the three things. I'll start from this one first, which is time clock integration, right? Because we talked about this, it would be easier for you to understand as well. So Workday by default delivers certain APIs, right? It is, as simple as, certain codes, certain capabilities to link that information to be sent to payroll, to Workday time tracking, right? So in general, like I said, imagine an organization where there are three different type of employees, right? Let's take an example where there are office workers as well, there are sales workers as well, there are factory workers as well, right? And every organization would have certain kind of people which would require to enter their time, right? So let's talk about, again, coming to the same example of Volvo, right? Volvo as an organization would have certain salespeople who are talking to different companies to getting, to get their cars and trucks sold and everything. So those people, let's say, are on the go. They are traveling every day. They are moving every time. They are just presenting and they are selling. Those people might be using Workday mobile or Workday web browser capability, right? There would be certain people who are going to the office and entering their hours using, their laptops, using the screens. Those would be using, again, Workday by default, the browser capability. The third type of people would be the people who are using certain time clocks. And by time clock, it is not like a usual clock. It is just a capability to capture the time. So if someone is swiping in and swiping out, that information by default comes into Workday. It is a very seamless integration. By default, that system capability, ensures that Workday is connected. It is just the connection which needs to be established. That information comes into Workday. So in Workday, you can have multiple sources coming in for the time information. One is obviously the web browser, which is within the Workday. Again, Workday mobile, again within the Workday. Third one is Workday time clocks, or in general the time clocks, which are kind of, I would say, sending information as well. Okay. So in terms of integration between these two, it is very seamless. By default, Workday, a lot of providers already provide direct APIs to link these two. In simple terms, it is by default, from a system perspective. For example, I don't know if you are aware of Kaba clocks or, certain type of clocks which are being used by different organizations, right? Their code is directly received by Workday using certain integrations. Okay. So you don't have to worry too much about creating certain additional code or certain, extra effort in terms of, building out the configuration and doing all that. Your existing functional configuration would work very easily. Your Workday integration person, whoever is the Workday tech guy, would create an inbound integration. And by inbound integration, I mean, receiving the information from the third party and, sending it to your Workday configuration. So that seamless part can be created very easily. You don't have to do something out of the world or, create something extra or customized for that. So that's where I think, from an end-to-end customization perspective and, kind of overall linkage perspective, it is very seamless because these are plug and play kind of capabilities, right? So that's where Workday time tracking is kind of recognized very well as well. Reason being, it is kind of connected with a lot of clock vendors already. So most of the organizations, if they have Workday, they use a vendor which is directly linked to Workday as well. And the linkage of, these two using an inbound integration is very straightforward, right?
For example, Kronos is like one of the biggest time vendors. So the company is using Kronos and Workday as the application. So like somebody from the Workday integration has to do that Kronos to Workday integration.
Yes, so Kronos and Workday, Workday integration with Kronos is very straightforward. Existing capability is there. Just the integration has to be enabled, and there would be a connection that how exactly, so Kronos is an open API as such. Workday can receive that. The only thing which needs to be configured would be, how exactly you will receive the information. Is it on a daily basis? Is it on a weekly basis? Is it on a monthly basis? And let me give you an example for that. So previously, I worked with a client where there were more than 20,000 swipe in and swipe outs happening within the first 30 minutes of the day. right? There is a large factory where a lot of workers come into the picture, come for work and then leave, right? So that is a lot of information, right? 20,000 swipe in, 20,000 swipe out, right? There is a big factory involved where people might swipe in multiple times, swipe out as well. There would be certain people who are swiping in and immediately going out for their breakfast as well, right? So there would be a lot of swipe in and swipe outs. In that case, let's say you're using Kronos as a system, right? You have so much of data that you cannot wait for 1 week, right? You have so much of information that has to be processed immediately. You should not wait for that much of information to be sent to Workday system on a monthly basis. Imagine how many swipe in, swipe outs it would have and how much impact it's going to have on your system, right? So in general, as a functional consultant, as a Workday person who knows Workday, you'll have to see that, how many people are there as well. In general, if it's less than 5,000 swipes, it is easily manageable. So there are 3 different type of clients within Workday, considering the population: 5,000, less than 5,000 users, more than 5,000 users, and more than 10,000 users, right? So if you fall under 10,000 plus or 5,000 plus, the recommendation would be to send this information as frequent as possible. And by frequent, I don't want to, send you information during mid of the day, because that would not have clear information about in and outs, right? It should be a complete set of information. Let's say completion of the day, whatever is the information, you are sending it out, right? Or after 2 days or on a weekly basis, whatever be the case. But you have to tell it to your integration person to set the frequency of this information. And he or she has to coordinate with the vendor as well. That, please ensure that your files are ready by this time. We will consume this information on a frequent basis. There would be a set frequency which is continued forever. You don't have to worry. System will by default pick up the information. Your Workday functional configuration will kick in. Whatever is the hours, that would be processed. Whatever it requires approval will be approved. And finally, that information is consumed by Workday payroll or external payroll. Okay.
Okay. So in case, like in few instances, like, there'll be a lot of payroll rules within the field, like commission employees are processed different hourly. So in case we could not capture all those kind of rules, and Kronos itself has to evaluate the data and send it to Workday. So in that case, it should be a weekly feed. So how would we handle that?
Good question. So there are 2 parts of it. So by default, for each and every validation, right? In a clock, in general, there are certain validations which are being configured as well. If there are no validations on that clock, let's say they are not doing anything, they're just receiving that information without any logic, right? Then all these information, let's say if it's sent on a weekly basis as well, on a daily basis, whatever is your calculation, whatever is the logic, that would be processed by Workday. For example, the information is sent after a week, but for that previous week, whatever is the information as per the logic, it would be processed as per the logic which you are creating on the Workday configuration side of things. So even though the information is old, but it would be processed as per that day logic only, as per the configuration only, right? So whatever logic you want to have, it is not like that you have to enter on the same day. Let's say after 5 days as well, let's say is 20th March is Sunday, right? And you are entering information for Friday. Okay. Right now you forgot to enter your time. You are entering the time on a Workday screen on Friday for Friday. Whatever is the logic for your Friday shift, whatever is the logic as per the Workday calendar, whatever is the logic as per their work schedule, that all will kick in. Simple as that. You don't have to worry whenever you are entering, with an exception that you cannot go for the backdated one. So right now, if you try to do for 20th of Feb, then system might restrict because payroll is being processed. But if you are doing within your time frame, then you are allowed to do. Whatever logic you are creating in terms of that will be processed at that moment only. So it won't be like that, that you are sending a weekly information to Workday. Workday is unable to process that. Workday will process that for each and every day, whatever is that time block, whatever is the time information, based on the logic that will process that. Okay.
Okay. One last question. So, like sometimes, like in a company, like it will have multiple time systems, right? So, in few cases, like for example, like if I'm relating back to SAP, in few cases, like if the Kronos is already evaluating the time, it's directly integrated to payroll. But if you need like all the time evaluations or time calculation, then it will go through time, then it will be sent to payroll. In the same here, like if it's already evaluated, it just like directly goes to payroll.
Yes, that's again a very good question. So a lot of clients do not use time tracking fully as well. Considering the logic, let's say a lot of talk about, just a second. A lot of clients, if I give you an example, right? Again, talking about the example which I have, which I wanted to give as well. An organization, let's say they are using Kronos. They are heavily built on Kronos. Kronos logic is being configured at the clock level also, right? So whatever is the time from a Kronos logic perspective, they are sending it to Kronos system. Just a second. Yeah, they are sending that information to the Kronos system and processing that. Okay. So let's say someone worked for 10 hours in place of 9-hour shift. Kronos system is able to calculate that within their setup of things, and they are just sending the final processed information to us. That 9 hours is just the normal information, 1 hour is the overtime information. Okay, so if that information is being sent from a processing point of view, still it has to go through Workday time tracking only. If you are using Workday time tracking and Workday payroll, if you want to directly bypass Workday time tracking, that is also possible. But with that as well, you should have at least the basic setup of mapping those hours with the time calculation tag, because Workday payroll as such can only talk to time data using time calculation tags. Okay. So there are certain identifiers attached to it. You are not using Workday time tracking logic, but you would receive that information at least from the outside system, but you have to tag that within your own system, which is Workday time tracking. So even though you are not using the processing logic, but still you will have to use at least the basic level of Workday time tracking. You cannot directly bypass that information. But in that, if you are using Workday payroll, okay. But if you are using external vendor altogether, that you are using Kronos and you are sending data to ADP, then it is not required for you to use Workday time tracking totally as well. But if you want to utilize that for reporting purposes, obviously the basic level of configurations has to be built in. Not the logic, but the basic level of container configuration. Okay. All right. So we have talked about the time clock integration, which is a key component. Those are very good questions in terms of how do we look at multiple vendors as well. And if there are multiple vendors as well, let's say you are using multiple vendors using, you are a global organization having, different set of vendors used in different locations. For Workday to consume that information, you have a set standard of information. You need a data in a certain format. So it is the onus on the vendor to provide that based on the format. It can be 10 different time clocks or 10 different vendors. You just need the information as per your format. Okay, that's it. So you will be able to utilize this time clock integration. Now, one of the key things which, any questions, Sirisha?
In case, like, in some instances, we based on the employee time activity, it needs to be posted to a different GL. So any like overhead GLs or costs, can that be integrated with time tracking system?
Yes. So by default, everything is linked to that only. That's where projects will come into the picture. Like I said, anything related to cost centers, anything related to, budgeting and all that. But in simple terms, if you're using Workday time tracking and Workday projects as well as Workday finance, right, then all this company code and GL logic will come into the picture. But if you're using just the Workday time tracking, obviously you'll be able to link that person to a cost center, but exactly in terms of consumption and all that, in terms of dollars, you would have to use Workday projects as well as Workday finance.
Like if you're just getting override, so the job he worked in the location, like in the field, for example, a certain job code needs like certain GL. So those kind of override GLs, can it be integrated from Kronos to Workday time tracking?
Yes, from Workday time. Yes, it can be linked, but if you see from a payroll perspective, just the linkage won't help, because see, your overall configuration would happen at the HCM side of things as well. So for example, if the person belongs to a certain cost center, that information should ideally be there in HCM configuration of your Workday. It should not be coming from that information, because that is the foundational information, right? All those information should be in the Workday system only. So Kronos is just, an additional system. Ideally, it should be only providing the data, which is the time data to you. About the cost centers, about the logic and everything, if you see, that logic has to be configured within Workday only, then only it will be able to consume that or use that. Otherwise, if you are sending that information from Kronos, no, it won't be able to utilize that. Then you'll have to link, Kronos system to your project system as well as HCM core, because time tracking as a system can only receive the information about employees' time only. Rest of the things are connected between these two modules internally, not from external one. Okay, so that's a good question again. But to answer in simple lines, if you look at the logic of things, if you want to have a certain business logic driven, you should have that complete capability within Workday to handle that. Otherwise, you won't be able to kind of consume that as well from a time tracking perspective, because time tracking as a module can only consume the information about the time only. That's it. All the rest of the logic should be handled within Workday.
Okay.
All right. The next one, which is, very specific to the managers, right? So at the time of, managers approving the time, right? The good part about Workday business processes and the logic is that, it can be, utilized to be customized. For example, if someone is, some people work on a double job within the organization as well. For example, someone can be a manager of the team as well, and someone can be a salesperson as well. There could be a possibility. Then someone can be, if someone is working from a different location, their managers can vary depending on the location for the time being. Let's say you as an employee is working from a different location, different country for 2 weeks in a different organization, right? Within your same company, but a different limited organization, right? So in that case, whatever is the logic being customized, right? Depending on your location, depending on the logic, all that can be customized. That if you are in this location, your manager would be this one. If you are applying for more than X hours, your approval would be required to be, gone for, manager's manager as well. So all that customization in terms of controlling that, who will approve that, who will deny that, all this capability are handled using the business process logic. And we'll talk more about in the upcoming slides as well, that how exactly it is important. I think in the future slide, there is a separate unit dedicated towards business process as well. But in general, if I tell you, in terms of controlling the overall flow, the overall workflow, which we used to create in the SAP side of things, here as well, you can create a lot of customization and you utilize a lot of things as well. You can create a certain logic that based on this logic, it will go to this level and that level and all that. All those things can be handled within Workday time tracking as such. Okay. Finally, I think the third point, which I took at the last, because, it's very straightforward again, is on the configuration side of things as well. So, you have a lot of logic that, how the employee can enter the time, that, employee can enter hours based on, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or they want to enter 6 hours, so either you can enter the time using the 24-hour format or, AM, PM, or you can directly enter the numbers as well, like 6 hours or 8 hours. And you can enter the time based on the type of the time as well. If you're using the screen, that if you are entering at 9 a.m., is it in time or out time and all that. So a lot of capabilities are there. A lot of work tags are also there. Work tags are nothing but, just an identification that, this time is being processed for what purpose. So all that capability is there. And in the upcoming session, which is on next Saturday, right, we'll look at that screen first, that how exactly these all things are available. So as an employee, you can configure, as a person who is configuring time tracking, you can configure a lot of logic that, time for you to enter is available in AM, PM format or, time block format, or how exactly it is available. So all those things are available and can be customized based on certain logic. For a certain set of people, it can be very simple, and for a certain set of people, you can provide or make a lot of, I would say, validations or required fields as well in the screen. So all that capability is very easy, very seamless in that. And it would be very, I would say, in simple terms, what should I say, it is very customizable in nature in terms of that it can be done right away, and it can vary based on different logic as well. So we'll talk about that as well. Before wrapping up the session, right, I just wanted to understand, in terms of this slide, Sirisha, do you have any questions? Because we covered again certain key aspects. I just want to cover this one, because from next session we'll again look at the system side of things, and obviously it would be on a faster pace as well. So again, wanted to understand how exactly you are able to understand at least sessions, in terms of the configuration, the control part of things, the integration. Any questions you have?
No, I'm good, Raj. I don't have any questions.
Okay. In terms of upcoming slides, I think, see this, from this slide onwards, we will look at the tenant setup only. So the upcoming slides, we'll start looking at how do we set up different kind of things, right? We'll talk about all these slides, right? So this would be more on the system level of things, and we'll talk about each and everything, that how each of the capability works in terms of foundation. So these all things are more on the foundation side, and I would prefer that we'll use the tenant rather than using these steps actually, because ideally we should be looking at the tenant at this space. But before wrapping up, I'll close out on this slide as well, which is, again, we will talk about this in the next session in detail. But I wanted to give you some time to think about this slide actually, how exactly overall capability of time tracking works, right? Within time tracking, just understand what could be the requirements. I would like to give you, probably in the next section we'll talk about that, how exactly Workday time tracking has to be configured, right? So think it more like a project right now in your mind, that okay, you are working as a time tracking consultant in an organization. Either you have to configure the time tracking or change certain things, right? So what all things you need to consider in terms of building time tracking, right? So I'll talk about this slide in the next session, because that would be a good starting point. But just think about it from a Workday time tracking perspective, what all things, or in general from a time tracking perspective, what all things you need to keep in mind in detail, so that you'll be able to link about that as well. Because next week we'll talk about the foundational key things as well, which are the key building blocks. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So that's something which you can think about it. Reason being, I don't want to fast pace this one, is because from next week we'll look at the configuration. So on the LMS, you already have the previous sessions recording. I guess if you have not seen, you can go through that. But in general, from a foundation perspective, I think we covered a lot of basics right now. First two sessions, usually what Pushpa and I do is talk about foundations, because if we don't clear foundations, then you won't be able to link to the configuration side of things. So next week we'll cover this slide as well as the foundations, right? And before that, if you have any questions, right, you can probably in the upcoming session we'll utilize 5-10 sessions for the recap and any questions which you have, right? So that we'll go through it and then deep dive on the configuration side. Okay.
Greetings everyone. I'm excited to give an overview of the Workday Time Tracking training from ZaranTech. In this comprehensive course, we will explore the key concepts and components of Workday's time tracking functionality and how it can be leveraged to efficiently track employee time and attendance. Whether you're new to Workday or an experienced user looking to maximize time tracking, this training has something for valuable insights. We'll start with the fundamentals, understanding where time tracking fits into the Workday system, how to configure time tracking to meet your organization's needs, and the capabilities of the time tracking tools. ZaranTech has trained thousands of HR professionals on how to successfully roll out and adopt Workday modules like time tracking. Our hands-on approach and real-world customer examples will empower you to meet any time tracking challenge with confidence. Don't miss this opportunity to become a certified Workday time tracking expert. Visit the link below for full details on ZaranTech's Workday Time Tracking training program. Secure your future by unlocking the full potential of Workday's robust time management capabilities.
time tracking perspective. I'm sure you have seen the Workday screen, but how exactly what all things need to be discussed and shown, right? The basic ones, we'll go through those as well.
Okay.
Awesome. So let me share my screen and then we can go through it. Let me go to the slideshow mode. Hope you can see the screen, right?
Yes, I can see.
Awesome. So, I won't take a lot of time because we have already covered, because it was very extensive in a way, but, just for adding these two topics together, because every topic is kind of interconnected across. We discussed in the first two sessions about Workday time tracking as a solution, how it is connected to multiple modules across. While we'll talk about, configuration, you have to think about, how it is connected across these modules as well. So that's where the connection with the previous session is really important, so that you are able to relate any configuration, how it is impacting time tracking on, or how it is connected to other modules, right? We talked about HCM, we talked about payroll, we talked about absence and projects, how they're connected across, right? So we'll have to think from that perspective as well. Now, next to the things, I think this was again extensively covered, was on, how the time is entered. As an example, during the process, we will show you the self-service time entry, which is from the web browser, right? Similar to SAP screen where people enter from SAP time entry screen, right? Similar to that, we'll show and how it looks like from an employee perspective, right? And obviously there are options available on the mobile side of things and web clocks, right? Web clock is anyways very standard. You don't have to worry, swipe in, swipe out, and rest of the things are taken care of by the system. Also, with every process in HR system, we talked about how the approvals work in this place. And in simple terms, the workflow of, the request, and how the overall workflow from end to end initiation of the request to final completion happens, right? So within Workday, we'll talk about that as well, that how exactly it looks like in terms of, end-to-end flow. That comes under the business process side of things, which we'll cover later in the upcoming sessions. But to your understanding, business process, transactions, and the setup would be important, right? And we'll talk about that. Finally, two important things, which was, we discussed in detail in the last session, how exactly the reporting is really different and very strong and robust across the Workday ecosystem, and especially with the time tracking, right? How exactly it is able to get real-time data processing and real-time calculations work into the system, right? So we talked about that as well. This is very straightforward, which we discussed again, was, how exactly the time clock integration, end-to-end overall control from a manager standpoint, as a manager, what all capabilities are there, and obviously the setup part of things, which we'll talk about, how it is easy to configure it, certain things which can be specific to any group of individuals and any group of employees. So that's done. And finally, I think this was the important thing, which, if you remember in our last time, I have a note as well, we discussed, right, what all areas the time tracking would be useful. Obviously, if you are setting up Workday time tracking, your purpose is to obviously allow employees to enter time, right? The primary need is, you want to track employee time, right? You are tracking employee time using certain logic, and from a business need perspective, you need to do that. Obviously, if you compare it with SAP, then it would be positive time tracking and negative time tracking, right? Positive time management and negative time management. So all those things are also important, that in a Workday ecosystem, in your overall company, you won't need time tracking to be enabled for everyone. That is point number one. If you are an organization, there would be most likely a chance that not everyone would use a time tracking system. So your time tracking would be specific to a certain level of people only. In case of HCM, in case of absence management, in case of payroll, most likely everyone would be using it directly or indirectly. Okay. But in case of time tracking, it is different in a way. Reason being, not everyone is required to enter time. Most likely in every organization, everyone is required to be having their profile in Workday system, having certain benefits, having certain compensation, having certain details in the system. But in time tracking, not everyone would be there in time tracking. For example, you have time tracking enabled in your system, but let's say you have offices in Germany, Netherlands, Malaysia, China. In all these locations, there are only set of people who are using time tracking or they need to report time. Okay. Rest all of the people do not. And those people would be, office people, or, they're working in a different function. They don't need to record time. So for them, there won't be any option to enter time as well. So that we will see that how exactly it is defined. Right. And while showing all that, I'll tell you, while Pushpa would be sharing the screen later, right, during the session, we'll see that how exactly we define someone is getting a call, something. Yeah, no worries. How it is linked to HCM as a module as well, right? Because if you define eligibility, right, if you define certain people to be eligible, how exactly you derive that logic, right? That is also important.
Okay.
Yeah. For example, in SAP, you might be using certain logic of pay code group, or certain employees in certain country code or personal sub area, personal area, and all those logics. Similarly, here as well, you'll have to define a logic, right? Based on that, the eligibility will be defined. Okay. So that's one. Secondly, if someone is entering 10 hours, right? How exactly those 10 hours will be treated? Are they getting some extra pay for that? Are they getting, a default rate for that? Or if someone is working for 14 hours on a weekend, are they getting some additional premium on top of that or not? Right. Usually in companies, if someone is working a night shift, right? If someone is getting, let's say, $10 per hour, let's say, or $20 per hour, $30 per hour. In the night shift or certain graveyard shifts, it might be a different rate. It might be 1.1 times, right? 1.2 times as well. So if someone is working for 10 hours in the night shift or 8 hours in the night shift, essentially it becomes more, right? Either we make those hours, multiplied by that number, or you might change the rate as well, So if you're talking about rate, then obviously payroll comes into the picture as well, right? So again, two modules are already interconnected. If you see HCM and payroll from the logic perspective, right? So we'll have to see the rate part of things as well. And finally, the third line, which is there on the payroll, can compensate workers, right? Very straightforward. Finally, whatever is the R in the system, either you will use Workday payroll or you'll use a certain third-party vendor to send out those details across. So finally, payroll would be also coming to the picture across. Be it any Workday time tracking implementation, it won't be the case that you are not talking to payroll. By default, at the end, you want the payroll processing to be done. You would have payroll involved directly or indirectly. In case of absence management, you might find certain clients that they are not having a robust payroll integration across, because they might do certain things manually, or they might look at exceptions only, right? But in case of time tracking, it is very close, because every day, if they are not entering hours, they won't be paid. So again, the logic comes of positive and negative time management and how time tracking looks at it. In case of absence, if you see, by default, if the assumption might be that if someone is taking something extra or an unpaid time off, then only they will be impacted by payroll, right? If someone is not having the holidays and someone is taking some holiday which is not in their balance, then only their payroll will be impacted from absence point of view. But from time tracking point of view, if you are expected to log in and log out every day, and if you are not doing that for that day, you are not getting paid. So that's where the integration between payroll, absence, and time tracking is crucial, and especially between payroll and time tracking. Okay. Any questions?
No, I'm good for now, Raj.
Awesome. Reason being, again, talking about foundations, because that would help you. Because all right, I think now we are jumping into the configuration side of things. But before going to the configuration, right? Before looking at everything, I want to talk about that. Okay. So what we are talking essentially here is there are certain aspects of time tracking which need to be created, right, at the time of first setup. Okay. If you are going to a fresh client or fresh organization where you are working as time tracking implementer, right, then these topics are more important. But if you are someone who's working in a system where already time tracking is established, right, these systems or these things are important, but not to an extent. Similar to SAP, right? For example, you define personal sub area, personal areas, company code, different transactions, right? Different reasons available, different fields available, different info types usages. You are doing it initially at the start of the project. Once that is done, once you are already live, it is more on the operational side of things. So these topics which we are covering right now are more towards the foundation side of things. Okay, that you are doing it for the first time, right? Company is setting up time tracking for the first time. In the later part of the training, our focus would be shifted toward the operational side of things, and we'll talk about how do we look at different transactions, different issues, and all those things, right? Reason being, you won't find any client right now, if they are on Workday, 99% they are already on Workday time tracking if they are using it or they plan to use it. There won't be a case that there would be very limited cases where someone is implementing time tracking from the start as well. There could be certain exceptions. There could be certain smaller organizations. But if I see from an industry standpoint, you'll most likely be working in a company or a client where you would be supporting an existing setup. Okay. There could be a certain scenario where you are expanding your geographies, or your company acquires something, or you are moving to a new country where time tracking needs to be established, and those kind of things, or certain type of population is becoming eligible of time tracking, right? Then all these things would be important. Okay. So one of the key things is, if we talk about time tracking as such, right? There are key things such as time entry, setting up time entry. And, we won't talk too much about it right now. How do we set up and all those things? But just keep it in your mind that, from a setting up of a time entry essentially involves how do you make sure that person is eligible for time entry and all those areas. Okay. And once we see the screen, it will be more easier to understand rather than looking at the slides, because these are very, I would say, system based topics where, it's always better to look at the system rather than, looking at the content, because then you'll be able to relate and we can talk theoretical part during that screen time on the tenant. Okay. The second one, and these steps are in sequence right now from a setup standpoint, but think of these as individual topics in your mind. First one is more about, setting up time entry. The second one is really important. If you see, we were talking about period schedules, right? You had a question, right? If someone is entering the data 6 months back, entering time 6 months back, how that person would be able to do that, or how do we restrict that, right? That's where the period schedules come into the picture. And by period schedules, these are the same period schedules used in the payroll. If some organization is using a bi-weekly period or a weekly period or a monthly period, in general, most of the cases, it would be monthly or bi-weekly. So we try to establish certain dates of it, right? For example, in US right now, it is a bi-weekly period starting from, right? So there is a new bi-weekly period. For time tracking as well, you would use the same bi-weekly period for your time tracking calculations, time tracking configuration. Reason being, you want to be in sync with payroll to send out the data. And by data, I mean time information, so that it is paid accordingly. Imagine a case where your time tracking period schedule is different from payroll's period schedule, right? Technically, you can have multiple different schedules, but here it is always advised to have the same ones, because it is easier to manage all these things, and for your integration runs as well, for your if you're using an external vendor as well, you would have a certain specific date to run all these, right? So that's where it should be similar and coincided. And if it is Workday payroll, then obviously it is recommended, and it's more of a system mandate. Actually, I have not seen anyone using a different date for the purpose.
So if I relay back to SAP, so we're like talking about work schedules and payroll area, right?
Yeah. And we'll talk about this. So period schedules are more about your monthly payroll dates, but there is work schedule as well, employee work schedule, and we'll talk about that. That work schedule is more about what is the shift of that person and all those things. Okay. So there are 2 or 3 different aspects. Number one, since you raised that point, right? Number one is obviously the period schedule, which is important from a payroll standpoint. Then there is something called work schedule, which defines individuals' work schedule from, if I'm working from Monday to Friday or Saturday, Sundays off, or, if I'm working on a different time zone or time shift, right? So that's number 2, work schedule. And number 3, because period schedule is not defining anything about my work, that how I'm working on a daily basis. Period schedule is just telling me, okay, this is my payroll date, this is the payroll range. And we will collect the data of time tracking from these dates to these dates and send it across. Okay. So, but the work schedule defines, okay, you are expected to work on Monday to Friday, not on Saturday and Sunday. So all the things are defined at work schedule. Okay. So two things, once in the later part of session, right, after we come back from a break later, right, we'll look at all these things, right, of period schedule, work schedule. Now, next important thing is worker eligibility rules for time tracking. This is similar to what we were talking about, right? Not everyone would be eligible for time tracking. That you have to define a logic. You have to define it, based on certain logic that all Malaysia employees working in these locations having this job profile are eligible, right? So, or all US employees working from California are eligible. So those kind of logics we will define at that time tracking eligibility rules. So these are called worker eligibility rules. The same rules are used in multiple areas, and we'll talk about it later, that how exactly these rules are used across. There is a concept called time entry template as well, where these rules are added to define the eligibility. And once we look at the session tenant from that perspective, we'll talk about that. So there are multiple topics coming in, and their names are very similar to each other, right? So you have to be a little bit careful here. We can spend more time to understand all this, so that you are clear, because the logic is, again, the fourth topic is time calculations, right? Again, this is a similar name, but the time calculation is very straightforward technically. Whatever information, and I would say this is the meat of the work which you do. Whatever time is entered by the employee, how do you define, how do you manage, how do you transform that to a certain logic? Those all things are happening on the time calculations. That if some employee is entering 9 hours, how exactly those 9 hours will be divided and bucketed in certain names or time types, right? Those all things. So for example, if someone is working for 12 hours, the employees was expected to work only for 8 hours, right? So what about rest of the 4 hours? Those 4 hours to be tagged as overtime. All that logic will be defined using time calculations, right? And the next line is super important. Skip this step if you're not interested in having Workday platform calculations. So that's a very important one. Again, coming back to our discussion from the last session, you were telling a scenario where all the logic and everything Kronos is doing. If Kronos is doing that for you, then you don't have to worry about time calculations. You just have to receive the integration information. Because it is already processed, you don't have to worry too much about processing it again. So that's where your time calculations would be utilized to a bare minimum level, or not even utilized as well. Okay, if you want to process the data, the time into certain logic, then only you are using time calculations. Otherwise, there are two cases, Sirisha. Just think from end-to-end perspective here. If the clock person or the vendor, if they are sending you already processed information, okay, if you are getting a already processed information from the time clock, right, then you don't have to do anything on the Workday time tracking. Point number one. This is clear, right? Sirisha, you there on the call?
Yes. So it's already processed, it's just integration directly to the Workday payroll.
Correct. Okay. Now look at the second scenario. Second scenario is you are just taking this information in time tracking, and let's say your payroll vendor is aware of all this logic, and that is how it is being configured there, that they are able to handle it, they are able to consume it, they are able to decide that how much payout should be done. So you can also send a non-processed data in certain exception cases, that you are not creating time calculations, you are just sending the raw data to that payroll vendor. Okay, so that can be a case as well, where you are not utilizing time calculations fully. Okay. And fifth one is really important, time entry validations. Now, time entry validations are nothing but, just look at the name, time entry validations. So whatever validation you want to put in at the time of time entry, and by time entry, it is employee entering time. whatever you want to put a validation or a logic or a restriction or an error or a notification, all these things you can put in time entry validations. Okay. So if you as an employee or a time entry user or a time clock user, if you are entering a certain time, system should restrict that or not. All these things should, for example, for Monday, you are entering 25 hours. Obviously, this is not a logical entry where you are entering more than 24 hours in a day. System would restrict that. If you are entering something which is beyond certain logic, certain standard logics, all these things can be created from your side. But in most of the cases, it should be already there in the system where time tracking is already, implemented already. So you don't have to worry, but these are very basic, I would say, the setup part of things. Okay. So we have covered all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll talk about these in system, but just think of it again from your perspective. If you have any understanding, you have clear understanding on these or not. All clear on this one?
Yeah, I'm good.
Awesome. Now we were talking about two things here. I think we have already covered these two, the work schedule part and the holiday schedule part. Think of holiday schedules as holiday calendars, because in Workday, even though holiday schedule is being used, but look at holiday calendar in your mind, because it is initially, a lot of companies now use holiday calendars, and so the name would be holiday calendar in the system when you configure it. But obviously, two schedules which are really important are work schedule and holiday schedules. And obviously the first one, which was this one, which was period schedules, right? So 3 different schedules technically are there, which are important.
Okay.
And these are to be defined. Usually, again, it is not on the time tracking to define everything. Holiday schedules come under absence as well, right? Absence as a module. So usually the absence person, whoever is the absence person handling absence management as a module in your organization, creates that. Okay. In general, if Workday and time tracking are there, then the onus lies on. So period schedules are usually owned by payroll. Okay. Just for a knowledge, if all 3 modules are there. Okay. Work schedules are more majorly owned by time tracking, and holiday schedules are majorly owned by absence management team in general, because these 3 are interconnected in these 3 modules. But from your perspective, obviously, if you are creating time tracking module or establishing time tracking module from the start, then these 3 things should be there in the system. Then only you can think of it. Okay. 7th step is configure payroll to pay time. Obviously, this is the same step if you are using Workday payroll, or if you are using an external one. And we'll talk about this in detail as well. There are multiple ways of doing it, but you don't have to worry too much about it, because you should look at foundation right now. And 8th and 9th step, obviously, like I said earlier as well. And how do you manage time off? And by time off, it is absence management. Again, absences, any PTO, any leave of absence, all these things, how they are related to your time tracking. For example, if you have already entered 2 months of medical leave system, and if you are entering the time there on those dates, system should not allow that, right? One example of that. Second example would be if you have already sent the data for the day, because absence also talks to payroll directly. If the payroll vendor has already received the time for that day, okay, the person has already applied a leave of absence, which can be paid or unpaid, then your time tracking data becomes null.
Okay? Can you come again, Raj?
Yeah, sure. If you again think of this scenario again, if you have already, if the vendor or if absence has already shared the number of hours for that day to the payroll vendor, then your time information doesn't matter, frankly. If you see, ideally should not be there actually, right? If the person has already applied a time off there or leave of absence for that day, let's say 26th March was a working day, but as an end user, the end user has already applied a sick time off. Okay. Then the expectation is that the person is not working on that day. If the person is working on that day, and these two, then he should cancel the time off, right? Sick time off. Let's say, right? If the system is sending 2 different information, ideally it should not happen at the first place. But if that happens, obviously the precedence would be given to absence management, because It is more of a time entry, non-time entry. It is more of an absence recorded by the employee himself or herself.
Okay. So basically, like when you're recording the time, it checks the employee status. If he's on a leave, it does not, it will not able to record the time.
Yeah, you have to set up that. There could, but again, see, if you look at that scenario, if person takes a half day, then system should allow for the other half to be applied. So that's where multiple scenarios would come into the picture. That is according to each and every, country or company or, different type of rules. These vary, in all form, shape and sizes across. Every organization will use time tracking very differently as well. It can be extremely complex. I mean, I think it is one of the most complex modules, if you really ask me, time tracking from that perspective, that how complex it can become, right? Because it can be a lot of calculations in terms of managing, or it can be managed in a different decent way, which is the recommended way, because time tracking as a module is anyways, I think if you see from all the areas, right, payroll and time tracking is considered to be the toughest modules across, where a lot of, calculations and a lot of effort is required in terms of maintaining, right? So that's where it totally depends how exactly it is, being configured as well. For example, if it's straightforward request where, we just need to ensure that time is being recorded and sent to payroll, that's it. Any deviations by default are tagged as overtime, irrespective of the day. Then it becomes a straightforward kind of an approach where, okay, that if within that day, if it's crossing a threshold, then it is tagged as overtime. For overtime, the person is getting, $1 more per hour or $2 more per hour, whatever. But that logic is defined at payroll. Okay. Finally, coming to our topic again, how do you manage time off? This obviously comes on the absence side of things. And the last one is, time tracking for mobile. Again, how do we enable that? We'll talk about it later. But all the logic which you have created on your main configuration page, the same would apply on the mobile as well. There are certain limitations as well, where a lot of clients do not use it as well. And we'll talk about that, but not to worry too much about time tracking for mobile as of now. Okay. Any questions between these two slides, Sarisha? You can go through it once again. Let me give you 30 seconds to pause and, make a picture in your mind. Take 30 seconds in this slide and next one as well before we move ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, take your time. Are you clear, Sarisha?
Yes, one quick question.
Sure.
So regarding worker eligibility rules, suppose an employee moves from non-exempt to exempt, where like exempt you don't have to record any timesheet. Does it automatically, the eligibility rules, will be removed when the employee moves from a non-exempt to exempt position?
Good question. So two things to note here. The rules which are defined, worker eligibility rules, are not defined for individual person. For example, if you, me, and are in the system as time entry users, I'm not defining rules for Sirisha. What I'm defining is, if someone is working from this office or having this job profile and this employee type, then the person will get time tracking as an option to enter time. Number one. So you are not defining at an individual, you are defining at employee type. Point number one.
But you told employee type in this location, if this employee type, then eligibility rules are applied. So that is what you're saying, right? Employee type, exempt and non-exempt.
Now look at this one, real-time calculations again. If someone is moving their status, if someone becomes exempt, non-exempt, whatever, right? Promotion to a different job profile, transfer to a different country, as soon as that is effective, based on your worker logic, based on the condition logic which you created, worker eligibility rule, if the person is eligible, he or she will be able to enter time. If the person is not eligible, he or she won't be able to, enter time. That's it. So look at it from that perspective. Within PA and OM, coming to SAP, for your better understanding, whatever transactions are being handled there, if someone is getting a transfer, promotion, whatever, if by that action the person becomes eligible or non-eligible on time tracking side of things,
Okay.
Then that happens automatically. You don't have to worry that, okay, someone got promoted, someone got transferred, I have to change the time entry calculations, time calculations, eligibility calculations. No, you define it one time. If you hire a new person as well, if the new person is eligible for your time entry, by default, that person would be eligible. If you define a certain logic, it would follow that depending on employee type, whatever is the data. Think of it from a data perspective. Your time tracking is connected to HCM. Okay. HCM is feeding you the information about the person is exempt, non-exempt, manager, senior manager, any other country, location, whatever. That logic we will define that logic based on the company, right? Company will tell us, okay, we need these type of people to be eligible. They won't tell, okay, is eligible or Sirisha is eligible. No, they'll tell these type of people are eligible, working in this organization or that organization, whatever. We will follow that. Whatever happens within after that rule is created based on employee type. For example, employee gets terminated or moves out, right? Employee gets a promotion and moves to a different country. If your logic, according to your logic, the person is eligible, then person would be eligible. If the person is not eligible, then you don't have to worry as per your logic. Okay.
Okay. And this is all day driven, right? Like once every day, like once you change that group or thing, like it automatically impacts your eligibility rules.
Exactly similar to, let's say 31st of the month, 31st of the March, the person belongs to a certain group where he or she is eligible. After 31st, on 1st, the person moves to a different organization, different country. Okay. Let's say the person moves from Singapore to Switzerland. In Singapore, employees were required to enter time, but from 1st of April, the person is moving to Switzerland, and the company rules there are, you don't have to worry about all this. So from 1st onwards, you don't have to worry, your rule would kick in, and then you'll be able to, then the rules will be applicable as such for Switzerland. Okay. Any follow-up questions you have?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Perfect. Now in the next slide as well, these are very straightforward, but again, take just 10-15 seconds. All clear on this one, Sirisha?
Yes, Raj.
Okay. Awesome. Right. All clear on these two, right? No issues on this one?
Yes.
Perfect. Now this is again really important. Now this talks about really, really basic step, or the first step, which is like the core of the configuration. If you see time tracking, you have to define how exactly the time is being entered, how exactly different groups are there, how exactly the different time entry templates are there. All these things are really like these 1 to 6, even though it looks like 6 steps, these are the big ones. Okay. Just read through these first, so that probably you should also think that what exactly these are meaning. I want you to think as well right now, because I think you have enough foundation. Just think of these steps and try to understand first from your side. Okay. So if you see these steps, right, these steps define time entry method, that how exactly time, what is the entry mode of time, right? Are you entering as an in-out, in time and out time, or you are entering it based on certain hours, right? And once we look at the screen, it will be easier to understand. The rest of the steps are also really important. If you see time entry codes, we define all these codes and groups to a certain logic, and these would be beneficial when we look at the screen to talk. But if you see the first 1, 2, 3, 4 are kind of defining how exactly a person is entering time. Okay. So you define, okay, what would be the logic, what would be, different time entry code groups, time entry codes, time entry templates. And by time entry template, it is essentially, a logic or, a basic configuration for one person or for one type of person to be eligible. For example, you can have one time entry template for your organization that everything remains the same across the organization, right? But there could be certain, go ahead.
So is it something like, from time perspective, they'll be using time codes, but when the system is evaluated and it sends to the Workday payroll, it will be turning to pay code?
Can you repeat that question again?
So for example, like when you're entering something into the time on the screen, it will be like, you'll be using time code. But when the data is integrated to Workday payroll, when you're sending to Workday payroll, will be turned to pay code?
There is a name to that. So pay code is very different technically in Workday terms.
Okay.
There is a time calculation tag. You define a tag for those hours. That is is picked up by payroll. So for example, your 9 hours are there as entered time, right? To link it to Workday payroll, there should be a time entry tag, and we'll talk about that. I think we have one slide for that. To talk to each other, there would be a tag required. It is just an identifier between these two modules to identify certain data. Okay. So by default, the logic of conversion won't happen. In your time calculations, we will create that logic to have a tag as well. And it is getting more technical, so that screen, once we look at the tenant as well, then it would be more easier to understand. Okay. But first 4 steps are important in terms of how the setup is being done, and we'll talk about this with the tenant. Just as a high level, I wanted to touch base. Step 5th and 6th as well. 5th is really important, how exactly the business process flow is being defined. The security and everything is being defined. Once you enter time, does it go for an approval? Does it go for no approval, or all those logics? The overall workflow part of things is at step 5. Okay. And the 6th one is more about reporting, that how do we look at the data when a person is entering the time for him or her, what exactly is the dashboard, and how exactly that is represented for the week for that person, right? We'll see that. And one of the key things or a starking difference would be, in general, in Workday, it is by default a weekly based submission. In general, on a weekly basis, the expectation would be to enter time, to close out time. As an employee, you can enter time for 1 day and stop, 2 days or stop. But in general, you enter for 5 days and then click on submit, so that 6 days, 5 days, 7 days, whatever. On a weekly basis, you define that. And once we see the screen, we will think about it again and talk again. So this is covered from a time entry setup. I think from this slide perspective, one of the key things, again, this is more about eligibility roles. We have covered these time entry codes as well. So time entry codes are nothing but when you are entering time, for what purpose you are entering those time and everything, those are defined there. And once we look at the configuration, we can look at that. Third one is security. Security one we'll talk about in the next class, considering the sequence of things. But in general, you have to set up a security so that you as an admin can edit that. But by default, that ownership lies on your security person, the person who manages your end-to-end security. To compare it with SAP, it is more on SAP basis guys, or someone handling the security end-to-end. GRC guys, usually they handle all these things. But from Workday standpoint, that setup is provided and given to you by default. So that you are able to create worker eligibility rules and time entry codes. Okay. Okay. I think this should be, and this is more on the steps. How do we create time code group and all those things? This is more on the tenant side of things. How do we create that? Access the create time code group task, on time entry to use the different logic. You don't have to look at it. Frankly, if you really ask me, how do we configure? You can go through it once again, during the class or, later as well. But in general, how do we create the time entry code task? Once you look at the screen, so slowly you will understand that what all things you need to be entering to ensure the right logic is being driven, right? If you don't fulfill or enter any information, which is a mandatory information, then system won't allow you to, go ahead and close it, the configuration. For example, you are defining certain things and which are not correct, system would restrict that as well. So in the time code group task, you do multiple things in terms of, time entry and all those areas. Again, this is very from a system driven. We'll talk about this on the system side of things. Okay. So if you see, these 4 things which we have covered are more on the system, which we will cover right away after taking a break. Just think of these topics, and once we come back, what I'll do is, Pushpa would be sharing the screen in helping, certain things about all this. And, in parallel, we can discuss everything. Right? That how do we look at period schedule? How do we look at holiday calendar? How exactly the screen looks, first of all. See, you should look at, right now you can configure without worrying to, because since you are new in the ecosystem, probably we'll talk about the basic stuff as well, that how exactly the screen looks. I don't know if you have seen the Workday time tracking screen or not.
No, I didn't see it.
So yeah, so our logic, I don't want to directly jump into something which you are not aware. You should know that if you are creating something, how exactly it will look at it, right? How exactly the front of the screen looks. So that is important, right? I cannot tell you to, create a custom info type without telling you about basic info types and basic actions, right? So similarly, I'm not jumping on the calculations right away. What I'm doing is, look and feel, and the basics should be clear to you. That's the plan. Let's take a break because it was a highly, I would say, detailed tech class, initial first 45 minutes or 1 hour, which we had. What we'll do is take a 10-minute break, and after that we will go through the basics which we covered on the Workday tenant, and then after that we'll go to the slide 2. We'll go through the content and then again come back to the tenant again to look at those aspects. Okay, so that's the plan. Let's take a break and let's meet in 10 minutes from now.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Okay, thanks guys. Hey Sirisha, are you back? Hey Pushpa.
I'm back.
Sirisha, I think she is coming back.
1 minute, Raj. I'll wait.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
All right. Okay. What we'll do is, we have covered a lot of basic topics right now. If you see multiple areas, multiple things. So next, I would say next 1 hour or so, what we will do is to help you with the overall basics on the tenant and tell you basics about Workday tenant as well.
Okay.
Right. But while I was sharing the screen on Workday tenant, right, I had one question to understand how much should we tell, right? Can you tell us about what all do you know about Workday tenant as of now? Because that will help me and help us to understand how deep in a topic we need to go. Because I don't want to give a generic kind of, information to you. So that it won't be useful. So the approach would be to understand how much do you know about Workday in general.
I don't have any hands-on, Raj. Just like I'm little familiar with some HCM screens.
Okay, so you have seen those screens, but taught anything.
Right. That is
perfect. All right, so we'll have to probably give more time on the basics, and that would be good in a way. I don't want to give you access without giving you knowledge as well, right? Otherwise, it's not a point to to do something which is not important. Are you ready with the tenant so that we can talk about basics? You can go through these basics which we discussed, right?
Yes. Yeah. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yep, we can. Can you?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Sure. So yes, it is to start with the Workday tenant, right? This is how the Workday tenant home screen looks like for any kind of Workday tenant. Okay. So to start with the basic, like whenever you log into the Workday tenant, you will be able to see this home screen where you will be having the very basic information about that particular organization, how it has been set up in the tenant. So all the screen that what you have been seeing here, right? The announcement or the timely suggestions or recommended for you. These are basically the organization-wide configurations. So how you wanted to view your employee, like, okay, the kind of picture or any specific message that you want the employee to view when they log into the Workday tenant, then you can configure here. Okay. And there is a specific view all app is there, right? When you click over here, you will be able to see all the applications that the employees are having the access to. Okay. So this view all app, it is like, first let's understand, okay, let's say it is a personal information, right? Okay. So here, when you click on the personal information, the employee will be able to view the very basic detail, like the employee personal information means what it contains: your date of birth, your gender, your legal name, the employee name, first name, last name, and all, right? So those kind of information you can come and view over here. And here, different, like if you have the time tracking module, in this application, you will be able to view when the particular module that is enabled in the tenant. Okay. So let's say where we are able to see the absence, right? Absence, team type, and compensation, anniversaries or expense. So these are all the areas where it has been enabled for the particular country or for particular employee. And hence the employee is able to view the screen. Okay, so this is all about the apps that you will be able to view in the Workday tenant. Okay, and here again, this is the screen where you can type any kind of, you can search any kind of task. Okay, let's say for example, I wanted to view the holiday calendar. You can just type in view holiday calendar, and then it will take you to the particular task, like how you can view the holiday calendar. You wanted to search any employee name, you can just type in that, and then it will take you to that particular employee detail. Okay, like anything, let's say you wanted to create something, let's say you want to create a holiday calendar, right? Again, you just type create holiday, then it will take you like what are the create holiday calendar, then create holiday calendar or the work schedule calendar rule, everything like what comes under the create time off. So everything, it you will be able to view that, and then particular like you can go ahead and then create the particular task. So when you search, you can see here, right, this is a task. So this is nothing but create holiday calendar. It's a task that you will access to create a holiday calendar in the tenant. Okay.
Okay.
So before going ahead with create a holiday calendar or the, to set up any of the work schedule calendar, let's see the already existing, how to view a holiday calendar or how to view a work schedule calendar, and what are the components inside it, what does it all belong to. And then after that, so that when you get the access to the tenant, it will be very easy for you to create the holiday calendar or work schedule calendar. The setup will be very much easier before going, creating anything in the tenant. So let's say I'm just going to the view holiday calendar. Okay, so see here, as you can see, I just type view holiday and automatically it appear in the screen, right? So view holiday calendar, I just went ahead and it will be, let's say for India, I wanted to view the holiday. So I just typed in holidays for India. So this holiday calendar name could be anything, like you here you can say holidays for India or holiday calendar for India. The name can be anything that you wanted to again define in the tenant. So this name can be like, it is again organization specific, how you wanted to give the naming convention to a holiday calendar, like how it has been already set up in the tenant. So similar naming convention again you have to follow. Let's say for India, we have the holiday calendar already created. Next country, let's say I wanted to create something for Brazil. Okay. So again, you have to keep the naming convention very similar to what already it is existing, so that there is a consistent in the system setup. Okay. Are you getting it?
Yes.
So here, as you can see, view holiday calendar. So this is the name, the holidays for India. And then the second field would be your description. Okay. So what is the name? So this is first you are defining the name. This is the more detailed description that you wanted to provide to the name. That will be like national or statutory holidays for India. Okay. So here you are defining more detailed version, like why, like what it contains. Okay. So here you can create, let's say, holiday for India, or a state specific also you can create holiday for, let's say, Telangana. Okay. Holidays for Maharashtra also you can define like that. So here first you have to create, you have to provide the name of that holiday calendar, and then the description, like what it what it contains. Then the third field, again there is one more field that is called the country or country region. Okay. So here, if you wanted to define based on a country specific, let's say here also you can define the holidays for India. Here also you can mention as a India as a country, or the country region, any particular region also you can you can mention over here. Let's say you wanted to create a holiday for a particular state, then you can define directly. Then automatically for that country, this holiday calendar will be applicable. Okay. So right now here, as you can see here, it is empty. So it doesn't mean that if it is empty, then all the country it is eligible for, because we also have the calendar rule. Okay. So the calendar rule is nothing but it defines the how the holiday calendar will be, which kind of country employees, or which country people, or which region employees will be eligible for this holiday calendar. Okay, so this is the calendar rule. Like we have, I can just, we can again more deep dive into that, how the calendar rule has been set up in this system. So this is the calendar rule. Again, you wanted to, let's say you wanted to define something, holiday worker located in India, also all the full-time employees, those will be applicable for this holiday calendar. Again, you can set up a calendar rule also based on the worker located in India as well as the full-time workers also. Okay. So for anything, okay, one more thing I'm thinking, that I just forgot to mention you from the beginning is, whenever you see anything, right, three dots, wherever we have this three dot, this is called the related action. So once you can click into that, you will have many options, like here all the possible options, like what are the actions that you can perform for this particular task. Let's say here, this is the holidays for India, this is the holiday calendar. And then when I clicked over here, I can view that, I can see here it is a edit option and there is an option for delete. Okay, I can go ahead and edit this holiday calendar as well as I can delete this holiday calendar from the tenant. Okay.
So usually this is given access only to like who is supporting this, because we just like search on the search option, right? So this is not given access to everyone.
This access will be only given to the who will be here, the time administrator, who will be the configuring all this information in the all this setup in the particular tenant. Okay. So for employee specific, no, they will not have this kind of access to the tenant. Only who are doing the setup in the system, who are implementing, who are defining all this configuration, they will get the access. Okay.
Can the time admins get a view option of this?
Yeah, they will be having, the time administrator also will have the view options, because the time administrator, again, it is depend on the security, right? What kind of security has been given to the time administrator. If they wanted to view the employees more detail, like the employees holiday calendar, then the work schedule calendar, or the time tracking, how many hours the employee had already entered, then based on the security, they will be able to view or perform certain task. Okay. Again, everything is in Workday, it is based on the security, right? Like how it has been, what are the security that has been given to the particular group, to the implementers or else the employees or the workers. Based on that, they will be able to access those tasks, and then they can configure or they can edit or delete those tasks in the Workday tenant.
Okay.
So here we have the holiday calendar, we have the edit, and we have the delete option, as you can see here. And next is the audit, right? So here in Workday, we have the options to audit. Let's say once I have set up the holiday calendar and I have created the holiday calendar, if someone want to know that who has created this holiday calendar, okay, in the tenant, because once you are created, it is all set up. Okay, but you want to know who has been created, then this is the view audit trail. You can just go and then click on the view audit trail. Then it will take you to the detail, like when the holiday calendar has been created and it has been created by whom. Okay, let's say if it is by, if it has been set up by me, or if it has been set up by some other person or a particular group that has been created, then they will be able to view the audit. In the audit trail, you will be able to view those details. Okay, and the next option is the calendar, right? So this is the calendar, the holiday calendar. This is where we are able to view the name, the description, and the calendar rule. So when you create a holiday calendar, so these are the very basic information. First, you have to define it in the system. Then it is all done that you have created a holiday calendar. But again, we have the calendar event. Okay, so unless until you don't create the calendar event, right, your holiday calendar is not completed. So first you are just creating a holiday calendar, and again you have to edit this calendar event. So calendar event is nothing but the holidays. Let's say the Republic Day is a holiday, it's a calendar event, right? It is a public holiday, or Independence Day is a public holiday. So these are the holidays we have to define in the system. We have to define in the tenant. Then, unless until we don't add this event, then how the system will know that this holiday is applicable for which date, and like when it is applicable. Is it Republic Day? It is for 26th of January, right? So 26th of January, in which year this holiday calendar is applicable, then you can define based on that date. So that this holiday calendar will be applicable for 26th of January 2009. Okay, Sirsa, are you getting it?
Yes,
or
yes.
it is too much of technical?
No, I'm good. So these holidays, do we need to set up every year?
Yes, every year you need to set up in the tenant.
Okay, because like if you determine like this holiday happens always on January 1st, does it always like automatically populate? So we have to go manually specify the date.
You have to manually create the calendar event for that particular date.
Okay.
So
yeah, Workday won't create anything for you.
Yes.
Sirisha, by default, these are custom ones which you have to create every time. So even though every time Republic Day is 26th of Jan or Independence Day is on 15th, whatever, everywhere, even though it is common information, you have to create it, like Pushpa told, right? You have to create it every year as part of yearly activities in general. But this activity again can come down to absence guys as well. The person managing absence, usually it would be already there as well, but if required, this is how it is kind of set up in general.
Okay, so for example, like the company I'm like supporting, like they have a sales commission employees, and they have like 40 different calendars based on their location. So in that case, do they like have to go manually set up every year, or like if we have that list, can we directly upload on this? Is there an option
so you are saying an automated way of doing it, right?
Automated, or like if we have the spreadsheet, can we upload?
Yes.
Okay.
So you are looking for something similar to BDC.
Yes.
BDC upload, right? So there is a concept of EIB here in Workday, which we can talk about in the later part of things, but that EIB in general is not falling under time tracking. But in the last sessions, if we are able to complete it within time, right, we can talk about that EIB logic as well, how that spreadsheet can be used to upload data or calendars or anything. Okay. So that capability is there, number one. But in general, that doesn't fall under time tracking overall scope. That would be more on the HCM or basics actually. But we'll talk about it in the later classes. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. So there is an automated way, like as Raj mentioned, right, that we can upload this spreadsheet using an EIB. Then, this can be also created using an automated process also. Okay. So where we were in the calendar, right? So the calendar is so once you create the holiday calendar, you can add the calendar event. You can, by adding the calendar event, right? You have created a calendar event called Republic Day for 26th of January and for this particular year for 2009. And then again, you wanted to add one more calendar event called the Independence Day. Then you can just come over here and add the calendar event. So you can, create one by one calendar event based on the holiday that are being defined for that particular year. Okay. Let's say like why we are just creating, defining based on the date. So we know that Republic Day, Independence Day, or this Gandhi Jayanti, these are all the public holidays that which are defined based on the date. But let's say we have Diwali, we have Ugadi, okay, which differ every year. the holiday will be defined. This year it might be on the 1st of April, but for next year it could be in any other month, right? In month of May, or it can fall on any different month. So that is the reason that we are defining the holidays every year with a different date and then particular year. Okay. So for that year, you will be able to view the calendar event has been set up for that holiday calendar. Is it clear, Sirisa?
Yes.
So again, there is a option called copy, okay, where this will take you to the copy the holiday calendar. So again, you wanted to create a holiday calendar for a different country, then you can just come over here, you can go to the copy. So you can use the same calendar rule, and then you can similar the description for that for the existing, and then you can copy to a different country name. You can just change the name of the country, and then again you can use a different calendar rule, and then the country or the region you can again mention that. But this is the way that you can copy a holiday calendar for a particular holidays. And the filter calendar event by date. Okay, let's say you wanted to view the calendar event by date, you wanted to view, right? So for example, we have the holiday calendar event starting from the 2009, okay, and we are currently in 2022. Okay, so you wanted to filter the calendar event based on the particular date, then you can just come over here. It will take you to the calendar. You can view the calendar event based on the date and view calendar workers. Okay, so the view calendar workers is nothing but you will be able to view how many workers those are assigned with this holiday calendar. Okay, so one concept in the holiday calendar is when the holiday calendar is created, okay, we are not assigning this holiday calendar to any of the worker manually. Okay, then how it will be assigned to the worker? Based on this rule, this calendar rule. So when you define the calendar rule, let's say worker located in India, then all the workers who belong to India, they will be eligible for this holidays calendar. Okay. So we are not assigning to any worker one by one. Let's say in India, we have thousands of workers, right? We are not assigning any holiday calendar manually to any worker. So this is the calendar rule. Based on this rule, this holiday calendar will be assigned to the worker. Okay. So this option is nothing but you wanted to view the calendar for worker, then you can just again go ahead and then view like how many workers are assigned to this particular holiday calendar. Is this clear, Sirisa?
Yes.
Yeah, and these options which Pushpa shared, right? Obviously, there are multiple options available, but in general, Sarisha, for you, you'll have to just create it one time, or in general, someone from absence team is creating or maintaining it. There would be always multiple options available in the 3 dots which Pushpa mentioned, right, in related actions, but you don't have to worry about everything, right? It talks about multiple things. In general, majority of the people do not use all that. For example, editing and holiday calendar and all those things, right? It is a one-time activity and that's it, right? Rest of the steps are there, but not useful, right? So there are other ways of, for example, you can view, create and edit, right? View holiday calendar is there, create holiday calendar there is there, edit is also there, right? If you want to edit anything, why will you go to view and then select an edit option, right? You can directly go to edit holiday calendar. From here as well, you can go to edit, but why do you want to do that? So there would be obviously multiple ways of doing things. Like for example, Pushpa this time gave you very detailed option, but with everything in Workday, right? There would be certain things which probably you'll have to click and see and learn, right? So it is more descriptive, which we are trying to do in the first ones, which Pushpa is helping you with, everything. But obviously within the Workday, within every configuration, there would be 1,000 other things as well, right? Which might be useful, might not be useful. So, and over a period of time, those are added as well. So you don't have to worry too much about, a lot of things. I think the focus again is what we're trying to do is on the basics, which Pushpa is helping right now. One last thing before, I'll, pass it on to Pushpa again is everything in Workday is defined using a logic or an eligibility. You are not defining anything for an employee from a configuration standpoint. In general, in SAP as well, when you were defining based on certain logic. Probably ABAP guys might use certain, codes to write ABAP lines, but in general, the configuration is defined more towards a population or an eligibility. So here as well, if you see, calendar rule is there, which is telling you that everyone which is under India is falling under this calendar. Similarly, in time tracking, when we see worker eligibility rules and rest of the things, you will find that this kind of approach would be used, right? When we talk more about it. Okay. Yeah, Pushpa, go ahead.
So the next thing would be our calendar rule. So here you can see, you can define again the calendar rule based on the condition. Let's say here I am going to, as soon as I click over here, again, you can see the 3 dot, right? So here, if you can click over here, it will take you to the another screen, and it will talk about like, what is this condition rule all about? Okay. So we have just defined the calendar rule, the location, address, country belong to India, right? We are just defining the holiday calendar rule that within this location, address, country means for this country, is equal to India. So I'm not if shall we go ahead with the condition type or
go ahead.
Okay, sure. Because it is again
Just a second. Let me
Yeah, you were saying something, Pushpa?
Yes. I was just defining the conditions rule, right? Where we have
Hello?
Raz, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Pushpa?
Yes, I can hear you pretty clearly, Raz. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I was thinking you were reaching out to my internet, just dropped in between. Any questions for me?
No worries. I was just saying that shall we go ahead with the what are type of conditions or condition rule, what it contains, or we will take it in the later point of time?
Yeah, I think we can take it in later point of time. Let's move to work schedule now.
Yeah. So here for you, Sirisa, right now, you can you see that here, this is a calendar rule that we have created for the worker location based on the worker address, location, country. And if it is India, then all the worker that belong to India will be eligible for this holiday calendar. Okay. So similarly, we can define the calendar rule. So why I was, taking a pause here is like when you create it, definitely you will be able to, you need to understand in more detail, like what are the options here, what is a condition looks like. We will take you more deep dive into that when we go ahead and create the holiday calendar and the calendar rule. Okay. Now, let's say I will take you to the one of the calendar event. So if I can open one calendar event, so these are the very basic information that we need to define the calendar event. Okay. So the view calendar event, you are defining the name of the calendar event. Here it is a Republic Day. So this is the name that you have defined. And for which date? Okay. If it is, as you can see here, this is, we are defining for 26th of January and for year 2009. Okay. So similarly, every year we need to define the holiday calendar event for Republic Day for that particular year. Okay. So in the calendar event, you have to define the name of the calendar event along with the start date and the end date. Okay. So there might be certain holidays, right, which will be applicable for 2 days or 3 days in a continuously. Let's say there are particular shutdown week for any of the country, right, where normally it happens for a particular month, let's say in July or in December, that for 2 days or for 3 days, the holidays will be applicable. So that time you define the start date and end date for how many number of days that holiday is applicable for. Okay. So this is the start date and end date. Since the Republic Day is only defined for a particular day. For 26th, we are defining the start date and end date. Okay. And again, the start time and the end time. Okay. So we are defining the event, we are defining the time. The start time of this event will be the 9 a.m. or 6 p.m. Depend for that particular country how you wanted to define. You have to also define with the start time and end time for that calendar event, and whether it is an all day event. Okay, yes or no. There will be like, if it is all day event, then we don't need to define any particular time. Then you can define whether it is a all day event or if it is a half day event. Let's say certain holidays that you are defining for a Christmas Eve. Okay, Christmas Eve, definitely you are defining for a half a day, right? For that, before the Christmas, you are defining a Christmas Eve. So for those, you can again define the start time and end time, and whether it is an all day event or not, you can also define that. Okay, and the next option will be a recurrence. Okay, how this event is going to recur in the holiday calendar, whether it is a one-time event or it is a recurrence in a particular interval. Okay, so based on the type of the event, you can define these categories in the holiday calendar. Do you have any questions, Sirisa, on the calendar event?
No, I'm good.
Okay, here we are define the calendar event. Okay, there is again one more option is display on time off and leave calendar. Okay, so the time off and leave calendar, it is basically part of the absence module, where we are, employee will be able to view the particular time off, right? Whether you wanted to display in the time off and the leave in the calendar, you want to display this event. Let's say when the employee is going to request the time off on 26th, you wanted to display that, okay, hey, 26th of January, this is a Republic Day. It is a holiday. Okay. Do you want to display that? So this is the option where if you can define, you wanted to display this on the time off and leave calendar. Okay. So this holiday calendar, basically we are defining for absence management. We define for time tracking. In time tracking, why do we need to define the holiday calendar? Definitely, let's say when the employee is scheduled for a particular day, right? Whether that day is a holiday or whether that day is there any holiday or half a day holiday or full day holiday? Is there any holiday for on that particular day? And then how the overtime for a holiday is calculated for. That is the reason that we are defining the holiday calendar in time tracking. Is that clear, Sirisa?
The display on time off. So if we update as so that is not visible. The calendar is not visible at the
exactly the calendar. Yes, this holiday calendar will not be visible while requesting the time off in the absence calendar.
Okay.
Do you have any questions over here, Sirisa? Any more questions on holiday calendar?
Regarding the eligibility rules for this calendars, so I think you were showing some other screen, right? Where
yes.
This location, can you go back to that screen again?
It's just the screen.
Okay. So here we can add more options, right? For this location, for this employee type.
Yes.
So
yes,
I think,
yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, Raj.
Yeah, I was saying, once we look at time entry calculations, right? Everywhere we use these kind of logics, it would be exactly the same. You can add 5 more conditions here if required.
Okay. How about rule usage on the other tab? Okay.
It is just telling you about, where exactly it is being used.
Yes.
Okay.
And as someone who's learning, Sirisha, don't worry too much about, additional factors as well, because for example, you configure something, there would be certain things where it might be used. So the approach, and again, I'll tell you the reason, because in general, the SAP consultants, if they try to move to Workday, right, their approach is always looking at multiple aspects of screen, but the approach should be, at least in configuring Workday, is you should look at, okay, you are defining something on that screen, there could be potential 10 different things which are there interconnected. The good part with Workday is you are able to see it right away. The bad part with SAP was you have to go through and then see, right? It required you to go through SPRO. So even though there is a lot of information available for you, for example, the same rule might be used somewhere else as well, right? For example, then this is an additional information in general, but the approach towards configuration should be, what is the objective of that configuration? And if you're defining something new, you should not worry too much about additional factors as well. Once you get used to the screen, you will probably not even think about rule usage in these conditions, right? So that would be an advice and approach which, in general, I'll suggest once we talk more about, multiple aspects. So I think holiday calendar, Pushpa, is covered completely. Do you want to move to the next one on the work schedule? I think
Yes.
you were talking about period schedule as well as work schedule, right? These two things.
Yes, correct. So again, you can just search the view work schedule as soon as you just type in, and then you will be able to see the view work schedule calendar. And here you can search your work schedule calendar. So let's say I will show you one of the standard work schedule calendar. For that, as you can see here, there will be a lot of options, right? You wanted to search, you wanted to just type in, then the existing work schedule calendar will pop up, or you wanted to create also, there will be options to create the work schedule calendar. Okay. And you wanted to view the calendar by any group or, based on the category, also you will be able to view. You can utilize all these options to view a work schedule calendar. So let's view how this calendar looks like in this tenant. Okay. So as you can see here, again, the name of the work schedule calendar, the standard 40 hours per week. This is the name that has been defined. And again, you can see this 3 dot, right, where it will take you to the different category, different options. Okay. So the first option here, it would be edit and again delete. So you can edit the work schedule calendar, you can delete the work schedule calendar, and all different options it will take you, depend on what you wanted to perform, all the related actions. Okay.
So one quick question. So holiday calendar and work schedule is it always like one-to-one mapping, or can I assign one work schedule to like 40 different holiday calendars?
To employ, there could be like one holiday calendar. Okay, always we are defining the holiday calendar based on the particular rule, right? Let's say for a country, or for a defining based on the full-time or interns, or based on the employee type. So it would be always one holiday calendar. Again, the work schedule calendar, it can be many. Okay. Depend, like if there can be a shift workers that are already, they are assigned to multiple work schedule calendar. If they are, they are scheduled to a different schedule for a particular month. Okay. For 1 week, they are defined for a one kind of work schedule for another week. So it can be one-to-one, and it can be one-to-many. It is not necessarily always one-to-one.
Okay. Yeah. So, and one thing, Sirisha, your specific question, right? So what I is telling about, it is about work schedule. There could be multiple work schedule for the same person. For the first 3 weeks of the month, person can be working in the day shift. Then last one can be night shift. But there is no linkage between holiday calendar and work schedule directly. It is linking through the employee, through the worker. They don't talk to each other that way. Holiday calendar you define separately, work schedule calendar you define separately. These are two different things.
Okay.
They can be independent to each other. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, if at all, like I was telling about 40 different calendars, right? Because if they're like 40 different locations, the holiday calendars are assigned individually at the location, but they'll all be working the standard 40 hours work week. So in that case, there'll be only one work schedule, but 40 different calendar assigned for each location.
Correct. In your case, in your company, if that's the case, see, there is no limit to it. Like Pushpa was telling, right? You can be in Germany. You can create, depending on the city as well, you can create a holiday calendar. But do you want to, if your company is having 40 countries or 40 different requirements of holiday calendars, then there could be 40. Okay, but do you need it? Possibly no, possibly yes. Similar to work schedule, can you have just a single work schedule used across the whole company? Yes. Across all the countries? Yes, you can have it. Do you want to have it? For example, an IT company where there is, let's say there is an IT company where there is no logic of shift. Everyone is working from home. That company is totally remote. There is no tracking of hours. Then you can define a normal work schedule. You don't have to worry. Obviously, in general, in the offer letter for employees, you mentioned 9 to 5 is your overall expected time, right? And that's it. You don't have to create multiple ones. But if there is a requirement, then you can create. So it totally depends on the requirement in your specific question, Sirisha. It was clear, right, Sirisha? I didn't receive any response from you.
Yeah, I got it, Raj. So, I mean, in general, like, yeah, I mean, I got it, like how it works.
Yeah, in general, people prefer not to create. See, these are anyways very foundational things. What Pai is mentioning is more towards one-time activity in general, which we do at the start. Once you create it, you don't worry too much about it. These are very foundation ones. What I will suggest is, you go back to your, if you have access in your tenant, you go back and see. If not, anyways, upcoming sessions, we are providing you with the tenant also. That is also there. But in general, if I tell you, these are foundation things which you have to just think from, at the starting, that based on the requirement, what is required.
Okay.
Yep. You can go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah. So here you are defining the name of the work schedule calendar. Again, the description will be more detail about like for why this holiday calendar, why this work schedule calendar belong to, what it is, all the detail you can define. Also, you can define for a particular country that you are creating this work schedule calendar. You can also do that. Okay. And again, you can see there is a calendar rule, right? Like as I said earlier, that we are not assigning this holiday calendar or work schedule calendar directly to any employee, right? To any worker. This is defined based on the calendar rule. Okay. So here the calendar rule has been defined for full-time salaried global worker with exclusions. Let's say you can define for a country, you can define based on the global worker or the industrial worker or full-time or part-time, definitely based on your like how you wanted to define this work schedule calendar. Based on that you can build a calendar rule. Okay. And again, the work schedule calendar group, this also you can define, like here they have defined for full-time, right? When you are defining full-time, so all the full-time worker will be eligible for this holiday, for this work schedule calendar. So this is how the calendar rule and the calendar group will be defined for a work schedule calendar. Okay. Do you have any questions, Sirisa, here on the calendar rule or the work schedule calendar group?
No, I'm good. Pushpa.
Okay. So the next is we have for the time specific configurations. 1 minute, just give me a minute. Okay. So for the time tracking, for very specific time tracking specific the configurations that we will enable here in this section. So first is we have the day breaker. Okay. And so the day breaker, what does it define? Like the day breaker is nothing but we wanted to mention like what is the time that the particular day the work schedule calendar will be applicable for. Okay. We can define based on the work week and based on the day, like on which time, what is the time that will be this work schedule will be visible to the employer, to the worker. Okay. Work week start day Monday. So when we defined here Monday, right, in time tracking, when the employees are entering the time sheet, you must have seen that even in SAP, right, the CATS tool, that they will be it will always start with a particular day, right, whether it is Sunday or Monday. So based on this setup, your calendar will be visible in the time tracking. Are you getting it, Sirisa?
Yes.
You are defining that particular day and the day breaker, the time that will be starting in the time sheet. Okay. And Also, we have the the pattern of this work schedule calendar, like how the when the pattern or start date, and then like how it has been scheduled for, or how the work schedule calendar is scheduled from throughout the week. Okay, so here, as you can see, this is the pattern that has been defined. Sunday is off and Saturday is off, and from Monday throughout Friday they have defined 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Okay, so Monday to Friday is your working, the employee is scheduled to work for 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., where we have the weekly off as Saturday and Sunday. Okay. And also we have the weekly hour. Okay. So when you have the options to define like how the work schedule calendar you wanted to define in the system. Let's say you have employees who are working 3 days in a week. Okay. You wanted to define this Saturday, Monday, and Tuesday you wanted to define as a working day, and rest of the day you wanted to give them as a weekly off. Okay, that also you can define here, that from Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday you can define 8 hours, or you can define 12 hours, like how you wanted to set up the work schedule calendar. And also we have the weekly hour. What is the total weekly hour you wanted to define based on this holiday calendar, based on this work schedule calendar. Okay, and here you can see the pattern detail, right? If you once you click over here, you will be able to see again detail, the day of the week and the start time. And also there is a options to define the meal break, like meal start and the meal end. Like you wanted to define, let's say you wanted to provide 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. or the 30 minutes of the meal break with the meal start and the meal end. Also there is options to provide to set up those meal start date and meal end break. Okay, during the throughout the day, during the in between the start date and end date for a particular day, like how you wanted to schedule this, you wanted to define the work schedule for that particular group of employees. And here we
pay, like in case if you set up the meal pay, but still the employee can go and edit based on the schedule he takes, right? Or is it not editable?
No. So how it will be, so these are everything here what you see, right? It is defined in this system. For a worker, there won't be any options to edit this start time or end time. Okay.
Okay, but we say in the back, like in the back end, like whether it's a paid meal or unpaid meal, right?
That is a different setup again. Okay. So those setups are very specific to the time tracking setup, like how we wanted to set up in the time tracking. Also, you can create a meal break. You can define a time type, time entry code, time code group. Also, you can set up, but those are very specific to the time tracking configurations. There also you can do that. But here it is just based on the work schedule calendar, where you are defining. In general, we are not defining any meal started or meal end here, but Workday has given this flexibility to configure in the work schedule calendar. Also, let's say you are in time tracking, right? You have built one rule stating that employee working beyond 8 hours, they will get some overtime. Okay. So how the system will understand that this employee is, has worked beyond than 8 hours? How the system will understand? So the system will look into what the employee is scheduled to work. What is the work schedule that has been defined for this employee? And then here, the answer is here. So based on this time, based on 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and the total hours, right, 8-hour working, here the system will see what is the scheduled hour for this employee. And then if the employee is working beyond that 8 hours, means in time tracking, if the employee has entered, let's say in and out time as 9 to 6 p.m. or 9 to 8 p.m., then the additional time will be considered as overtime. Okay. So here this work schedule calendar is very important in time tracking to understand how the employee has been scheduled to work, how the system has been defined. Okay, like here there could be many more scenario. You can Friday, let's say for certain country, right, Friday would be a half a day. Okay, Here you can define again the start date and end date to that 4 hours or 5 hours if you wanted to provide that, and also the number of hours you can define based on that also.
Okay. So, for example, if California employees they cannot take the schedule break, I mean the company has to pay the penalty. So, in this case, we schedule the meal pay start and end date. And how do the employee record the? I mean, it's a schedule in the back end. Like for example, 12 to 1 is their meal break. So how do the employee record whether they took or not? Like how does it work here?
Okay. So again, you wanted to restrict the employee to take the meal break, right? So we can configure that in time tracking. There is specific that we can make it mandatory that to take the employees during a particular time. Okay. We can configure again those validation, those rule in the system that employee need to take those many, 30 minutes or 1 hours of meal break. We can also define that.
Okay, so do you think they'll be using a different time code for
Yes.
recording their meal break? Okay.
Yes. So we have, when you enter to the time tracking configurations, right, in the time entry template, we'll have all kind of all these queries will be get resolved during that, and you'll be able to know there are a lot of configurations that Workday has given. These very specific to the meal break, how you can configure, how you wanted to display the total, like how you wanted to display the working hours, the overtime hours, or any kind of shift you have configured in the system, how you wanted to display that in time tracking. So those can be done. So those are all basically in Workday. Everything you can define these kind of configurations, rule based, condition based, and validations. These are all applicable in time tracking.
Okay.
Any questions you have, Sirisa, so far?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Again, we can, like, once you go ahead and create this work schedule calendar or the holiday calendar, right, you will be able to view, you will have a lot of other questions also. You will be able to see there are a lot of options, but you can very minimum, you can define the calendar rule or the calendar group, and then you can define the pattern for this holiday or the work schedule calendar and the start time, end time. You will be able to, once you get a hands-on, it will be very easy to understand like how it has been set up in the tenant. Okay.
Okay.
Next thing would be our period schedule. Okay. So view period schedule. Again, we have, let's say I will take you to the one of the monthly period schedule. So whenever you search, again, here you can see monthly, semi-monthly, or say monthly time lag. So based on it, there could be different type of period schedule, right? You can define in the system. So let's see like how the monthly period schedule, how it has been set up in this tenant. Okay. Again, when I search period schedule, it will take you to the view period schedule. And this is the name of the period schedule. And again, here you can see there are 3 dots, right? Here, once you click on that 3 dot, means there is something that there are again the related actions that you can perform everything. Okay. So once you create that time, I will take you to more about it, like what are the options are there in the period schedule. But first, let us understand what are, like how the period schedule has been defined in the system. Like what are the main component of a period schedule? So here you are defining the name of the period schedule. So the name is monthly. We have defined. We have also defined the frequency. So for monthly period schedule, you are defining the frequencies monthly. And usage is, so this period schedule is something, it can be used in absence, payroll, and time tracking. Okay. All these different modules that period schedule will be used for. Basically, it is core for a payroll, but even for time tracking and for absence also, we are using the period schedule. Okay. Irregular pay date. Payday means how you wanted to define the payday for that particular period schedule, the last day of the month, or last working day of the month, or last day of the month. You can define also the payday of any period schedule. So when you are defining the period schedule, right, here you have the periods, the period number, like how many period for a particular year. Okay. Here, if you can see, this is a monthly period schedule, and it has been defined, let's say, for 2020 year, right? There are total number of period is 12. Okay, since it is a monthly, we have total 12 period that we have defined in this period schedule, and the period started. So, for example, we have this is December 1st, December 2020. Okay, and the period number is 12. So for 1st December 2020 would be our period started, and period ended will be the last day of that month. So always we are defining the first day to last day of the month. But depending on your requirement, right, based on your requirement, you can define the period started and period ended and the number of period. Okay, and payroll payment date. So here again we have defined the last day of the month, right? So this also you can define on what would be your payroll payment date. Based on that, you can define in the period schedule. You want to define the last day, or you want to define a midday, or any day you wanted to define for a particular period schedule. Also, you can do that. Okay.
So is this period schedule handled by the payroll IT team or mostly the time tracking team?
Yeah, mostly payroll actually.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly if you see, it is very close to, I think that is really close to their config. They always take care of this one. But what Pushpa was trying to tell, obviously it is being used in absence and time tracking as well, right? Because in a way, everything is defined based on that logic, your monthly payout. If, in, let's say, in a lot of countries, there is a monthly payroll period schedule, right, being used. People get paid on a monthly basis. So in that case, payroll takes care of this one. Absence and time tracking kind of receive this information to use for them. So if you remember our slide, right, one of the things which I was telling you, HCM talks to time tracking, payroll talks to time tracking. So this is payroll talking to time tracking in a way. Whatever in general payroll guys define, you will follow that. Mostly that is the case, and they take care of in terms of maintenance and everything in general.
Okay, even if the company doesn't use time tracking in their system, do those things still appear? Absence time tracking still appear?
No. So you have to. No. That's a good question. You won't define that. If you're not using absence, do you mean clicking on time tracking once or absence as well?
Yeah.
So if you see, it is being used somewhere in time tracking. If you don't use absence, if you don't use time tracking, then it is just for payroll. For payroll, it is a bare minimum requirement to have. For payroll, it is foundation step number 1. That's where they need to use it. For absence and for time tracking, obviously they need it if you are completing and configuration. But in terms of ownership of this activity, in general, payroll is the main owner. You are there to assist and look at the impact for your module. Otherwise you don't have to worry, because payroll takes care of this development or maintenance in future as well.
Okay, so time tracking, so let's assume like we have like 10 different attendance codes and 10 different absence codes. So like we need to specify all those available attendance and absence codes on the screen here, like under absence. Like it has more options, right? What does it mean?
Which one?
Here,
Yeah.
these
okay.
are right. Yeah.
These are anyways. So let me tell you in simple words, because this is, you define on the absence configuration to use this thing. So if you are using absence, then for certain absence plans, you need to use this one. So whatever you use, the usage is reflecting here. In time tracking, if you see, we are using it in certain eligibility condition. So whatever is being created there, that is linked here. That's it.
It's not manually set up, like it's automatically put by the system. Okay.
It is automatically added by the system on AUS annual leave. You use this one, that's why it is coming up here. So it is interconnected. Okay. You are not defining it here that for absence plan, you are using it here. Indirectly it is coming up, and this one as well. Okay, the same with work. If you have like 10 different work eligibility rules, so everything will be pulled up on the screen. Correct. Okay. So that is the logic. Usually work eligibility rules, it is by week. And if you're
payroll schedule is bi-weekly, does that still pull up on the screen?
You want to see how exact? Pushpa, do you mind sharing the bi-weekly one as well? So you create different ones on different needs. There is a monthly one, there is a bi-weekly one. There are ways of creating multiple. If you see, there would be bi-weekly as well, which is being created. So this works on a bi-weekly pattern. So the overall number of transactions, or overall thing would be more than that, more than 12 in a year, depending on number of weeks, right? It will be almost double, or in fact, in some cases 25, 26 as well, depending on the dates. So you create separate ones based on that. But again, this comes to payroll to create. If you are using it somewhere in time tracking, you will use it. Otherwise, you won't.
Okay. So suppose, like we have multiple working weeks, like, employees work Sunday to Saturday and they're on bi-weekly schedule, but few employees, they are paid on 1 week lag. Few employees, their working week is the same, but they're paid on lag. So in that scenario, do we set up a different period schedule, or still it's the same?
You use the same. See, at the end, you look at how exactly the payment is being processed. If the payment is processed on a bi-weekly basis, you will have to follow bi-weekly in general.
Okay.
So the driving force, employee might be entering time on a daily basis, weekly basis, whatever, right? At the end, what needs to be followed is why we are creating time tracking is for the payout on, or the final impact is payroll. So that's where we have to think, at the end, what do you want? You want the payroll to be processed, and your period schedule should kind of link to those time tracking areas, right? So that is the key thing. At the end, define. So this is again foundational thing. When you will be configuring it for the first time, where any client or company is not having this thing, right? You'll be sitting with payroll guys, you'll be sitting with absence guys, you'll be sitting with the integration guys, and defining. Payroll will say, okay, for India employees we run monthly, so your time tracking should work on a monthly basis. For let's say for US you have bi-weekly, obviously, so for everything should run on a bi-weekly basis to manage the payroll as well, right? To manage retro transactions. So everything in a way is defined from the payroll side of things, technically, if you see, because at the end you want the dollars to be matched, right? So that's where time tracking follows the payroll schedule indirectly, if you see.
Yeah. Okay. So the only thing I'm not clear is, like, for example, like always the employee working week is Sunday to Saturday, regardless if he's like paid monthly, bi-weekly.
Correct.
But in this case, if he's a paid bi-weekly schedule, we need to have a time, a time schedule also should be set up bi-weekly.
No, everything runs on a, see, your employee screen will be a weekly screen. Whatever are the dates, right? Those dates would be picked up by the system indirectly. You don't have to worry. For example, when we show that screen to you, right, how time entry happens, even though it is time entry based on, certain weeks. For example, monthly employees, there are 4 weeks. The last day is the midweek, right? System will take care of those half dates only to process the payroll. For example, 31st falls on Wednesday, right? System will consider time till 31st to look at everything, even though everything is set up on a weekly basis in the Workday side of things. And by setup, I am telling the screen behind the period schedule would be a monthly period schedule. Obviously, the period schedule would be a monthly period schedule, but the screen where employee enters time, right? That shows a weekly kind of screen, and we'll show that, how exactly it looks. So even though on the screen it is showing you weekly screen, it in general everyone works from Monday to Friday. Friday they enter time, right? Let's say they are India employees, right? Every Friday they enter the time for the whole week. But let's say the end of the month happens on the Wednesday, right? Then system will take care and look up to that date only to process the payroll. By the logic of period schedule, even though the screen looks different, right? So a US employee will have a screen which shows a weekly, an Indian employee will have a screen which shows weekly, but in the background everything is working according to the payroll, which is bi-weekly or a monthly cycle. Okay, so system takes care of that because of those dates which we have, right? You don't have to worry that the only emphasis, or the only aspect to process the payroll is the time should be entered for that that date, and rest of the things will be taken care of by these logics which we are creating in the background.
Okay.
And yeah, and let's do that. Do you mind sharing enter time for any worker, for a sample worker, right?
Yeah, we can.
Because that would be helpful for visualizing. There is a lot of topics. One of the things, Sirisha, is there. Time tracking is a complex module. Try not to learn or try not to think from SAP perspective always. That is one of the things which I told you in the first class as well, in the intro one, because the problem is you'll be confused. I learned time tracking 10 years back, and when I was an expert on SAP side of things. If I was comparing it with that, right, it will be a problem. Trust me. SAP as a module and Workday as a module, as an application, are totally poles apart. Workday, American based approach where Oracle thinking comes into the picture, and SAP is very robust in terms of how do we define, very different from the linkage. Not every ERP would have a same logic, right? So even though the business function would remain, don't try to link it. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to think from that perspective, right? And we'll talk more about it, because right now, see, I'll tell you one thing. By the next 2 classes, you'll be confused as well, more confused, because it is a complex module. As soon as you learn, it will be more confusing. But as soon as you apply as well from a basic standpoint, slowly you will start learning, because out of all the Workday modules, time tracking can be a difficult one to understand. If you were a fresh graduate or having no experience as well, or having just the business knowledge, it would have been easier. But since you have SAP knowledge as well, unlearn part is also required, right? If you were having pure HR experience and you were doing system for the first time, you don't know SAP, then it is easier. But now you know SAP as well, and your system, your mind thinks from SAP thinking as well, because all the years you have thought things from an SAP perspective, right? So don't do that as well in a way. And these are good questions. But one of the recommendations from my side is not to compare with SAP as well in general. Wherever it is easier or logical, I'll try to. But on the configuration side, no, not at all, because it is very different. So what we are trying to do here is enter time for worker, right? Basically, we are trying to enter time as an admin for a sample employee, right? And we'll show you this screen, how exactly it looks like. And in general, everywhere in this world, people use this UI only for Workday. So it shows Monday to Sunday time, for a date range. This employee, Kevin Turner, might have, a weekly, bi-weekly, whatever be the period schedule, we don't have to worry. The thing is, the screen available is a weekly screen. And as an employee, the employee can enter time. He or she is not worried about his paycheck. As an end user, you are just entering time for the week. That's it. For that worker, he's not worried about, when exactly it is being processed and everything. So this is an end user screen. If a normal user logs in and enters time, this is the screen which comes up, right? Which shows different dates. And there is a time as well. If you see here, 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. and everything is there. Though overall 24 hours are there. And there is an option, click to enter time as well, right? So here exactly the time entry happens. Even though it is a weekly one, the payroll might be processed on a monthly basis. Okay, that is clear, right? Every time by default it's a weekly based approach in Workday, but in reality on the background it might run on a bi-weekly basis or a monthly basis. Okay.
Yeah. So the enter time screen here, you have the options to view by week, or also there is an option to view by day. Okay. You can display for a particular day also how many hours that has been entered by this employee. But by default, this is a weekly view. You can view in the tenant. Okay. So here you have the weeks. Let's say like for a particular week you wanted to view, or you have this option to go back to the previous week, or particularly you wanted to select any of this week, right? You can also have these options to view that. When you view, it will take you to the calendar, and then you can go again to that respective week. Okay, this is, and also you wanted to, there is an option of, let's say we are in this week, right? 7th of March to the 13th of March. As soon as you click, it will take you to this current week. Okay, but as you can see here, 26th, it has been highlighted here. So it will take you to that particular week. Also, you can see here it is defined Monday to Sunday, and then also the hours is 0. So as soon as the employee has entered in particular number of hours, so that you will be able to see here for particular day, let's say in Monday or Saturday, how many hours that has been entered by employee. Okay, so in this screen here, you also have view to view the summary of, let's say, these are the time that has been defined in the system for this employee. So the summary would be like for the total week, how many hours the employee has entered for regular hours, and then overtime or the double time based on this different premium working hours. You will be able to have a summary view for that particular week. Okay, and there is
One
a
of the
yeah.
one more
Raj?
thing, Pushpa. Yeah, one thing to relate to her. If you remember the holiday calendar, right? If you display it, it will show up as a holiday as well. We can show some example later, but that also trickles down here.
Yes, and when you click here, that is, as you can see here, right? There is a accents, right? Like here, there will be a different related accent that will be available for this employee. Again, these are also basically based on the configure, like how you have configured in the tenant. This will be applicable here. So this one you can review in the later point of time when we will define when we will take you to those topics. And as you can see here, we have I have just logged in as an admin, right? So I won't have any much options to enter the time for this employee. But when I log in as an employee, I will be able to view like how to enter the time and how I can submit. So here you can see, you won't be able to see any submit button or anything. You just see that, okay, there is something called unmet check-in, and then there are 6 alert you are able to, and when you click on these alerts, right? So these are something that is coming as based on our system validation, that how we have set up. Based on that, this alert will appear in the screen. Okay, so for this employee had checked in, if you can see here, this employee had checked in 6:11 a.m. Okay, so in work schedule calendar, I was telling you, right? I was explaining you that we have defined the worker to working time will start at 9 a.m. Okay, so when the system see here that okay, employee has entered some time which is beyond that our scheduled working hours. Okay, that time here, as you can see here, need attention. Okay, and then based on this also you are able to see these alerts. Okay, so these alerts and these validations, right? Again, it is more about the time tracking specific configurations that we will discuss, like when we start start doing the configuration for time tracking. Those we will discuss, like how we can put a proper validation rule, the time entry validations, that how it will work. But this is the basic understanding that how does it looks like, okay, in the system.
Yeah, Sirisha, take 10 just take 20 seconds to look at the screen and ask any questions what you have from your perspective, right? Just think of the screen as an end user, as someone who's entering time, not as a Workday person, as someone who's entering time, right? This screen would come up for someone who's working as a shift person, right? So these all things would be available for him or her, right, to enter. Don't think from a admin or someone who's configuring, right? Just think from that perspective.
Right.
Yeah, just look at the screen and think of all the options. See, if you just on the dates, right? If you see Monday 3:21, right? Hours are there. It will show how many hours you enter, right? On 3:26 as well. If you see unmatched check-in, so all the things would be available on the right hand side. If you entered, for example, on a weekly basis, how many hours you have put in as regular and overtime, all those things would also come up. Okay.
Okay. And Raj, Pushpa, in fact, like my kids woke up, I have to go give breakfast to them. So I just want to stop. stop here for
Sure.
today.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, that's fine.
Greetings everyone. I'm excited to give an overview of the Workday Time Tracking training from ZaranTech. In this comprehensive course, we will explore the key concepts and components of Workday's time tracking functionality and how it can be leveraged to efficiently track employee time and attendance. Whether you're new to Workday or an experienced user looking to maximize time tracking, this training has something for valuable insights. We'll start with the fundamentals, understanding where time tracking fits into the Workday system, how to configure time tracking to meet your organization's needs, and the capabilities of the time tracking tools. ZaranTech has trained thousands of HR professionals on how to successfully roll out and adopt Workday modules like time tracking. Our hands-on approach and real-world customer examples will empower you to meet any time tracking challenge with confidence. Don't miss this opportunity to become a certified Workday time tracking expert. Visit the link below for full details on ZaranTech's Workday Time Tracking training program. Secure your future by unlocking the full potential of Workday's robust time management capabilities.
Formed in multiple areas. That is one of the key things which you need to think from a Workday time tracking perspective. So same things can be performed in multiple areas. So that's something which we'll keep on talking once we look at the tenant as well, right? That should be our objective. Because we can frankly speaking, we can give an assignment right away, and you can create a holiday calendar, and you can blindly create a holiday calendar. There's no value add for you. Anyone can create a holiday calendar, right? The key thing is how you look at holiday calendar while you're creating, you understand what is the impact of it, right? So that is the key part actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me share my screen first, and because understanding configuration part is, I believe, you can replicate the config very easily from looking at the existing configuration as well. But the key thing is understanding the key things, right? In future, if you want to clear or crack an interview, you should understand the key concepts. So that's the objective. Always, at least in my training between Pushpa and me, right? We believe in more of a value-based approach rather than, creating something just for the namesake, right? We don't want to go through the sessions without adding value. So that's the objective. Hope you can see the screen, and I'll probably talk about the earlier topics first, and then we will proceed with this session, right?
Yes.
You guys can see the screen, right?
I
Okay,
can
awesome.
see.
Awesome. So right now, if I wrap up everything for you, what you have covered is what is Workday time tracking, what all areas Workday time tracking is connected to, be it internal modules, be it external vendors. And be it in terms of external vendors, there would be two key vendors. The first one is obviously if you're using a time clock, and number two, if you're using external Workday payroll. So in terms of talking, imagine Workday time tracking as a person. That person will talk to these many people, which is internal systems as well as external systems. So by default, irrespective of anything, Workday time tracking will talk to HCM. Workday time tracking will talk to absence if they are implemented. Workday time tracking will talk to payroll, internal or external, depending on how it is being configured. Okay. And it will obviously talk to the time clock vendors or external time entry areas wherever the time is entered. So that is one. Okay. Apart from that, we discussed key things, how the time is entered. There are multiple ways of doing it, which is internal web screen, which Pushpa shared example for you, where employee's screen was there of a week that employee was having an option to enter time. So that is one. Mobile devices obviously is number two, and number three is obviously time clocks. Okay. And we discussed about the reporting part of things as well, how reporting is very strong and how it is real-time calculation as well, right? So we discussed all those topics. Apart from that, we discussed one more key thing, was How do we look at key important schedules, which is holiday calendar or holiday schedule, period schedule, which is kind of primarily driven from the payroll team, right? And the work schedule. Work schedule is nothing but employees' work schedule. And you had questions on one-to-one, one-to-many kind of thing as well, right? So we covered all that. Apart from that, one of the key topics which we covered was, in case you don't want to use any logic in time tracking, you won't be using time calculations. It would be either processed from the clock vendor side, or it would be either processed from the payroll side, right? So these two things are there.
Okay.
So this was more of a wrap up for you. Any questions before we proceed?
No, I'm good.
Sure, awesome. So what we'll cover is time calculation tag, time group, and overtime testing, and basics of overtime. How do we look at it? So this is again more towards the tenant side of things. This is more on the practical side of things, but it is essential to understand the basic concepts, right? So we'll obviously talk about each and everything in the tenant. But if you see the logic of time tracking in terms of calculations as well as time calculation tag, right? Just think of calculation, setting up a calculation in time tracking is obviously how do you want system to behave. And I'll show you what exactly I'm talking about. So before looking at, setting up time calculation tag or creating time calculations, right? Don't worry about the slide. Just think of an employee, a worker, anyone who's entering the time, hourly worker, right? If they are entering the time in the screen, what do you want to happen with that time, right? If someone is entering 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, what logic do you want? How exactly you want them to be captured? That is number one. How exactly that would be captured and how exactly it will be shared across with the payroll, right? Because if someone is just following the work schedule, obviously they will be paid exactly as per the work schedule, exactly as per their overall, paycheck as per the logic, right? That is number one. In addition to that, if someone does an overtime and all those things, right? So what exactly should happen? Based on that, we can create certain calculations there as well, right? And this is more on the, I would say, tenant side of things, that how do we create and how do we, talk about each and everything. But to answer, specifically, we create time calculations to handle any logic, whatever logic you want to do. That if someone is entering 10 hours, how many hours should go into that bucket and how many hours should go into that bucket, or how exactly the premium would work if someone is working on a Saturday and Sunday, how exactly the overtime logic would work. All these things are handled using time calculations. Okay. There could be, I'm just talking about scenarios, right? Time calculations can be created in 1,000 different ways, 1,000 different logics. It is as simple as normal calculated field, normal logic, any logic which you want to create, you can create. But especially in general, if you see what would be the general cases, in a week, you can enter maximum 50 hours. If you are going beyond 50 hours, system will take care of those numbers as a different overtime, a weekly overtime, right? Additionally, there would be logic of daily overtime as well. This logic is exactly same as any functional time tracking in SAP as well. If you see, or in any ERP, in any time tracking system, these kind of things which are overtime, shift premium, all those things are there. There are different logics based on different countries as well. There are certain regulations, like we were talking about California meal break. Depending on California meal break, there could be certain logic which we want to drive as well. In Canada, there are certain logics. In Europe, certain logics are there. Whatever it is, or in your company, for example, if someone works more than 10 hours in a day, they will get, whatever they enter after 10 hours, they'll get 2.5x of dollars, right? 2.5 times of dollars. So all these logics are created using time calculations, right? Inside. And if you are not using time calculations, then the reason might be that you are just capturing this information either the payroll is processing it, or your vendor is kind of sharing the process information. A lot of clients are there where they do not use time calculations in detail because it is complex, it is priority based, it is combination of multiple calculations, which we'll talk about. A lot of clients do not prefer to create it too complex as well. What they do is usually outsource if they are using an external vendor, right? So that is one of the case as well. And it can be super complex as well, where you are defining everything within your system, right? So it comes down to how strong your time tracking is from the company side of thing. For example, a company can have a simple logic: weekly 45 hours is the expected time, Monday to Friday. If someone goes beyond 45 hours, they will get 1.1x of their dollars, that's it. Or if someone is doing overtime, irrespective of the day, they will get double. So you will capture those time as just a normal hour only. But for payroll to know that this hour has to be paid at a certain premium, right? That's where time calculation tags are there. Time calculation tags are nothing but an identifier for the payroll or for the external system to identify that, okay, this is what type of time. Okay, you can name calculation using any logic, but finally what exactly you want to distribute that time under a certain bucket, under regular time, overtime, Sunday, holiday, premium time, whatever is the company name, whatever you want to call it, right? All those logics are used using time calculation tags. So imagine time calculation as the processing unit. Imagine it as a CPU, which is processing everything. But the output is, in terms of identification, the index is the time calculation tag. How do we identify finally that which time is overtime, which time is regular time? All these things are there, in terms of these two systems, time calculation and time calculation tag. It won't be the case where these two work differently. These two are together only. And once we look at the config, we'll see that how important is time calculation tag. Now, before moving further, if you are using Workday Payroll, the key thing is time calculation tag need to be established. And for payroll to receive, they will look at the time calculation tags, and then they'll be able to consume that information and process further. Okay. So time calculation tag, in simple terms, is an identifier. Number one is essentially an output of time calculations, and it is an important bridge between time tracking and payroll module. Okay. Because payroll is not aware of anything about time and anything, what is regular or what is overtime. Payroll only knows about money, right? Payroll only talks about it should be paid at 1.1x, 1x, 2x, 3x, whatever, right? So that number multiplied by the overall dollars associated with that person, that the billing rate is $150 per hour, $100 per hour, $50 per hour, whatever, right? All those things are handled using the time calculation tag. Okay. And we'll talk about all these calculations based on a certain logic, but there is no end to it. There are 5 or 10 listed here. You don't have to worry. Think of a logic that what do you need and what exactly is the purpose. Okay. Important thing is, obviously, these are, key steps in terms of building, the usual step is, create a time calculation tag in your mind. For example, let's talk a bit about a scenario, and I'll run through these slides with that, because that would be easier. Let's talk about a scenario where you want to capture regular hours. So you created a time calculation tag of regular. Okay. After that, you created a normal time calculation, which is capturing whatever hours are entered. If they are entered less than 45 hours, that one we are able to capture in the time calculation, right? So two things we have done, a tag and a calculation. After that, the important thing is you need to look at the time calculation priority. There would be multiple calculations created for the same type of people. Which one would run first? Which one would run last? Because just visualize this thing. If you are calculating it daily overtime first versus a weekly overtime first, right? These are paid in a different way. So which calculation should run at first matters a lot, so that they are able to pick up the data. This is a critical one, and during the assignment we'll talk about it, that how do you think about that calculation priorities are really important, right? Finally, time calculation group, basically it is nothing but, we are just combining multiple calculations under one bucket. Think of it as a type of, personal area, and there are multiple personal sub areas. So these calculations are multiple sub areas which are tagged under time calculation group. Okay. Clear?
Yeah. So I think I asked you this question earlier. So all these calculation setup, when based on the employee data, so when this will be evaluated in the system, is it like right away, or is it based on a job?
No, so there is no job required. That's what I'm saying. And once we enter the time, right, as soon as the person enters the time and clicks on submit, right, all the calculations would run. In Workday, any validation or any calculation to kick in, you don't have to create additional job or additional things. You can do it using your submit. Most of the processes which are employee facing, 99.99%, you have to, for example, let's take a different example. If you are entering, a time off, okay, if you are entering a time off, entering a leave, whatever you are entering, as soon as you click on submit, all the validations, all the system processing will happen. Similarly, here, once you enter the time, as soon as you click on submit for the week, everything would run.
Okay. So for example, if an employee entered like 45 hours for a week, so 45 straight and 5 hours overtime tag will be generated right away. The employee submits.
Correct.
Okay.
So after that, once all these calculations, so this is more on the setup, and your question was more towards behavior. Coming back to the setup, once these all things are created, if you see and read here, the bi-weekly calculation start date determines the bi-weekly periods for the calculations, right? So obviously these rest of the things can kick into the picture indirectly, that bi-weekly, if the person using a bi-weekly calculation, it is looking at the period schedule and looking at bi-weekly, and that's how the time is being processed, right? Now it totally depends on you. Even though the person can be using a bi-weekly period schedule, if you want to share the data every 3 weeks as well to external vendor, you can do that. No one is stopping you, but your calculation would technically run from a bi-weekly perspective, right? So there won't be any scenario where there is some deviation between payroll and time tracking, but in general, everything runs on a bi-weekly based on the period schedule, right?
Okay.
So that
it looks
is important.
like what you're saying is the data is processed, but like we are sending the feed from the system, our system, to the external vendor on a bi-weekly basis.
That is correct. Because for payroll to receive, in general, there is some cutoff. Usually the expected time is, after that 12 midnight, the data is being sent, or, 2 days earlier as well, depending on how the payroll setup is also there. Otherwise, usually what they do is, in a lot of companies where monthly payroll is there, and, if they have time tracking employees, they assume that person would follow the day, the time. For example, someone is getting paid on 20th in place of 30th, right? In case of a monthly cycle. Then whatever happens afterwards, that is being handled in the next payroll cycle. For example, there is an organization which pays everyone on 20th only, right? For the whole month, right? There could be a scenario. Then how do you handle all that depends on, you talk to the payroll, you understand what is required. Is it, a retro based approach, or is it, in the previous month, 10 days plus 20 days of current month will be paid in this month. So it totally depends on how do you look at it, right? It totally depends on how you want to frame things, because even though you have a bi-weekly or a weekly period, whatever it is there, right? At the end, it depends on you how you want to send the data. In between your calculations, obviously are created from a weekly standpoint in general, right? For example, weekly maximum, weekly minimum, and all that. In general, that is the industry standard in general, because everyone works from a weekly fashion. Most of the calculations you create work on a daily or a weekly basis only. Most of the calculations, there won't be any case, where there could be a certain exception where you are looking at a monthly time entry, and then you are looking at certain things, but 99.9% everything works from a weekly fashion to kind of create calculations. That is how system is set up. That is how your weekly work schedules are set up. That is how your everything from a logic perspective is driven as well, because in work schedules as well, you define usually from a weekly standpoint only, 7 days together, right? It can recur, but in general it would be 7 days always, and we saw in the screen as well how exactly it works. Right? And once we talk and look at the screen, it would be more clearer to you as well that how exactly it is linked. Right now we are talking about multiple topics, but the linkage would be from time tracking template, which we'll see works, how exactly the template works, how exactly everything from a time calculation, time code group, all these things link into the picture, right? So that is important. Once we look at the tenant, it will be more useful for you to understand.
Okay. And how about, for example, if we're getting a raw data feed from an external vendor to Workday time tracking, so they send all the regular hours, all kind of regular and absence hours. So when does that processed in Workday? Like, is it after directly loading the feed into the system, or is it in a process?
So there are ways to handle that. Obviously there would be, like I said earlier, right? There would be an integration, which is picking up data from your vendor, time clock vendor, and sending it to your time tracking. As soon as this is being loaded, Workday processes that information right away based on your logic. And if there is some deviation to it as well, that is also being handled, right? For example, someone entered an in time in morning 9 a.m. Okay. And there is no out time for that day. Then how exactly that data is being, because time clock is not worried about it. For example, time clock is not doing anything on that. Someone entered time at 9 a.m. After that, there is no log out. That's it. How exactly your Workday will handle all those things will be handled by you as time tracking vendor administrator to handle that. How do you handle that? You will either process it or enter some data manually. For example, the person reaches out to their manager, my ID card was not working, that's why I was unable to log out, right? Then how do you look at that data, which is not making sense, right? That is where Workday time tracking admins come into the picture. They look at the data, they talk to the manager, they review that, right? In general, you can set up a process where that information from the vendor comes as well, and then it goes to the manager for approval. Information comes up, the processing happens, and it goes to the manager for approval. For manager will see, okay, this data is not making sense to me, this is showing an error, what should I do? Either correct it as manager on behalf of employee, or ask the employee to correct it in the Workday screen, or reach out to an admin, right? So it totally depends on multiple use cases how it is being handled. There would be a certain scenario where the time clock vendor is kind of processing everything as well for you. They are sending and sharing very clean data with you, which is making sense, and you just have to receive it, right? And the reason would be to share that information in that case only where you are using Workday Payroll. If you are not using Workday Payroll, then there is no need to send data to Workday Time Tracking. The external vendor can directly reach out or share that information to vendor, and there you don't need to create Workday Time Tracking as well in that case, right? There could be certain use cases behind that if there is no one using a screen, everyone has time clock, and if they don't want to use Workday, there could be a scenario as well. Not every Workday customer uses time tracking. So in the basic suite, if I tell you, HCM comes as the basic suite, right? So if someone, for example, company is there and company wants to implement Workday, they can just create HCM and security and implement everything. Don't implement rest of the modules. Then the second suit comes HCM with absence, right? And compensation. Time tracking is something, it totally depends on the need of the company. Similar to recruitment as well. A lot of companies do not use Workday recruitment because it is an add-on extra money as well for them. If they want to use just the basic level of Workday setup, they will use just the HCM. And for Workday recruitment or Workday time tracking, they might be using certain additional vendors. So that's the case as well. Yeah.
Time tracking is only add-on. I mean, if they're using, then only they'll be purchasing time tracking.
That is correct. There is no mandate for you to have time tracking enabled in your system until unless I've seen clients having Chronos and not using Workday time tracking. I've seen clients having multiple vendors in different countries and using Workday as well for certain specific groups. For example, only certain type of population they want to capture. Then only they are using. For rest of the population, since it is very difficult to manage that amount of data, then usually people prefer outside vendors as well. For example, imagine a company where daily swipe in, swipe out transaction volume is more than 50,000. Do you think it would be easy for someone to process that information within, I would say, Workday as admin? It is difficult. Even though that information is received, there would be, obviously some exceptions where, information is not so clear and there are some deviations to it. Then it becomes more easier for someone to handle that information at the source itself. For example, in time tracking, people know, okay, Chronos is a strong time tracking, vendor that ways. In payroll, ADP, SAP ADP is considered to be very strong, right? SAP materials management, for example, there are certain areas where there are certain vendors who have more experience and more knowledge to handle multiple transactions. Workday time tracking obviously is very strong in a way, but it is more suited towards employees who are IT employees or employees who have access to computers and all that. It is technically not that much suitable for organizations where a lot of people swipe in and swipe out, like manufacturing companies and all that. Potentially we can use it, but in case of, for example, a worker who goes to the factory for building cars, right, mechanical work totally, for him to enter swipe in swipe out data is clear, but in case of deviations it is difficult.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, mostly companies, I mean, if they're like having a lot of population, I mean, they'll be using Chronos, but at the same time, if they have a set of population like salaried, non-exempt, if they're using timesheets, so the data needs to be processed in the system, right? At least even if they're like only like a few thousands also, they'll be using time system.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, there would be certain scenarios. So, for example, one of the clients which I worked previously, there were people who were using factory clocks. The data was shared to the vendor, but there were certain project team members, certain office members who were required to enter the time, in the screens. For them, there was no logic of, so what they were doing is work on the system totally, day in, day out. And they enter on every Friday, they will enter that information. Okay, they worked 9 to 5, 9 to 6, 9 to 5, whatever, in the screen only. So the information for that specific population only is sent to payroll separately. For majority of the people who are working in factory, there was no logic to send this information into Workday, because they are obviously not using Workday screens. They do not have access to computers. The information is processed by the vendor only at the time clock side, and that is shared to the payroll so that they get paid, right? So for them, it was not logical, but for a certain population, it makes more sense to use Workday as time tracking as the key web screen module as well, right? And the reason behind it is obviously the contracts, if you see, are based on users. So if you are enabling time tracking, Workday will talk about a basic fee and Workday will talk about a user-based fee as well. So as much as users you create, it becomes a difficult amount to manage. A factory organization might not prefer to have 50,000 or 100,000 people, 30,000 people, 20,000 people to have Workday accounts, and that causes them much more money versus, having information and sending them directly. But in case there is a special need, then they will prefer to have it, right?
Okay.
So that these are the use cases which are defined in very early stages of the project. If you see, if someone is building time tracking, right, then they might use in most of the scenarios, no one will go live with every module. They'll go live with HCM, they'll go live with 1 or 2 modules, and then they will see what is required. Does that make sense to use Workday time tracking, Workday payroll, or not, depending on the usage. But HCM is very basic that they have to implement if they're using Workday as the module. Okay. So we'll talk more about it, because these are more the important things to think from a logic perspective, because creating calculations and anyone can follow these steps and create that. It is just the understanding which is important, that you are creating something, what is the impact behind it, right? So that matters a lot. For example, you could be in a bi-weekly fashion, employee are working on a bi-weekly. Imagine a scenario where people are working in a US company, okay, working from Singapore and Malaysia, where they are indirectly following bi-weekly fashion of work, but they will be paid out in a monthly basis, okay? So in that case, even though employees are using a bi-weekly period schedule, you might be sending the data similar to US in a bi-weekly fashion. But for those people working from Singapore, Malaysia, you might be processing the payroll on a monthly basis. So even though your feed is going on a bi-weekly basis, you have told the vendor, please make sure you look at the data from a monthly lens for these set of employees. Because for the vendor, it is just information, right? You can tell vendor to pay every 10 days, every 5 days, every 30 days as well. So that is feasible. What is important is, the data being captured and sent across, right? So that is important. So there could be certain cases where the data is being shared on a daily basis as well. In very exception cases as well, there might be a regulatory requirement or a legal requirement that people need to send the data somewhere in their key headquarter system as well, right? For example, in China, a lot of regulations are there. In EU as well, there were certain regulations in between. A company might be using very sensitive kind of an approach, or might be in certain industry where they are working with government, right? So in all these cases, your integration might be working at 1 a.m. next day to pick up the previous data. So it totally depends on how do you want to create things. But as an employee, as someone who's managing Workday time tracking, you just need to worry about one thing: the employee is entering the data and how your calculations are working, and finally how exactly these different type of numbers are coming up. Regular hours are how much, overtime hours are how much, and all that, right? So that is important.
Okay.
Let's move on. And yeah, this is again, the context behind, the creating time calculation tag. I've already talked about this. Perform calculations on time blocks. Time blocks are nothing but your time entry. Whatever you enter on the screen are technically time blocks. You are working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. That is a time block. Second one is map it to payroll earnings, how to pay time. This we have discussed already. For payroll to know how much they have to pay this number, they have to take care of this, either within Workday payroll or outside. Third one is obviously important. We saw, there was on the right hand side in the screen, right? There would be totals of regular, overtime, and all that. You can create a calculation which looks up all these tags and combines them together for the weekly status, and we'll see more about it. And finally, these calculations are used in multiple areas. For example, that's a good point actually. And the fourth one would be, a scenario where someone is working on a Saturday or Sunday. Okay. There could be 2 or 3 ways this can be handled. A lot of companies say that if you work on a Saturday, we won't give you extra money, but you can get a comp off for that, compensatory off on Monday. Okay. Imagine a scenario where you were expected to work on a Saturday and Sunday. The manager told, by default you enter time that would be taken care of. You get extra holidays, right? There could be one scenario. There could be another scenario where you work on a weekend, which is beyond their work schedule, but you get paid as well. So it totally depends on the use case, Sirisha. Think of these scenarios that, normal scenarios. For example, you work one day extra, right? How exactly that one day extra will be handled? Will you get extra money for that, or you will get extra holiday for that? All those things are kind of handled, and you can create a calculation to link it to absence. For example, you worked on 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, right? You are telling the system, I don't want to pay for these 2 days. What I want is 2 days of holidays. So that information can be linked to absence module, where the absence balance of a certain type of absence will increase by 2 days or 2 units, right?
Okay.
So that can be also a thing. It is similar to SAP as well. I'm sure you have seen comp-off, how it is linked between.
Right, comp-off.
So comp-off logic here also it can be built, where if someone is working on a Saturday, Sunday, you can think of, creating a feed or creating a logic that they are not getting paid for those 2 days, but that information is shared to absence to pick it up and update the data, right?
Right. So how about again, sick accruals, quota? So all those also can be set up, right?
Yes. So see, if you see the logic behind sick accruals and all those things, that depends on absence configuration. You define it on absence. But if you want, if you are working for any day and you want extra balance to be added, you define that which type of absence it will be increasing the balance. On a comp of balance, on a sick time of balance, in an annual leave balance, whatever, or an overtime balance, or a compensatory comp of type of balance as well. That depends on you. Where do you define that? Okay.
For example, if for every 30 hours worked by an employee, one sick quota can be generated, and that quota can be used whenever it is available to the employee. So it's all depends upon we need to have the regular code and the sick quota, as well as
Correct.
using that quota
Correct.
as the leave.
Correct. Usually, if you see, what people do is, considering this, every 30 hours they get 1 day and, whatever. People, what they do is they try to create these calculations, not looking at the time. They look at the work schedule of the employee. If they are, completing that work schedule, the assumption is that they have worked in that time in the company policy. So every 4 weeks, they'll get 1 day. Every 5 weeks, they'll do 1 day. So people do not, in general, create based on this logic. I know there can be a use case, but in general, if you see, for normal, non-time tracking employees, in general, you get, every month, first of the month or end of the month, you'll get 1 day, because you're not entering time. You are obviously, a normal salaried employee where you don't have to worry about your time entry. Okay. At that time, it is working based on the months. For time tracking employees, even though you can create that logic, in general, what I have seen as a best practice is you create based on certain pay, work schedules. For example, you have completed 4 weeks in the system, you will get 1 day. The assumption is that, in between you are handling your shift. There could be a variation. For example, there could be a scenario where someone is not working for 2 weeks in that 4 weeks, right? Because of certain shifts and certain logic, right? There are areas where people work only for, in 2 months, people work for 6 weeks or 4 weeks only, depending on their work schedule. People are not working on a daily basis, right? There could be a scenario where people are just working on the weekend as well, right? So in that case, it becomes difficult to manage, even though that can be created, but then it becomes difficult to look at different data, because everyone would have their 1 hour credited depending on their work schedule, which becomes complex for someone to track. For example, there could be, let's talk about McDonald's. Okay. McDonald's has a lot of, employees who work on time-based approach. They get, X amount of dollars per hour. Okay. There could be a person who works only on Saturday and Sunday, Monday to Friday. That person is studying in college. Okay. There could be another person who works on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and not on the rest of the 4 days because the person works in a different company or a different job, right? So at that time, creating a time off or absence based on the numbers is difficult. What people do is, after certain cycles, you will get this number. So that is the approach which they do. Okay. Because it is easier to manage versus, managing from the time entry perspective. Because let's take an example, the weekend guy works for 14 hours or 15 hours. Imagine a hypothetical scenario where person is working for 15 hours on a weekend, right? Then the person gets 1 day immediately in 2 days, right? Because the person worked for 30 hours in 2 days, the person is getting 1 day in the absence. Do you want to create that logic versus a logic where, a certain time bound activity is there? For these type of people, the frequency will be this. For these type of people, the frequency will be this. So it totally depends on how do we create it. But in general, the recommendation would be to create absence calculations independent of time tracking, unless and until there is a need behind it. Because it becomes super complex if you see from that perspective. First, your data is entered, then it is processed, then that information is being shared to absence. In case of any correction happening in the time tracking side, again, the balance would be impacted on the absence side. For example, someone is correcting the data, right? You have created a calculation that every 30 hours, 1 day balance would be there. 1 day time off would be there, right? But someone corrects that, okay, I entered 14 hours or 1 day and 15 hours or 1 day, then it becomes 29 hours. Then that 1 hour of time off should not be given. Then that should be corrected as well, right? So that becomes, then you have to create a logic to negate that balance which is already awarded. So it becomes super complex to manage that way. Okay. So that is because from time tracking, you can have a positive feed towards absence only. If you want to have a negative feed to reduce the balance, then you have to create a separate calculation on the absence and time tracking side. So it is not recommended. If you really ask me, if you get a business scenario in future as well, or of this kind of case, prefer to have apps, recommend that absence should be contained separately, time tracking should be contained separately. Okay. I hope you are understanding, right? The reason of logic, right? Of handling 1 hour here and there. Any correction happening on the time tracking, that same correction should flow down to absence as well. Those kind of logics.
But in a whole, like time tracking absence is the same, right? I mean,
here absence and time tracking in Workday is totally different.
So, I mean, if basic HCM package has absences but not time tracking? That is correct. Okay. That is correct. Imagine the use case. Majority of the companies would have HCM and absences provided, but the company might not have time tracking workers. There could be certain scenario. So this is more of an extra add-on module, which is sold with payroll in general. So what Workday tries to do is combine multiple modules together. Okay. Recruitment and compensation is sold together. HCM, absence, sometimes compensation and recruitment is sold together. Time tracking is totally separate. Workday projects is totally separate. Workday expenses, Workday finance is totally separate. Workday Prism Analytics is totally separate. So there is, a premium charge towards it as well. And that's where people try to use based on the usage only. For example, the logic which you shared right now, for every 30 hours, a person gets 1 hour on the absence side of things. On SAP, it might be easy to handle these two things in terms of maintaining an integration between these two modules. But in case of Workday, right, you have to have an action in between. For example, if I talk about PA and OM, I don't know if you remember, we used to run RENTE, REHINTE reports, right? RENTE 10, 20, 30, all those reports to manage between PA and OM, right? So that PA and OM are in sync together. Okay. Here, if you want to have a sync between these two, there is no report as such to manage absence and time tracking are sync. You have to have a calculation which looks at every data and kind of handles that. Okay. Okay. So that is the difficult part, or that is the different part if I see from SAP. Okay. Now this is very straightforward. We'll look at the tenant only, how to create time calculation tags. Nothing too complex or too crazy. You already know the logic behind it.
and we'll see about it. I think the final thing is on the time calculation tag is, if you go through it, after the break, once we come back, right, the only thing which we have to think is the third one, which is important, right? Sometimes you create certain tags just for the purpose, and once we look at the tenant, right, we will see that you might create a certain tag which is internal, which is hidden, which is not shared to payroll. You might use that information to create certain additional calculation. You are not sharing that one. That would be called a temporary tag, right? So it depends on how do you create it. We'll see the options once you look at the maintain time calculation tag. So 3 things which you remember, Sirisha, is create, edit is always there. View is always there in most of the cases. View holiday calendar, view period schedule, view work schedule. Edit holiday calendar, edit work schedule calendar, edit period schedule would be there. You can go to the edit screen as well from the view screen. And in case of something which is, just think from that perspective that something is which requires multiple things, there would be a maintain step required. Okay. So I think we have covered. Next thing is on the tenant side of things.
Let me just share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay. So let's start with that. Okay. So we were discussing about the time calculation tag, right? So here first will be like when we have the option of view time calculation tag, like how we were viewing the holiday calendar, view holiday calendar, work schedule calendar. So here we have a task called view time calculation tag, and it will take you all the tags, whatever it is set up in the system in the tenant. And the time calculation tag would be anything, right, that you wanted to record by the worker, for example of regular or overtime, double time, right? So here you just create a tag that is called regular, and that will be your name of the tag. And the temporary, if it is used for a temporary purpose, then you just mark it as temporary. But normally if it is used in the payroll or absence, that we don't select this this is as a temporary time calculation tag. And we also have an option of hide from calendar view. So if you wanted to hide certain calculation tags from the time entry calendar, then you can select these options to be hide from the calendar view. Then it will not be visible to the worker. Okay. And also there is options to the view the detail, right? So if I can, so this is the lens. If I go and then click over it, then it will tell you that what it is, the time calculation tag name, and the other 2 fields, whether it is a temporary or the hide from employee self-service, whether it is selected or not. Okay. So this is how you view the time calculation tag. So there is one more, like as you have seen in this slide, that maintain time calculation tag, right? So if you go ahead and create anything in the system, so we'll have the maintain time calculation tag. So if you wanted to create anything in the system, then you will have an option of create or maintain. So for time calculation tag, it will be the maintain time calculation tag. So as you can see here, in the view option, the same similar view we have, you can add a new entry, and then you can go ahead and then create the tag with the name. Okay. So this is how these are the temporary and hide from calendar view, the tick mark, whether you wanted to use it or not. Based on that, you can just make it a checkbox here. Then it will be applicable either for as a temporary, or it will be like for hide from calendar view. So this is how we create or maintain the time calculation tag. So calculation tag is nothing but we just create like whether how you wanted to record the time for by the worker. We just create with a name, and then it will be created in the system. Okay. then how it is being used in time tracking. So we are just creating the time calculation tag, right? Here there is like how it is used in the time tracking. So the way it is used in the time tracking is, first we have an option of time entry template. So these time calculation tags will be used in the time entry template. And then in the time entry template, there are other features like other fields that we maintained. Based on that, it will be used in the time tracking. So when the worker during the in the time tracking during when the workers select the time calculation tag, right? So that is the time how this time calculation tags will be used in the time entry calculation via the time entry template. Okay.
Okay, so these are nothing but once you set up, this will be available or can be used on the employee timesheet.
Yes. This is just the setup that we are just creating a tag for that. But for the time calculation, again, once we maintain it in the time template, then it will be used in the time calculation. Okay. So this task is clear. The maintain time calculation task, Sirisa, or do you have any other questions?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So the next will be the time entry template. For example, I'm just taking some any time entry template which is already set up in the system. Okay. So in the time entry template, like as I said right earlier, we have the time calculation tag, and then we also have discussed about the time entry code. As you can see here, as soon as we view the time entry template, so here this is the name of the time entry template. You wanted to name if it will start with the country or how you wanted to define in the system the time entry template, whether for it is a hourly employee or whether it is for a exempt, non-exempt. With the country name, you can just define the time entry template. Okay. And we'll have the time entry code, which is already used in the time entry template. You would define whether it is hours worked or whether it is which type of time entry that we wanted to use for this particular group of employees, right? So we are just maintaining the time entry code. So when we create the time entry code, we just come here and then maintain the time entry code to the time entry template. Okay. And we have this when we talk about the time calculation tag, right? So we have, as you can see here, we have the option of total. So in total, we have this time calculation tag, right? Just now we have seen, we have created the time calculation tag, but in the time entry template, we just updated with the calculation tag with regular overtime, with the double time. And then there will be a total of how many number of hours has been recorded by the employee. Okay. So we are just maintaining this time calculation tag to the time entry template, so that in the time sheet, when the worker just go and then record the time, whether it is a hours or whether it is a in and out, like check in and check out. So this time calculation tag will play a major role in order to find out whether it is a regular working time or whether it is a overtime or whether it is double time. So this, based on this calculation tag, it will be calculated in the time sheet. Is this clear, Sirisa?
Yes.
Okay. So again, so here, as you can see here, the time calculation tag, right? So let's look into this some other very basic fields. So if you can see here, time entry template will have everything. Okay, but what are the very basic information that we need to update in the time entry template, so that, and how it is being used in the time tracking, in the time calculation, how it is being used. So let's look into that.
So this is visible. This is visible to the employee, right? The employee can view it.
but the employee will not be able to view the time entry template. Okay. For employee, they can view the time calculation tag will be viewed to them. Okay. They will be able to view that. When we created a time calculation tag, and then if we make it as hide from self-service, then it won't be visible to the employees. But when we don't update, maintain that field, then this will be visible to the employees.
Okay. So if you scroll and go to the time sheet, only that is visible to the employee, the time entry part.
Time entry code, yes, definitely. They will be able to see the time type. I think, we were looking into the time sheet, right? So again, when we look into that one by one, right, what are the main components of a time entry template, which one are there, then we will definitely go into the time sheet, and then you see what are the sections what are the areas that are visible to the employee. Okay. So we can quickly get into that. Okay. Let's just enter time sheet. I think we were just enter time per worker. We were just looking into that, and then we just ended the session, right? So it was we just pick up one employee and then see. Okay. Here you can see, right, the regular, overtime, double time, and total hours. As you can see, this will be visible to the employee.
Okay, got it.
Okay, this is the calculation tag, and it will be visible to the employee. Okay, but not the time entry code or SS. Those will not be visible to the employee. And also you have this, the weekly view and then the daily view. And when the employee will be checking in, then the system will record the check-in time. And then when the employee will go and then check out, then it will again record the checkout time for a particular day. Okay. So, and based on this check-in and checkout time, the system will record what is the regular time or what is the overtime, double time for that particular day. Let's say I've just viewed as a admin, and then employee just enter my time, and then we looked into the employee, right? So here you won't be able to see the check-in and check-out option, because directly we just came to the time entry screen. Okay. But as an employee, when we log into the employee profile, we will be having the option to get into the time. And then there will be check-in and check-out time will be visible to the employee. Okay. So let me just quickly get into that.
Yeah, we'll enable that. Pushpa, I guess we have not enabled that one. That view screen. I'll do it in parallel while you're talking about rest of the topics. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So let's look into the time entry template. Okay. So meanwhile, we can look into what are the other components of a time entry template. Then once that is enabled, then we can proxy as an employee, and then we can see how the time sheet will appear when the employee will log into the screen. Okay.
Okay. So this time entry template, only the functional person will be editing.
Yes, exactly. Not the employee. So anything like from we discussed about, right, create holiday calendar, create work schedule calendar, and the time calculation tag, the create the time entry template, everything, these are all the configurations will be done by the Workday functional consultant. Okay. And this access will be given to the functional consultant only. As an employee will not have the access to view or edit this transaction, this task in Workday. Okay. For employee, it is going to be like how the employee will, from the employee point of view, they will be view their very basic information, the employee profile. Let's say they can view their personal detail, they can view their, organization, which organization they belong to, the call center, or the very basic detail, the job detail. And then they will have the compensation section where they can go and then view their compensation detail. And then if absence is there, they can even they can go and then view the absence, like what are the time off they are eligible for, and what is the time of balance, if the time off holds any particular balance, how many, let's say, vacation, sick, or paid or unpaid time off, all the absence they will be able to view that. So as an employee, they will be able to view the very basic information related to the employee profile. Okay. And depending on the modules that we have implemented, we have enabled for the worker in the Workday tenant.
Mm-hmm.
Got it?
Yes.
So here the time entry template, we have the time entry code. So as you can see here, there are different tabs. Okay, time entry, calendar, business process, and all. Okay, so let's look into the time entry. So in the time entry, we have the in and out entry option. So whether there are two options, whether the employee can enter via check-in and check-out. Let's say we have discussed the method of entering time, right? When the employee will check in, then automatically the system will record the check-in time, and then when the employee will check out from the time clock, then based on the out time, the system calculate how many number of hours. So this is one of the in and out is the entry options that is available. And also there is one more is directly the employee can go and record the number of hours. Okay, if it is hours only, then the employee can go and directly, there won't be any check-in or check-out, but there will be an option called number of hours. Okay, employee can just go and then they select the time type as the whether it is a working time or regular time. Select the time type and then directly record the number of hours, like 8 hours or 7 hours, how many hours the employee has worked for a particular day. Directly the employee can enter the number of hours too. Okay. And here the allowed time type for the out time. Yes, it is out only, but there will be there can be another option also, out only, or for a meal also you can mention that allowed type of out time. For a meal also employee can check out, right? I'm going to check out for a meal, so that can be also an option that you can configure. Okay. Mm-hmm. And default in and out pattern, in and out pair. And we have the other system information like system meal and break you can also configure here. And there are also the work tags that you can enable the work tags. So these are not mandatory when you configure the time entry template, but based on your requirement, you can also create the work tags. Let's say you wanted to, the employee is recording the time, and that will be part of one cost center or based on a location. Okay, you wanted to tag the number of hours to a particular location or a division, job division, or the cost center, right? So based on that also, you can also configure the work tags to be visible for the employee to record while entering the time. Okay. So we have, so this is the time entry option, like what are the very minimum information that you maintain for a time entry template. And let's look into the eligibility, how this time entry will be eligible. Okay, so unless until we don't define the eligibility, right, then the particular group of employee will not be eligible to record in the timesheet. So unless until we don't define the eligibility, the worker won't be able to see in their timesheet. They won't be able to, when you click on that, you won't be able to see any information. You won't be able to record the time. So this is the very basic necessity that we need to define the worker eligibility. Okay. So again, you can define the eligibility based on a country, based on, exempt, non-exempt group of employee, or based on the, let's say, full-time, part-time, depending on your eligibility rule, depending on your requirement, you can maintain the worker eligibility. Okay. So let's look into that here we have the worker eligibility rule as for US, they have updated as California employees. Only California hourly employees will be eligible for this time entry template. So here, so define, like we have so many options, like the conditions should satisfy all these conditions. Okay, when we have and rule has been written in the eligibility rule. So based on this, when the worker will be eligible for all the conditions, that the worker will be able to enter time in the time sheet. Is this clear, Sirisa? Or
yes. So do we? So the track eligibility rules, do we create multiple of them and assign based on employee population?
Ideally, the eligibility rule, we define a single eligibility rule, but with a different condition. Okay, we can add all the eligible, let's say how you wanted to provide the eligibility. Like when you say that multiple eligibility rule, that, right? So multiple eligibility can be clubbed into a single eligibility rule. Okay, let's say you wanted to define the eligibility for a particular country, and then again for a state, and then type of whether it's a hourly or salary, right? Or whether you wanted to define again as full-time or part-time. So everything can be written in one single eligibility rule and then update in the time entry template.
Okay.
This is how we define the worker eligibility. And also we have this location, geofence of mobile time entry. So these are not mandatory fields, but we can also define this. And we have this total, right? So we have this daily total and weekly total. So what does this total do? Where you have seen that, right? When I just enter time for a worker, you just see on the summary page on the right hand side of the timesheet screen, you saw all these time calculation tag, right, which were appearing in the as a summary screen. Okay, so this is the weekly total. You will be able to view in the timesheet. When you define like you wanted to see all the time calculation tag and what is the total, like total working hour, total hours worked you wanted to view. So all the time calculation tag that will be part of your total weekly hours, then you can just define the time calculation tag and also the total. Okay, let's say you don't wanted to see the total hour worked. You just wanted to define the time calculation tag as a regular or overtime or double time. Then you can just define this and then the total will not be visible there. So this is basically how the total will be visible in the timesheet, the summary section and the review screen. We are just maintaining the time calculation tag over here. Is this clear?
Let me try to explain in a different set of words as well. Probably a simple set of words. This is obviously a bit complex. So if you see time entry template, right, this is the connection between everything in time tracking. If you see, you are defining time entry, you are defining totals, what employee sees in the screen, you are defining additional things in terms of eligibility, you are defining the different tags associated, right? So all these screens which we are talking about are admin screens. normal user won't be able to see that. Normal user would be able to see just the calendar screen, the weekly screen which we shared, right? So that is the only screen which a normal user would be looking at it, and they will be just entering the time. That's it. They are not worried too much about what is happening in the behind, what is the eligibility rule. What they will be able to see is just the totals and the tags associated, right? That how many hours are regular hours for the week, how many hours are overtime for the week, and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is the key thing actually. If you see for a end user, they don't have to worry about it. But for someone who's configuring, for example, if you look at your work as a functional expert, you would be required to look at this time entry template. Usually they define it only one time. It won't be the case that you are creating it every time, right? Because of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
It is just a initial kind of a setup. It is as important or as basic as setting up company codes, right? It is not changed frequently.
Mm-hmm.
So once you set up this one, usually it is continued forever. There are no changes in between, because if you change in between, again, you have to see multiple aspects. So people do not prefer to use or change these things multiple times, right? So that is, this is more of a key basic configuration, which you set up one time and you forget. You don't worry too much about it. That is the way, that is how time tracking configuration is being created at this place. There would be areas where you would require to do certain changes. In the upcoming classes, what we'll talk about is what all changes are required on the business process, because right now we are just talking about what happens when someone enters the time, but we are not talking about if someone enters the time, who will approve that, who will receive the request, all those things. The workflow part is also there, right? So that is also we have to see, and that is something on a frequent basis you in general change that, or in general there are issues there, or there are challenges there which are fixed. So that's number one. Additionally, the only challenge which you will, or day-to-day activity from a time tracking administrator is ensuring that the period schedules, the holiday calendars, the work schedules are there, number one. And whatever is the entered data, right, that is processed and shared correctly with the vendor if you are using external one. The ownership to receive the information ideally falls under payroll. So if, for example, Workday payroll is being used here, the ownership lies on the payroll team to look at the calculated tags, the time calculation tag, and pick up the information. If they are unable to receive that, they will reach out to you, right? Number one. If there is an external vendor as well, you have created everything, you have created the logic, the ownership lies on them to confirm that if they are able to receive that or not. So there would be a close collaboration required between you as a time tracking person, in integration team, as well as payroll team. So it won't be the case that you are handling end to end from time tracking to payroll. The variation would be there in terms of roles. So in Workday, if you see the time tracking person would be most likely handling HCM or absence. Dedicated payroll persons are there. But in general, what you can do as a time tracking person is, since you asked this question earlier as well, right? You need to ensure that whatever is the time processed, right, you would create a custom report or use a custom report to look at the processed data and then sync up with payroll. And we'll talk about that in the upcoming classes, that if everything is set up, how do you look at things, what all things you need to be cautious about, what all things you need to look at from your perspective, right? Because the thing with calculations is, in the upcoming class, right, we'll talk about time calculations priorities. If you change one calculation in terms of priority, it will impact everything, because everything is sequenced out. So usually the recommendation is not to change these calculations. For example, you look at the data, you find, okay, there is some issue. How do you fix it afterwards, right? Not changing the calculations in between. You fix it after those calculations are run, and on top of that, you are fixing those things, right? So once we think about that scenario in the upcoming class, that would be easier for you to link, right? That specific thing which I'm talking about. For example, your 4 calculations have worked together, and there is a certain number for overtime, regular time, whatever, right? After that, your company is saying we will give, if someone crosses 50 hours in a week, we will give them extra 1 hour as a gift on a weekly basis. So you need to create a calculation on top of all this, not changing existing ones. So those all things we'll talk about in the upcoming class, right?
Okay.
But this one is really important, and in upcoming class as well, we'll talk about these things. See, daily totals is something to configure it. We will talk about that, but it's a straightforward, as you are understanding right now, Sirisha. If I see from an understanding perspective, what I can surely understand from your side is, that, okay, what is period schedule, what is need of period schedule, what is holiday calendar, what is work schedule, what is, at least on a high level, what is time calculation, and what is time calculation tag, and what is the purpose of time entry template. Time entry template, we will tell you to create it, but it would be probably just for a practice that you can look at different aspects. But in general, if I see, time entry template is something which is very, very, very initial stage of things, which is once done, you don't change them at all. What you change is looking at the business process, any validation, any workflow. And number two, obviously anything which you think from a user perspective, right? Some rule is coming in, something comes up. We talked about a validation as well, right? Someone entering 25 hours in a day. System should stop that, right? Those things also we'll talk about, how exactly that also works, right? So those are the real-time activities for you, which you'll be working on.
Validation, for example, if we want to show employee how many hours the employee worked on a holiday or a day off, so that will be a new total, right?
Exactly, you got it. See, if you want to create a new total for only Saturday and Sunday, or only a holiday, you can create your logic and add those number tags to each other.
Okay.
Right. So that can be, you got it. Like, I'm really happy that you are able to understand this specific perspective. Totals you can configure based on your logic, whatever total you want. Every Monday total also you want to create, you can have. But in general, people do not change it. People just create very simple, regular overtime and all that. For anything from a time entry validation perspective, from a restriction perspective, all those fall under time entry validation.
Greetings, everyone. I'm excited to give an overview of the Workday Time Tracking training from ZaranTech. In this comprehensive course, we will explore the key concepts and components of Workday's time tracking functionality and how it can be leveraged to efficiently track employee time and attendance. Whether you're new to Workday or an experienced user looking to maximize time tracking, this training has something for valuable insights. We'll start with the fundamentals, understanding where time tracking fits into the Workday system, how to configure time tracking to meet your organization's needs, and the capabilities of the time tracking tools. ZaranTech has trained thousands of HR professionals on how to successfully roll out and adopt Workday modules like time tracking. Our hands-on approach and real-world customer examples will empower you to meet any time tracking challenge with confidence. Don't miss this opportunity to become a certified Workday time tracking expert. Visit the link below for full details on ZaranTech's Workday Time Tracking training program. Secure your future by unlocking the full potential of Workday's robust time management capabilities.
Yes.
If you scroll down, this option is there, right? Yeah, this one, sign in as Logan McNeil.
Yes.
Yeah, just click on that and this will redirect you to here, which is this page, and just say I agree to terms and use the shared tenants.
Okay.
Then you will be redirected to Workday tenant. The same one which we discussed, right? Which shared earlier as well with you, right? So this should be the final destination where you should be able to go, and I'll wait for your confirmation.
Yeah, I'm right there.
Awesome, perfect. So let me stop my share. So one thing is clear, that you are able to access and just bookmark it as well, and copy in your local, wherever you want to save it in your notepad, so that you have it handy with you.
Okay.
Awesome. So now what we'll do is look at the config. So probably a good recap would be helpful, right? And I don't want to share any slides right now for the, but just to tell you what all you should know and what all we have covered. So what we have covered is essentially the basics of time tracking, what exactly it talks to multiple modules. Then we have covered holiday calendars, period schedules, as well as work schedules. And this would be your assignment as well. That's why I'm talking, right? So that you are able to connect the dots as well. So period schedule, work schedule, holiday calendars, that's one. Then we looked at, how exactly the screen looks like for enter time. And what is the meaning of time calculation tags. What we'll do is look at the time calculations as well as time calculation tags. But before that, we will look at how exactly the enter time screen also looks again, because last time there was some issue. We'll again see that how exactly enter time looks, right? So that's important. So that's pretty much it. But the intention of session is, first half we will go through some basic concepts again, which are kind of related. We have already covered a few of those, but we'll go through that. And the second half of the session will be directed towards the tenant, right? And we'll see time calculations, enter time, time calculation tags, and all that. So that's the plan for, and we are progressing on a good pace as well. So any questions you have as of now?
No, I don't have any concerns. I think the pace is good. Let's go like this.
Hope you can see the screen.
Yeah, I can see the screen.
Awesome. So if you see the topics here, it is very straightforward. Calculation priorities, right? Not even looking at the slides. First thing you should understand is within calculations, whatever employee enters, that is consumed by our calculations, right? And we try to manage that number, right? We try to add a tag to it. We try to modify certain things and all those, right? And then we use that specific calculation, right, to run, for example. And there would be priorities that which one should run faster, or the first one to run. For example, someone enters 50 hours in a week, right? Then how exactly those 50 hours should be there? Assume that person is expected to work for 30 hours only, okay, in a week. So extra 15 hours are there. First of all, if the person is expected to work for 30 hours in a week, those 30 hours should be regular hours, because that is expected from him or her. They should at least work for that much time, correct? So that should be falling under regular time. But what about rest 15 hours, right? That is decided on, how to create calculation. Is it a double premium, single premium? If the person worked on one day for, really crazy hours and not for the whole week, for example, those extra 15 hours are distributed according to how much time, right? Maybe there was a holiday, right? On holiday, the person should not be getting, just the overtime. Maybe a holiday payout should also be there, right? So all those things are being handled using calculation priorities. Calculation is one thing, calculation priority is another thing, right? Calculation priority is just to make sure that priority of trigger of any calculation is being handled. So if you create a calculation, you should be looking at multiple aspects, not just one. The calculation should be like that which calculation will run first, and then based on that, the second calculation priority will be set, so that all work in sequence. If you know a basic of coding, if else condition, right? The first condition the first calculation should be thought of, okay, this should run first, then the next one, then the next one, then the next one. For example, out of 45 hours, 30 hours should be directly reduced to regular hours. Then we will see about 15 hours and all those things. So those logics are decided on a daily basis as well as weekly basis, right? So all those things are considered in calculation priorities, okay? And we'll talk about in the slides, but the more focus is towards understanding the concepts as well. Next two sessions and day after, it will give you very good clarity as well, because our plan is to go through calculations and show how exactly it is kind of treating the tags and everything, right? So that's the plan. So calculation priority is number one in this slide, which we'll cover. Then second is more about UI and in-out shift, So it's basically, understanding how exactly we look at multiple aspects. And let me go through the slide first. So priorities, in simple words, it is the ranking that which one should be given a specific order of execution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Time calculations, if you see, you will tell time calculation that which one will run first. If there is, imagine you have created 10 calculations, right? With different priorities to run in a sequence. For example, 45 hours are entered, then 45 hours are tagged into certain bucket. Out of 45, 15 are extracted. Out of 15, 3 are extracted, depending on multiple conditions, right? If the sequence of priorities is wrong or there is a change in between, it will impact the whole time tracking for that specific type of employees. And how do we define the employees? Based on the eligibility which we create, right? If you remember eligibility, worker eligibility, right? That person should be in India or somewhere else or somewhere job profile. And we can talk about that. So if a single calculation is being changed from a priority perspective, it will impact the whole module. Imagine how much of big thing this is, right? So it is as critical as, if you change something on the priority side, it might impact everything and it can ruin everything. So you have to be extra cautious and make it very simple for you as well. Because in Workday in general, for example, most of the times where you will work is time tracking would be there already. There would be a certain logic which is being understood and which is being deployed in the system based on Workday time tracking calculations, right?
Okay.
So if someone tells you, okay, there is some issue in the time calculations, we have to fix it. The hours are not getting logged properly. The person is entering 60 hours, but somehow the premium overtime is not working properly for that person, for the group of employees. Please fix that, right? So if you get a query like that, you will first understand, okay, what is the issue? Is it the regular hours, overtime hours, fixed hours, whatever, right? Premium hours. And based on that, you will identify, okay, there seems like premium hours, which are, if someone goes beyond 50 hours in a week, then those hours are premium hours. The person is paid 5x, for example. Okay? Imagine that person is getting paid 5x there. Then if the sequence is missed in between overtime and premium hours, then it might impact the overall paycheck of that person, right? Because one calculation is impacting one thing, and everything is interconnected. Reason being, firstly you will reduce regular hours, then you will reduce overtime hours, then you will look at premium hours and all that, right? So out of 55 hours entered, 30 are regular, rest 20 are overtime, 5 are premium hours, right? So all those things are understood in that ways, right? So every calculation in general is kind of consuming one input, which is, imagine it to be a set of let me think of a simple term for you. Imagine this as a set of systems interconnected. Imagine there are 10 laptops interconnected, right? And first of all, you enter some information in the first system that is passed on to the second system. So the calculations as well work in that fashion. Once the person enters that, there would be a certain calculation running, right? And after that, the next calculation will run based on the output of the first one. After that, the next calculation will work. So it is a very good sequence. How do you think of managing all that? And we'll see that. So in general, if you see what recommendations are being provided, and that is very smart recommendations. If you think from your logic perspective, if else condition, right? Calculation in general, if a calculation is consuming something, for example, consuming an output of something, that calculation should be running later, right? Because the first calculation should run first. So the sequence between them, if you read the first line, calculations that produce results for other calculations before the calculations that need them. So obviously the sequence should be like that. Obviously the first calculation should run first, that output should be consumed. That is very basic to understand, but that is very important as well. The second thing is double time calculations should run overtime, right? Because obviously the sequencing, the overtime is giving lesser priority, and then the double time is given more priority, right? And finally, daily overtime calculations. Obviously, you want to look at daily calculations and then look at overtime calculations for the week, because you want just a second. You want a daily calculation to run first. For example, there is a weekly based approach as well, a daily based approach as well. But in general, employees are paid based on one day, that okay, in a day you are crossing certain numbers, you'll be paid on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the objective. If you see, just think from your SAP time tracking as well. The business rules remains the same. You implement Workday, you implement SAP HCM, you implement success factors, you implement any other module, any other ERP, the business function remains the same, right? They know how time tracking should work for them, that how many hours should be paid like that, right? Those kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You understood the topic, right? In terms of what is the meaning behind it, and what is the business case behind it, because this is the key place where you are implementing the business rules, that if someone crosses 30 hours they'll get this much, if someone crosses 45 hours they'll get that much, right? Because I'm trying to make sure, just these are very foundational topics. If you understand this, then you can work on anything possible, trust me. It is just depending on you how complex you want to create things and how easy you want to as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of assigning calculation priorities, obviously very important task which we'll see is how do we maintain the time calculation priorities. So maintain time calculation priorities is a task which is in general used, and you enter a priority of a calculation, that where exactly it should run. Priority is ranking. So for example, the example which is being given is ABC tend to represent the order in which it should be executed, right? Time calculations are executed in alphanumeric way, with numerics having the higher priority. A priority of 50 has higher priority than A50, obviously. Like in general, I would recommend for you is, like, I don't know, you can go to your own system as well. These are the decisions which are made earlier as well, while implementing the module. But in general, what I recommend is keep numbers for you. Numbers are much easier. A, B, C, D can be complex for some people. Alphabets. Keep numbers as well. For example, 50, 49, a sequence of it. In general, keep a distance of 5. For example, 5, 10, 15, 20, or 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 100, like that you can create. So that in between, and why I'm telling that is, in between, let's say you have to create an additional calculation. For example, there is a business need where you found, okay, I need additional calculation, right? So you should have sufficient space in the priorities to add that calculation. If everything is just one to each other, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you want to add one, you have to change everything in sequence, right? If you have a space in between where you can manage stuff, you can manage as well. And we'll see in the tenant once we talk about that. But a recommendation, in general recommendation, is to keep numbers, to keep it easy, and keep space between numbers as well to manage additional calculations. Okay.
But you're saying alphanumeric is the highest priority, right? Like, why are we just using numeric?
No. So if you see, A50 has more priority than a number. So for example, there are 10 calculations: A50, B50, C50, and 50. You can use alphanumeric as well. If it's very clear to you, for example, A, B, C, D, like that you can use. And for example, A11 will run first and A20 will run later, right? That is clear. Right. And B will run only after A. And any number will run only after alphanumeric words, A to Z, right? So why to complicate it? In general, what I recommend is, it is totally up to you. If you are comfortable with alphanumeric as well, you can do that. And if you're not, you can use direct numbers as well. A lot of people prefer numbers because alphanumeric kind of confuse them, because these concepts, right? A50 is having higher priority than 50. It can be confusing to some people. Rather than not even using alphabets at all, just using numbers, you can use anything there, alphabets or numbers, right? Just keep numbers as well. No one is stopping you. At the end, it is on the background, no one is aware about it. You are creating calculations so that they are running properly. You should have a better understanding that which calculation is running first and later as well. So that's the thing. You can use anything here. If you are comfortable with alphanumeric as well, we can use that as well. No worries on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, like in SAP also, like when we are doing the implementation, we just leave numbers so that for wage
Yes.
reference.
Exactly. You understood, right? The same kinds of thinking, right? Because if you don't have space in between, how do you manage? You have to change everything else in parallel. So same logic applies here. Very basic. It's more towards ranking, right? So exactly what we are talking about. Leave gaps between the priorities so that you can easily change in priorities if necessary. If using numbers, use the same numbers like 110, 120, 130, like that. Same. And trust me, like this slide I've not seen, but same logic is there, which is very good. The recommendations, if you think from a work perspective, right, these are the key recommendations. If you are creating something, then you have to think about that. Consider using separate ranges for different time calculations. For example, you have a US time calculation which is being created. You can create priorities like US 100, US 110, US 120, like that. And you can use, if you are creating something for India, you can use IND 100, IND 200, IND 300. Reason being, it is easier for you to identify. Understood?
Yes.
So very straightforward. And the worker time eligibility logic, which we'll talk about the tenant in the tenant as well. It is just to ensure worker is eligible for the time tracking module as such, ensuring that the person is able to use time tracking. We are ensuring that eligibility is fine for that person. So these are the recommendations, same thing which I told you, nothing out of the world, but very essential to have. Okay.
Okay.
Moving ahead. So this is the last one. And then we'll move to the next one where I'll talk about. So this was very straightforward, nothing too much. And where we'll see the next key thing is really important. If you see from an admin perspective, that how exactly different options are there in the time tracking module, right? So we talked about calculation priorities, but we'll talk about certain additional features as well, which are more towards more, admins who are kind of handling time entry data and all those things, right? So we'll talk about that as well. Now, this one is really important and kind of, I would say, if you will work as an admin or someone is there, you can suggest these options. These are not, I would say, what do you call configuration effort kind of an approach. These are more towards admins who manage time admins are there, right? Time administrators. How do they manage that? All those things we'll talk about, right? Let me share the other slide with you so that it is easier. Just a second. We have this module already, which we have covered. Yes, these options which are there are more towards admins or entering time in a different fashion. Okay, if you see from a topic perspective, we are just talking about quick add, micro edit, autofill, and totals. Imagine this with a capability that as an admin, you are able to enter time data for multiple people, or you are able to copy the older data as well. Okay. And we'll talk about each and everything. These are more towards, how do you manage stuff in terms of making it easier. So if you talk about just the quick add function, if you talk about quick add, this is very simple. If you see, just entering something which is from the previous cycle, from the previous time. Quick add is, copying the previous options. And once in the tenant, we'll show you that how exactly it works. It is a smart capability to copy the time sheet from the previous cycle. If you remember SAP or any other system where you have logged time, you can replicate the previous data, right? You select the week and all that. So those capabilities are also available here. And this is more towards, you don't have to configure anything here. You just have to make sure that these options are available for your time admins and they are able to use it if required. It is not a mandate as well. Okay. You don't have to do anything extra to create all this or, do anything on that. This is really important if you see, which is if you read the lines itself, you will pretty well understand. You don't have to again do anything, but this capability is there and we'll show that. What you can do is you can mass autofill based on what, for example, imagine a hypothetical scenario where the whole company is given 1 week of outing. The whole company is given 1 week of outing or 1 week of, overall holidays, but the company told we'll pay you for that. You have to go and relax. 5 days off is there. For normal salaried workers, anyways, they don't have to worry. They are not entering time. Difference between exempt and non-exempt. But the employees who are required to enter time, for them, there is a problem because they are on 5-day holiday provided by the company, but they are unable to access. They are not going to the office. They are not swiping cards. They are not accessing Workday. They are unable to enter time. So the company HR decides what we will do is since everyone is not working, we will use mass autofill capability. Whatever is the schedule of that person, we will just use and replicate that and copy using mass autofill, and they will get paid according to that. Simple logic is ensure that whatever the person was working for those many hours, for example, the person was expected to work 9 to 5 every week, Monday to Friday. If you use this capability, mass autofill from schedule, and you select multiple time entry templates, so you won't be able to select any person there. And once we see in the tenant, we'll talk more about it. You'll be able to select multiple templates, and those templates can be created for multiple countries as well, multiple people as well. That is totally up to you how your system is being configured. But what you can do is select those templates and then mass autofill from their work schedule. Remember that work schedule was a key component. Whatever which we enter there is kind of expected from the person, and the admin can do that. Okay. So for this as well, you don't have to do anything extra. The only extra thing which we have to do is enabling it, and we'll talk about it in the upcoming sessions, that how do we look at security of certain things. Okay. So nothing additional from a configuration point of view you have to do. It is a ready to use capability for you. Okay.
Okay.
So these are the things, Sirisha. If you remember my first session, right? I told you there are certain things which are very strong here, and these are one of the things which are really strong. This can do a lot of things for admins to make things easier, right? Without time tracking consultant to worry about all this. You just have to enable and they can use it, right? And there is a context given to it. The scenario: use mass autofill from schedule process to populate time blocks for multiple workers at once based on their work schedules, right? It can be very fast, and it is just a process to. So indirectly, what will happen if you run this process? Everyone will get the time blocks created for their weekly calendar where they enter time automatically, right? So that capability is there, and there is a selection of dates as well. Obviously, mostly in general, the assumption is that if the work week for that person, mostly a lot of companies use the same work week, but if it's different, then we'll have to see how do you manage, because you are just using a week for that person. Whoever is expected to work in that week for their work schedule, it will pick up the information and forward it in the time tracking engine, right? So that's there, very straightforward. Now this is again very important. If you see mass autofill from schedule, the same thing which we are talking about, the same capability. The good part or the bad part is, for example, you have mass autofill, you have run that, and some employee has already entered some time there. For example, Monday morning, you are running this process for the whole week. Some person came very early, or some people shift starts from 1 a.m. Monday, okay, which is just after Sunday, right? Midnight, 1 hour. For them, everything would be wiped out. Okay. Technically, if you see, what will happen is, if the person entered something, that won't be there, because you are filling everything from the work schedule, because the expectation is everyone will run from it, will work for the same time as that of work schedule. Okay. But there are certain exceptions to it as well. What are the exceptions? If the overall, if you see, time blocks are logged, the basic funda is the person is paid already, and that is handled from where? Guess from where payroll is involved. That's where the locking comes into the picture. period schedules if they are logged, if the person is paid already. That's where, if the person is logged and you are trying the period schedule, for example, you are entering mass enter time for February now. That week is gone, that month is gone, and you are trying to do that, obviously there would be an issue. Okay. Obviously, if it is unlocked for adjustments, for example, in general, from a payroll perspective, and this is very specific, give importance or attention to these lines. If the work schedule in general is there, but the person is getting paid, and in general for retro transactions or any adjustment, there is a capability to adjust all this, right? You adjust the pay, the overall pay period, the previous pay period, if you see, right? For example, there is a monthly cycle where the period schedule is monthly. For example, March salary is processed for monthly employees because today is 1st of April. Okay. But you are adjusting something there, you found some issue and you are adjusting. Okay, there was some issue, the person ideally is underpaid or overpaid, whatever, right? And that is open for adjustment. That's where mass auto fill won't work, because you have opened it ad hoc for the previous cycle. Okay. Third one is very straightforward. Obviously, if the person is already out of the system, the person is not active, then obviously this process won't include them. The reason why it is being mentioned is sometimes what happened, the mass or auto schedule is run for a week. Let's take an example of the upcoming week where the first the Monday will start from 4th, I guess, right? So 4th to 8th, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are the April days. But in between, the person is kind of moving across, moving the companies, and it is getting terminated on 6th, right? Mid of the week. If that is the process and the overall process is being entered already, then you don't have to worry too much about it. Okay. Reason being, the person, the system won't take care of that. Why it won't take is because after that date the person is not active, so it won't work on these things. Okay. Next one, obviously, if they have entered any time off, and time off is your absence, if they have entered sick time, holiday time, whatever, right? Vacation, that cannot be overwritten. And obviously, if there is a designated holiday on that date, you cannot enter time for that as well. Reason being, the overall period, the work schedule of that person won't be there, right? So obviously these are the exceptions. The only exception which I'll call out is the absence management, which is different from time tracking, right? And holidays. If there are holidays and if there is some absence recorded on those dates, the mass autofill won't be able to run any time on that. Okay. And these are very straightforward kind of thing, and we'll talk about it. In general, what I've seen is mixed reviews. This one, a lot of people prefer to use it, a lot of people do not. I would recommend, in general, if you are supporting time tracking, or if someone is supporting time tracking, if you know someone in your organization, or if you're planning to do, you can just understand that are they using this process or not. Very straightforward is there. It's more like running a typical job, right? In the SAP side, you just run that job, name the job, and select certain things and click on proceed. So this can be scheduled as well for future. It can be run immediately as well. So all those standard job capabilities are there. But again, this comes down to, do you want to use it or not? Because it's a big one. It will impact multiple people. So a lot of people do not prefer to use it, because at the end what happens is certain exceptions are there, and if you are unable to control those, that data flows to payroll and it can impact the paycheck in a positive or negative way, right? So a lot of people do not prefer to use it as well. They like employees and the managers to take actions on these. But this is good information for you to have for future. Okay. Yeah, one capability, very straightforward, which I talked about is autofill from the prior week. Very straightforward. If you want to use the previous week's time, that this capability is obviously for an end user who is working and updating his or her timesheet, right? For him or her, they can use the previous week, and which is just similar to anywhere else. If you want to use that, you can use. People as an end user might like that, might not like that, and obviously it won't be the case every time that person is doing the same. So these all options are only available where? Obviously in the web browser only. On the mobile side of things, you have very limited options, and obviously if you're using a time clock, you don't have all these options because you're swiping in and swiping out. All these options are not available for you. Reason being that the clock information sends the data for you, and you cannot do anything to change anything, right? So that's there. These all options are majorly towards someone who works on a straightforward 9 to 5 kind of an approach and uses web browser and Workday browser.
Okay.
This one is where the other option is there, right? You can think from or autofill from the schedule as well. So there are two things here to think of. Autofill in general from the previous week, autofill from the schedule as well. These capabilities are there. But in general, if you see, this is no company would want people to just copy the work schedule and do that. In general, I've not seen this option enabled, and there are certain limitations to it as well. That imagine an end user, you are giving that end user an option to copy from the work schedule. Automatically whatever is being entered, they are following that and not worrying too much about it, even though they might be doing something less or more or whatever. So this option, even though it's there, not recommended in general. Okay.
Okay.
Last one, which is there, I think we have talked about it in detail. If you remember, on the calendar side, right? And after a break, right, we'll look at in the tenant also. The calendar totals were there, if you remember, on the right hand side, right? You can define that which all total should it show. And if I remember correctly from the last session, you were telling us and you were talking about if we can add anything from the vacation time as well, right? So all those things, if you want to add, you can add there. These options are two ways good. If you set up time these totals, right, these are good for the end user who's entering the time, but obviously you can share this information to the approvers. If the process requires an approver, a manager, you can share this total as well to them. So that capability is also there, right? For example, as a manager is approving a weekly timesheet, the manager will get a good view of totals and he or she can approve it right away, right? So for example, someone worked for 20 hours overtime and the manager is unable to identify that. Reason being, every day there are 2 or 3 hours added and here and there. But if you are using these totals for a manager would be alarmed and manager would say, okay, 20 hours seems to be a big one, right? So this option is in a way two-way helpful, where you can create it for the end user as well, and you can utilize it for the approval as well, right? And these are the options. Where do we set up that? And we'll show that. If you remember correctly, in the time entry template, showed you that where exactly we add that, and we'll show it as well, that where exactly do we add all these. Okay. Time entry template. Any questions?
No, I'm good.
One thing is there, time entry template, assume it to be the main engine where you add everything from multiple areas. You are adding time calculations, you are adding time totals and everything. You are defining in-out capabilities, how exactly time shows up. You are adding eligibilities. So time entry template is an important one where you define these totals. Okay. So for example, if you go for an interview in future as well, most likely the person would ask you, okay, so we have a scenario where we want to add any total in the end user screen. So where exactly do you add that? Do you add in the time calculations? Do you add in time entry template? Do you add at time calculation groups? So it is confusing, right? Because of the names. That's where I'm giving more focus towards these basics. So time calculation, totals, eligibilities, as well as the mode of entering time, all these are defined at time entry template. Okay.
Okay.
And while adding all these totals, you look at the tags as well. The tags are obviously the identifiers which we have, which we are sharing with payroll. if required, which we are sharing with calculations if required. And obviously for totals, we need the tags to be added, right? So one of the interview questions again is there, how many totals can you add? Typically not more than 8. You can show different 8, and you can show multiple type of totals. You can customize it, regular hours, these and that. But again, these kind of things are one-time activity. Until and unless you are implementing a fresh time tracking, then only these things will come up. If that's not the case, in general, what is defined is defined. Reason being, companies have to change a lot of documentation as well, right, for employees as well. So these things are usually defined one time, and you can obviously customize it with the label and everything. In general, these are one-time activities which are not changed in general. Okay, these are more on the foundation side. So everything in time tracking is, if I sum it up for you, what all we have covered, if you see, once everything is established, then the only thing would be to ensure the calculations are running fine. And if they are running fine, you don't have to worry, because it's in a way difficult module to set up. But if it's already set up, you have to just know the basics of it, that where exactly it is interconnected, and that's it. If you find any issue, you know that where exactly you have to go. Let me think of a scenario, and so that I can test if you are understanding it correctly. If the person is unable to enter time, right, what can be an issue? If the person is unable to access a task, the most likely scenario would be the person is not eligible for that, right? The eligibility might be an issue, correct? So what I was saying was, if you think that I'm just talking about real scenarios which you will get working as a time tracking consultant, right? Someone joins in your team or any other team, the person is unable to enter time. The reason might be because of eligibility, right? So if you think time calculation cannot be an issue, this totals cannot be an issue, period schedule cannot be issue, work schedule cannot be an issue, then most likely if the person is unable to enter time itself, the template eligibility is missing, or there is some issue there, correct? If the person is entering time but unable to get the right output, the person is saying, I entered 25 hours of overtime, but it is showing 20 hours of overtime and 5 hours are being added to regular. It is wrong for me. It is not as per the company policy. Then you know that calculations are issue, correct? If the person says that holiday is not available for me, then you know that holiday calendar, there is some issue. Either the event is not there or the holiday calendar eligibility is some missing, correct? On the work schedule as well, the person is saying, if my work schedule is not there, or I don't know if I'm unable to enter time, even though I'm accessing the screen, but I'm unable to enter time, there could be an issue with the work schedule. The person is not scheduled to work for that week as well. So these are the things which you have to think more from a logic perspective. What I'll do is try to link these, because we have covered multiple topics here. I don't want to just go through the slides. The real content and real understanding would be in the tenant as well, because we have covered large amount of key basics. Actually, if you see, next thing would be to look at the tenant, about how do we enter time, how do we look at calculation priorities and everything.
Greetings everyone. I'm excited to give an overview of the Workday Time Tracking training from ZaranTech. In this comprehensive course, we will explore the key concepts and components of Workday's time tracking functionality and how it can be leveraged to efficiently track employee time and attendance. Whether you're new to Workday or an experienced user looking to maximize time tracking, this training has something for valuable insights. We'll start with the fundamentals, understanding where time tracking fits into the Workday system, how to configure time tracking to meet your organization's needs, and the capabilities of the time tracking tools. ZaranTech has trained thousands of HR professionals on how to successfully roll out and adopt Workday modules like time tracking. Our hands-on approach and real-world customer examples will empower you to meet any time tracking challenge with confidence. Don't miss this opportunity to become a certified Workday time tracking expert. Visit the link below for full details on ZaranTech's Workday Time Tracking training program. Secure your future by unlocking the full potential of Workday's robust time management capabilities.